What you're about to watch is a full-blown 8-hour lead generation course for beginner coaches on how to get coaching leads online and grow your audience on social media starting out from scratch. So if you've been stuck on how to find clients online and your content is just not getting the engagement that you're looking for, then this is for you. Here's the best news. This course I actually delivered and recorded in April 2026. So everything you're about to learn is current and relevant and working right now. It's an actual paid program that I sold for $1,000 and you get the full training for free. The frameworks, the prompts, the posting calendar, the grab framework, all of it for free. All you need to do is block off 8 hours of your time and this will be the best investment that you've ever made because this course is going to directly correlate to you getting more leads and paying coaching clients into your business. Just a heads up, I recorded this on Zoom and my internet was playing up a little bit. So sometimes the sound lags a little bit to my visual and I kind of look like one of those kung fu actors who talk and their lips kind of don't sync with their voices. I kind of look like one of those. So just push through that. It's not that distracting and you'll get used to it. But more importantly, I promise you, the content is fire and it's worth it. So enjoy. Welcome to the Leads Now workshop. As TK said, this is going to be like a mini boot camp. So congratulations for being here. How many of you, show of hands, if this is your first time, you're going to sit in an all-day, 8-hour event with me and the team. This is your first time because some of you have seen in like a 2-hour event, a 3-hour event. How many of this is your first time? Go ahead, type in the chat screen first or show of hands if it's your first time. There's going to be some of you in the room. Very cool. Well, strap in. You are already experiencing something different and we are going to take your life to the next level. Who's up for getting to the next level over the next couple of days, whether you're in P1, Performance 1, or maybe you just have my book and you purchase this ticket here as a guest ticket here. You are in for a treat because it has never been easier to create content and get leads now than ever before due to the innovation of AI. In the past, it was very difficult to create ideas and become consistent because becoming consistent for 365 days in a year is very difficult. It's very exhausting. And then coming up new ideas, figuring out what's working, what's not working, and you don't have the tools and skill sets to actually get better fast. But now with AI, we can get better fast. What it means is we just need to take action because now we have all the information available, which kind of means you really have no excuse. So who's up for giving up their excuses so they can get leads now, grow their coaching business and really blow up 2026 and beyond? So you guys are in for a treat. So why content marketing? Why do we need to produce content? Because everybody, write this down, people give you their time before they give you their money. Always. Always. And I'll prove it to you, okay? So I want you guys to look at the chat screen right now. And how many of you, so if you're first time here, type in first time. Just if you're first time here, type in first time. Go ahead, type in first time. And if you're watching this in the replay, I really want you to participate as if you're watching this in real time person and it may be in write down first time, first time. Now, for those of you that are here for the first time, are you here because you either bought my book or you're here because you're in the Underdog Academy or some version of that? So just go ahead, type in the chat screen. And as you're doing that, particularly if you're here for the first time, type in how many hours of my stuff did you consume before you either bought my book or went into Underdog Academy or went into Performance 1? Like that was your first step. Like how many hours? Was it a 3-hour masterclass? Did you watch 2 hours of YouTube of me? Did you maybe attend a bootcamp? Like if you had to add up the hours, how many hours did you consume before you got to where we are today? We're not talking about P1s. P1s are going to chat to you guys in just a second. How many hours? TK, what's going through the screen right now?
Mate, we've got a few interesting answers coming through. We've got as little as 5 minutes from Joe Henderson. He's like, I only needed to see your name was Richmond. I bought your book and I'm in, right? We've got 3 hours, 3 hours, 3 hours. Archie says 9 hours. Christian says maybe about 10 hours or thereabouts. So it looks like the range at the moment somewhere between, maybe 3 and 10 hours.
Very cool. The person that said 5 minutes, what's their name again?
Joe.
Joe. I don't know if Joe's kidding or not. Well, there must be some context. You must have heard me from somewhere. You must have saw me live on stage for half an hour for a half-hour presentation. You must have watched a 30-minute podcast. There must have been some time spent, even though 5 minutes is time, but I'm guessing it had to be more for you to be here, actually. For you to actually be here. So I don't know if it's more than that or is it literally legit hit 5 minutes. Can you clarify for us? I'm going to exemplify what I'm about to share with you guys.
I see Joe. Joe's actually on my main screen. Like he says that 5 minutes. He's like, Richmond, 5 minutes is 5 minutes. That's where it's at, brother.
Joe is our people. That's it. Imagine what's going to happen after he spends 10 hours with us. Wow. Well, all right, Joe, get your wallet out because you're going to be spending a lot of money because you're going to be spending a lot of time with us. All right. So on that note, now, if you are in P1, before you dropped 30K to get into P1, how many hours did you spend consuming my stuff? You must have gone to a boot camp, most of you. So that's at least 30 hours, 35 hours, 36 hours. You must have done a few masterclasses. Maybe you read my book. Maybe you saw 3 or 4 podcasts. If you had to imagine before you dropped $30,000 into P1, how many hours? Because the first question was the people who just either got my book or maybe invested $1,000 or $5,000 in the Performance One or Underdog Academy, and they spent on average 3 hours, 10 hours. But P1s, for $30,000, how many hours? Go ahead, type in the chat screen. Really think about this.
Mate, we've got here boot camp, 40 hours, 60 hours, 50 hours, 100 hours. I saw Andrea had like 240 hours in there at some point. Nat says 200 to 250 hours, 50 plus hours. This is from Tyrone. Really cool, mate.
Did you guys see the difference already? The difference of time spent with someone who's only dropped maybe $97, $1,000 or $5,000 is vastly different to the time they spent before they dropped $30,000. Who just saw that? Show of hands, who just saw that? Right? Because people always give you their time before they give you their money, and the more time they give you up front, the easier it is for you to enroll into your program. You don't have a sales problem, you have a marketing problem. The reason why your sales sucks is because they haven't consumed enough of your stuff before you went to the point of sale. Who's getting this right now? And if we can fix this leads now problem, if we can fix our marketing, have them consuming our stuff more and more and more and more and more, then the sale becomes easy, and many of them will even make a pre-decision to buy your stuff before they even get in your tiny challenge. That's the goal of the next 2 days. Who's excited now? And if we can do this again and again, you will win the game in marketing, because attention is currency right now. Who's ever heard that before? Attention is currency. Right? And why do they want your attention? Because if you pull out your phone, every app on your phone, they want your attention because they want your data. They want to use your data to market back at you because data is the new oil. Attention's the currency, data is the new oil, but write this down, consumption is king. How many of you here, there might be maybe 1 or 2 or 3 of you here, are in Tony and I's either Apex or Angel's 100K offer. 100K program. How many of you? If that's you, just type in me in the chat screen if you can. If you're either in Tony's 100K or my 100K offer, our 100K offer, whether you're in Apex or Angels, just type in the chat screen if that's you right now. So now we've got our 100K students. How many hours did you consume of us? Or how many years before you dropped the 100K? Everyone watch this. If you had to guess. No one's counting.
It looks like Noise started.
Hours, yeah.
Goodness, 3 years. Elizabeth says 2 years. Katie says 2 years. Yeah. Darlene says, it feels like years.
Yeah. And would you say, is it more or less than 100 hours? Or more or less than 200 hours of stuff together?
We got way more in the chat, way more.
Way more. Who just saw the difference there? Yeah? Who's seeing the importance of consumption? This will solve all your sales problems, bar none, because everything's downstream from your personal brand, which is what you do on front-end marketing. But not all time is created equal. Let me explain. So, people give you their time before they give you the money. And the more they consume of you upfront, the easier it is for them to say yes to you because there's more trust there. They feel like they're your best friend. In actual fact, data shows that if someone's consumed more than 15 hours of your stuff online, they can't discern unconsciously whether you're not your real friend or not. Whether like a real friendship. It's crazy now. 15 hours. But not all time is created equal. Because if someone spends intermittent time with you, meaning it's kind of on and off, here and there, saw a post here, saw a post there, intermittent time, and you add all that intermittent time spread over a year where it's like, they read a post here, they saw a story here, they saw this in there, and it added up to an hour. I mean, that's an hour of time, which is quite good, but it's intermittent, and that's the lowest quality of time. Because the next high quality of time is what we call intentional time. So if someone spent 60 minutes watching 60 reels of yours, or watching a podcast that you were on, or maybe saw 20 minutes here and sat down and watched a YouTube video, or maybe saw 3 reels, or maybe saw an interview, or maybe saw and they watch more intentional time, that time is more valuable than an hour of intermittent time. Who's following this right now? Right? So if someone sat down and watched my podcast that I did with Russell Brunson or with Myron Golden or Ryan Pineda and sat down and watched the whole entire 45, 60 minutes, that time spent here has more value and weighting to them if they spent the 60 minutes over a year period or over a month period and it was sporadic and intermittent. Because not all time is created equal. Who's following this right now? And so, but there's one higher level of time, which is what we all want to get to, is this. It's what I call immersive time or invested time. And that's where you get the highest level of intimacy. So for example, if I was to spend 1 hour with you one-on-one, would that be more than intentional time, than you watching an hour of me? 100%. Would that be more than intermittent time? 100%. Because now that 1 hour is more immersive, it's more intimate, we're more connectable. If we had lunch together for an hour, if we sit in an environment like this and you guys are immersed in this training here and we go to breakout rooms and now you guys are really in this zone and you're in flow and you feel like everything else outside in the world time just stops, that's the time we want to get to. Because if we can give 1 hour of this, it'll equate to 10 hours of this and 100 hours of this. How many, if you had to type in the chat screen, have a wild guess? What framework will accelerate this for you more than anything else?
Geez, mate, we got some smart people in there. We've got tiny challenges flying through everywhere. TC, 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 TC.
Well, congratulations, you're in the right place. Welcome to Leads Now Workshop. Give it up for you guys. So I'm going to show you some examples of what this looks like, but really the goal is to have them consume all of this even before they get into your tiny challenge. Because if they've only consumed a little bit of this and a little bit of this, by the time they get into your tiny challenge, it's going to be harder for you to enroll them. So the goal is, how do we get them to consume this, this, and some of this before they get into your tiny challenge? That will make sales easy because consumption is king. And so in 2 days, I'm going to mainly focus on this. If we can master this, because everybody starts here. Everybody starts here. If they love the stuff you do here, they'll go deeper with you and maybe watch a 30-minute interview or a 30-minute podcast, or maybe start watching your reels, or maybe start watching your 5-minute lives, or maybe start watching your 10-minute lives. And if they really like that, then they'll go into there and they're pre-sold. And so I'm going to focus on this mainly over the next couple of days, because this is more so about video marketing and this is more so about how we deliver and our level of competency. And so if you are wanting to go deeper, faster, there's going to be an opportunity on how you can get there faster. But for now, we just want to master the basics here. You master this becomes easier, and this becomes easier. Is that fair? Show of hands, is that fair? Very cool. So let me give you some examples though, so you know what they look like online. This is what intimate time looks like. So they may see a post here and there online, and we do this all the time. So if you're already posting, awesome. It might be a postcard post about, oh my gosh, proud to announce the first time we broke $1 million in sales in a month. Tiny challenges trademark. They see this online. If you saw me in the last couple of weeks, particularly in the last couple of days, you would see me over in Orange County speaking at Myron Golden's event. And at that event, you saw some B-roll, all that kind of stuff there. So that's kind of intimate in time. You saw me do a couple of posts, me on the jet, all that stuff like that. And it's very intermittent time. See me post going, with Pam overseas, or maybe with kids. But that's I see a post here and there. It's very intermittent. And if you add all these up, they need to probably see at least 100 of these to experience like an hour with you. But that hour is not the same as intentional time, because not all time is created equal. Intentional time is actually when they sit through and watch a whole 2-minute reel, or a whole 60-second reel, or a whole 30-second reel, and they watch this, and now it's more intentional. And they're consuming more of your video content. So video content is when you tap into intentional time. And that's why it's ultra important at some stage in your career that you probably should do more video content, even if you think your face looks ugly. And I say that some people are laughing. But as Pedro Dea says, don't blame me, blame God. God gave you that face. That's your face. That's your face. I don't care how many times I try, I cannot have my eyes Caucasian. I'm just slanty. That's how it is. That's how I'm always going to be. And I had to accept it very early fast, even though I got discriminated against for being a slant when I was growing up. Cool? So intimate time, intentional time is when they start watching your videos, because now they're sitting down and they're watching the whole thing or half the thing, video after video, seeing what you're doing. Now they're more intentional about you as a person. The know, like, trust is building up even faster. Who can see the difference now? Intentional time is very different from intimate time. Some of you guys have watched my podcast before. Show of hands if you watched any of my podcasts before, the podcasts that I've been interviewed on. Yeah, that's very intentional time. Like, you're sitting down and watching it for 15, 20, 30, 40, 45 minutes. It's very intentional time, and that accelerates know, like, trust even more. This is the reason why inside Point One, I do a branding interview with our P1s, and I brand them for about 20 minutes, and I interview them and I edify their tiny challenge. And in this interview, they get to keep that asset for the rest of their life. But more importantly, guess what happens when someone of their ideal client watches this 20-minute interview on their niche before they get into a tiny challenge? What do you think that's going to do to the know, like, and trust before we get into this? It becomes an easy sale, because now they have an asset where people consume their stuff before they even get into the tiny challenge. Who's following this right now? And that's why it's important to have these assets when you're starting out, especially giving something to them before they get onto your tiny challenge, so they can see the interview, they can see that. And so P1s, if you've done an interview with me and you've got this asset, I would highly suggest you give this to them before they jump on your tiny challenge as a pre-homework, and they're going to be pre-indoctrinated into your world, and you would have done this, and then they already think, wow, this person's awesome. I think I'm going to really buy whatever they offer me at the end. Is this all making sense? Cool? And so now that's intentional time. Now we go to intimate time. Now you guys already know Tiny Challenge is the fastest way to create this. However, it's not relevant to where I'm at right now, because I don't do tiny challenges anymore. And if I do it in a shadow seat experience, and that's our version of intimate time. But our version of intimate time is spending time with our P1s. Having them over my home, doing great experiences for them. And if you've been to boot camp, you know that part of your offer, you must give experience, because we want more intimate time. The more intimate time you can have with your students, the deeper connection and the longer they stay with you. And at some point, some of them will even ascend to your 100K offer. And the ultimate intimate time is when you actually have a face-to-face kind of one-on-one situation with the people that you love. That's the ultimate intimate time. That's why when you go to in-person events, you feel like you've known them for much longer than if you watch 100 hours of them on YouTube, or watch 100 podcasts, or watch 1,000 of their reels, or read 1,000,000 of their pieces of content online. Because the intimate time is the most important time that you want to reach to. And you're right, the best way to do it is via a tiny challenge. And so the big question is, how do we manufacture this in our content? How do we do it in a way where we get attention online and we don't become clickbaity and we don't piss off Mark Zuckerberg. In fact, we glorify the algorithm to our advantage. Because can we all agree? There's a lot of noise out there. Who would agree? There's a lot of noise. Like, how do we make our content cut through the noise? And so, about a year and a half ago, about a year and a half ago, you know, those orange juice stands? You know, our kids are like, Dad, you know, wouldn't it be cool to do an orange juice stand and sell $1 orange juice and, you know, start their own business, stuff like that? Of course. Like, yeah, okay, kids, you want to start your own business? I think I know a guy that can help you. I think I know a guy. And so I said, okay, if we're going to do this, let's go get some oranges. And lo and behold, it happened because we know our local fruit grocer really, really well. He's a super cool guy and he loves our 3 kids. Obviously, it's very unique to have like 3 Asian girls walk into a local fruit grocer every single week. And so he got to know us really well. And every time we go, he's always like, you know, giving us things and try this, like complimentary stuff. The one time he gave us this big box of oranges, massive. And I'm like, all right, we'll take it. But kids, what are we going to do with this? And they're like, let's do an orange juice shop and sell oranges. And it's like, great, awesome. So we're there squeezing oranges. We set up the stand and said, kids, we need to learn how to market this. I need you to make a sign to say freshly squeezed orange juice, $1 each. I need you to make a sign. And like, yeah, cool. So they get out the Texas and they make a sign. They bring it back and it's this sign here. I don't know if you can see it. It's a bit bright, but it basically says freshly squeezed oranges. Let me see if you can see that there. Freshly squeezed. It's so faint. Like they basically used pink on white on a little tiny piece of paper. It was like woeful, right? And I looked at it and, you know, in Crocodile Dundee, like that's not a knife. Like this is a knife, you know? So kids, no one's buying orange juice with that sign. No one's going to buy it. We need to make a bigger sign. And it's like, okay, Dad, what are we going to do? We're going to say, okay, cool. So we had this big poster picture that we didn't use anymore and we didn't have it up anymore. And it was like this, on this big canvas and I turned it around and I said, we're going to use this. And we made the sign together. And this is the sign. Woo! This is a knife. So that became the sign. It was huge. And that's what we used at the front of our house to make oranges. This is what it looked like for them holding it up. It was massive. That's like the sign. And I said, that's how you get attention outside. But how does that translate to what we're doing in marketing on social media? Because you just can't be loud, you can't have a sign there because sometimes it can get a bit clickbaity. And it's like, how do we tie it to the relevance of what we're doing online? That's the question. If you can master the science of attention online, you will win. And you will win the game of consumption. Because at some point when people scroll, you need to understand what stops them from scrolling, but more importantly, what keeps them staying so they consume, and then how to send them to our back end. And that is the game. How do we do that on demand? And the good news is I've got prompts for you over the next couple of days to make this easier for you than ever before. But rather than just giving you the fish, which will give you the fish, is it okay with you if I also teach you how to fish as well so you can do this and have critical thinking around it as well and have some discernment? Cool. So we're going to teach you how to fish. And then for some of you, be like, you know, I just want my life to be easier and quicker. And can you just give me the fish? I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of speed and convenience. So I literally landed this morning in Sydney. And some of you may have seen my post at 6:15 a.m. And this workshop is at 9 a.m. And the reason why, and I'm not that crazy to risk it, that I was meant to land yesterday, but we had some flight delays and then I got stuck in San Francisco for a whole day, which meant that I knew that when I land, I'm going to quickly see my family. I have to freshen up, do a few things around, like set up this room here to present to you on time. And the only way that could happen The only way that could happen was if I had to change airlines and forfeit one of my flights, even though they were delayed and everything like that. And I've never flown with this particular airline before, Qantas, because the other airline landed at 9:30 a.m., which means I wouldn't be able to start this till 12. But that change cost me $6,000. Because I needed to get here faster. And so we're going to teach you how to fish, but we're just going to give you the fish so you can get there faster as well. And for some of you, you need to decide on whether or not you're willing. Some people are not willing to pay to get there faster, and that's okay. Everyone's different. Now, I know if I ask 100 people, are they willing to pay to get there faster? Maybe only 20 of them say yeah, and maybe 30 of them say, well, if it's $1,000, I pay. And I needed a flat bed, not because I'm a princess, but because I needed rest so I could deliver this. And that was part of the reason why it cost so much, because I needed to have the trip easy. I didn't even eat anything on the plane because I said, I'm just going to sleep the whole way through because I need to be up and ready and energized for you guys over the next couple of days. But I was willing to pay that to have my life easier and faster. Now, if I had delayed everything by a couple of hours, which I guess at the grand scheme of things, I know you guys are awesome. You probably would have understood Richmond's trapped on a flight, Tika would have held the fort, all that kind of stuff there too. But to me, it wasn't worth it. To me, it wasn't worth it. To me, it was worth it. And I remember when the flight actually got cancelled, I'm like, oh my gosh. I was looking up how much it would cost to charter to private jet. I want to say private jet because I needed to get to San Francisco to get to this time. Otherwise, I was going to miss that flight. And I was looking at the charter and I was calling up some charter places and all that. And they were closed because it's 6 p.m. at night time. And I was like, what do I do now? Okay, now I looked at different airlines. And I was literally being as resourceful as I could be just to make sure I get here on time, because I value convenience and speed. I value convenience and speed. So I'll share that with you because the prompts I'm going to give you are going to help you get there faster. And it's going to make your life so much easier. And that's why there is no excuse as to not to post content in today, especially after here. But it comes with a big caveat is this. The big caveat is this. If you are not willing to be seen, then just honor your time, exit this workshop. We'll give you your money back if you paid for this workshop, and just spend time with your family, spend time with your kids. Because we're going to do exercises over the next 2 days, including if you're watching this in the replay, we'll check your homework. If you're not willing to be seen, then this is not for you. And I'll say that as a big caveat. You will not make money and you will not grow your coaching business. And you will fail miserably if you're not willing to be seen. And I would encourage you to just go back to your current job and do that for the rest of your life. Because this won't work for you. It'll be the biggest waste of time, and the people around you will be frustrated and they believed in you only for you to not believe in yourself. Is that fair? Show of hands, is that fair? If you're not willing to be seen, then this is not for you, because I'm not going to pretend that we're going to be able to grow our business and have people consume our stuff without you being seen. You're going to have to put your face on camera. You're going to have to put your face online. You're going to have to put your story out there. You know, when I really amped up my content game in the last, particularly 6 months, the amount of backlash, it's crazy. It is crazy. Especially now I'm shooting stuff in more high quality because we've got resources. I got a full-time videographer now and stuff like that. It's like, why should I listen to this pimply faced kid? Look at how oily his skin is. Like all this kind of stuff. It's like, geez, all right. Wow, Jesus Christ. You know, the amount of stuff that is going out there online, it's crazy because I've upped my volume. It's crazy, but I'm willing to be seen in sacrifice of that because I know what it takes to impact more people. And in order to help you guys win, I have to bear that responsibility. In order to help your future clients win, you're going to have to bear that responsibility, not them. So who's willing to be seen and willing to be responsible for your future clients? This is our responsibility, and this is what we signed up for. And no one's going to tell you that this is what you're signing up for, but that's the reality of the situation. This is what you're signing up for. So that being said, let's do some quick housekeeping before we go deep into marketing. So this course will replace the existing course inside the portal called Challenge Traffic Secrets. it's going to be now leads now. So this is going to be replaced there. So if you're like, oh my gosh, challenge traffic secrets, no, that after today is going to be redundant. And this is the new program because the challenge traffic secrets didn't have too much AI or the prompting I'm about to give you and the thing around AI to help you. So this is a new course. If you don't have the workbook, you can download it here. This is the workbook there. Scan the QR code. Our crew should drop it in the chat screen. But in case you're not here live with us on Zoom and you're like, what chat screen? There is no chat screen for you. So you can scan the QR code, download the workbook, but it should be in the portal anyway. And we'll have the workbook ready for you, but you can download it here. This is a QR code, download right now. And a little bit more housekeeping as well is, as being part of this event, if you got access to this course, you also have bonus boot camp as well. It's a 3-day event where I help you scale to $1 million. And also you have access to our Pro Coach certification. If you're here and you've got access to this program, if you're watching this right now, you have access to that. And also for those that are ready to level up and you don't want to play small anymore, you can always go to p1interview.com if you're ready to level up your content and marketing game. And so here's the QR codes for each of those. Definitely 100% all of you register for the next upcoming bootcamp and register for Pro Coach. And for those that are ready to level up, only you know if that's you. This is not pressure selling. You will know if point one is for you or not. And also, I trust that you guys are smart enough to know if point one is not for you too. So that's for you to decide on whether P1 is for you, which is our inner circle, or not, or it is for you. And that's for you to make a decision on. No pressure. You're an adult. You can make your own decisions. Is that cool? Give me a thumbs up on the screen here. Excellent. Awesome. So we're going to give you guys a couple of minutes to at least register for bootcamp and the next Pro Coach certification. So we'll give you guys around about 3.5 minutes, one song. It should be more than enough time for you guys to register for at least the first 2 points there. We'll come back after about 3.5 minutes. All right, all right. That should be more than enough time. So well done if you register for those events. So if you're watching replay, pause it and register for those events because they're part of your journey to success. It's going to be a missing piece that you will need to put all together in order for you to become successful. So there's a couple of ways you can get support, a bit more housekeeping. Number one, if you're in either Point One, Underdog Academy, or Performance One, then you are in our private members Facebook group. So make sure you use that to get support there. And also our weekly group calls, either on Wednesday or Tuesdays, 8 a.m. or 8 p.m. Again, that's for either Underdog Academy, Performance One, even P1's there, but P1's you already know when your call times are with me every single week. And so you also have access to the online library as well, again, if you're in our paid programs. But all of you should have access to Richmond AI for the purpose of this event. And so if you don't have access to it, reach out to our team. We'll do our best to get you access throughout these next 2 days. However, if for whatever reason the tech gods didn't really agree with us, then we're going to use ChatGPT for some of the prompts there. But I would highly suggest, I've designed these prompts for Richmond AI purposes. And the reason why we want you to use Richmond AI for the prompts that I'm going to give you rather than Chat or Claude or Perplexity or anything else that you're using right now is because Richmond AI, the more data you feed it, the better it is going to be for you for it to build your tiny challenge. Because the best and highest use of Richmond AI is for it to build your tiny challenge and then to give you feedback on your tiny challenge after you've done it by uploading the transcription. That's the best use. I asked, this is really funny, and I probably should have a screenshot of this, but people ask, so what's the difference between Richmond AI and ChatGPT for particularly tiny challenge? And so you know what I did? This was only like before I left on my talk last week. I said, hey chat, and I was testing it. Hey chat, create for me a 6-day tiny challenge. What goes on day 1, day 2, day 3, or day 4, and day 5, and day 6? 6 days. And it created me an outline for a 6-day tiny challenge. And it was so off. Number one, there's no such thing as a 6-day tiny challenge. We don't teach a 6-day tiny challenge. We teach anywhere from 3 to 5 days. 5 is the gold standard. And where it positioned the price and the offer was way off, and what you teach on each day is not choreographed to sell. And then I put the same thing in Richmond AI. I said, create for me a 6-day tiny challenge. What goes on day 1 is like, unfortunately, Richmond, there's no such thing as 6-day tiny challenge. We do the gold standard, 5 days. Here's what you do on day 1. The 5 Fs. Figure out the future, their frustrations, their fears, where they tried and failed in the past, and more importantly, what's going to be the framework they're going to teach over the next 5 days. And day 2, teach one part of the framework. Day 3, another part of the framework. Day 4, another part. Got the story, got the metaphor, got the homework, got the assignment. And then day 5, we transition into offer using the 5R framework. And it had all the framework there, and that's the model for a 5-day tiny challenge. There's no 6-day. You don't need a 6-day. And that was a difference in night and day because nothing else understands what a tiny challenge is except for Richmond AI. And so the more we put the prompts that I'm going to give you over the next couple of days into Richmond AI, the more context it's going to have around how to build the best tiny challenge for you. Now, there's going to be some prompts which you're going to have to use ChatGPT or Claude or wherever it is, whatever you're using. But for the most of it, try to use Richmond AI first. And then sometimes I'm going to tell you which one. Okay, this one here, we're going to use Chat for this one. And this one here, we're going to use Gemini. This one here, we're going to use this one. Because sometimes Chat is better at other things than Richmond AI, but Richmond AI is 100% better at tiny challenges than anything else. Is this all making sense? Okay, so the more we use it for what we're going to do over the next couple of days, the better it is for you guys to convert better on your tiny challenges. So, again, if you are having trouble logging into Richmond AI, contact admin. Here's the only thing that you don't want to use Richmond AI for. Don't use Richmond AI for admin stuff. Don't message Richmond AI. Richmond, oh my gosh, I don't know my password for my thing. I wouldn't know. Just use it as a coach. Is this all making sense? Right? Like just use it as a coach. So, and that's the other difference. It's a coach, not a mentor. So it will push back. It'll challenge your thinking. And also, for those of you who have been using Richmond AI for a while now, if you ask for specific instructions and next steps, and then you're going on a tangent and going through shiny object syndrome, it won't help you until you are so focused on getting that result first before it allows you to go on a shiny object syndrome tangent. So it would say, unfortunately, I'm not going to allow you to do that. And it's crazy how it does that, because your biggest enemy to your success right now is not the story that you're good enough or you lack experience or your niche, it's distraction. And we've designed Richmond AI to not indulge in your distractions. And so if it's got context of what you've been doing in the past and you haven't looped back to that or completed that task or even done that first dirty rep of a tiny challenge or posted that content and you're trying to figure out all this other thing, like if you ask Richmond AI, oh my gosh, help me launch my YouTube channel, but you've never posted a single post on Facebook or Instagram, it won't allow you to do that. Does that make sense? So whereas you put in the ChatGPT is going to allow you to go on shiny object syndrome like crazy because it's a pleaser. It will always agree to everything that you want it to do, whereas Richard AI keeps you directed and focused on what your next step needs to be, and it won't even give you the next 10 steps because it just wants to take focus because it's a coach primarily, then it is a mentor afterwards as well. So that's how you can get support. Now, this is the speed at which you can get there faster. Again, this is entirely up to you to make a decision. Now, I know there's some people that would never, ever drop $6,000 to save 3 hours, right? But I did. And I wondered why, like the first time I ever flew, now I don't normally fly private. I only fly private because I'm in Myron Golden's mastermind, but normally I'm okay flying, like if it's domestic and stuff like that, just flying on normal domestic flights. But Myron, he hates flying commercial because you got to get there 2 hours before, get through TSA, get through customs. It's, in his opinion, crap and inconvenient and slow. He likes to save 2 hours there and getting out. He likes to save that time, but also get there quicker in his own comfort of the jet, and then saves a huge amount of convenience as well because you don't have to get through TSA. He can bring his golf clubs and do whatever he wants. And he'll cut his travel time down from, say, 8 hours total to 4 hours total, and that's worth $50,000 to him. So again, whatever that is worth to you, you need to decide for yourself. So this is, I want you to imagine your goal. Okay, everyone visualize that goal. Type it in the chat screen. If you're watching this a replay, visualize what is your goal. Write it down on your paper. First of all, write down what is your goal in the next 12 months. Is it 100K? Is it 250K? Is it 500K? Is it a million? Is it just your first 10K month? What is that goal? Write it down on your notebook right now and then type it in the chat screen.
And we got 250K, 100K, 100K, 250K. We got 500 here, 120. I see 125, 140, 150, 600. Very cool.
Very cool. All right. So this is what you need to make a decision on. Is how fast and how easy do you want to make your life? And that's, everyone's on a different journey. So doing nothing will get you nowhere for sure. But everyone here, you got my book, that's fine. If the book hasn't come in, you should have the PDF. And the book is definitely the first step to get there faster because you don't want to be guessing on how to build a high converting tiny challenge. So congratulations, you've already done the first step. Now for some of you took the next step and took the Underdog Academy, which comes with group coaching, more support, you become part of a community, and also you got the Facebook group and you got the library, you can ask for help. And now we've introduced a little bit of Richmond AI in that as well to help you out. And then for many of you, most of you in the room right now are in my 0.1 inner circle, which means you get access to me, you get access to Tony, you got one-on-one coaching, you got lifetime access to Richmond AI, which is awesome. And then there's some people in the room right now who are in our private 100K private mentoring. And so really this is just a ladder of speed and convenience. And so you will just need to decide on number one, what your goal is, number two, how fast you want to get there, and number three, what are you willing to invest to get there? And everybody here is on a different journey. Everybody here is on a different journey. So you just have to make that decision for yourself. So can I trust and leave it upon you guys to make that decision for yourself on this? Show of hands. Show of hands, can I just leave that for you guys to make that decision? Awesome, amazing. All right, so back to marketing. How do we do this online that's working best right now? So I'm gonna start big picture and I'm gonna give you the formula to success. If you wanna be the world's best marketer, if you wanna be the world's best content creator, if you want to be really good at what you do, what is step number one? Just have a guess. Have a guess. What is step number? If you want to get to 100K in your coaching business, if you want to get to 250K, if you want to be seen online, then have a go.
We've got here know your who, know your niche, clarity, show up, start, post, decide, start. Ruben says, do it, take action. Yeah, I like it.
Close. That's step number 4. That's step number 4. Step number 1 is spend time with people already doing it. That's it. If all you did was spend time with people doing the thing that you want to do, then you will get there the fastest way. Step number 1 always is find out who you need to spend time with. Figure out what the environment you need to put yourself around for you to succeed. And I'm going to break this down into more actionable steps on what it is, on what you have to post online. But that is step number 1. If you walked away from this workshop and all you got away was, wow, in order for me to grow my business and become a better marketer and grow my personal brand, I just need to spend time with people doing the thing that I need to do. Great. That's all you need to do. That is the most important tip of your life. Who you spend time with is who you become, because you won't outgrow your environment and you won't do what your environment doesn't expect you to do. You will only live up to the expectations of the standards your environment sets upon you. And so we can sit here all day and say, yeah, I'm going to be a creator. Yeah, I'm going to be this person. Yeah, I'm going to do those things. But if your environment doesn't allow you to do that, then you won't do it. You cannot outgrow your environment. You cannot outgrow your peer group. Is this all making sense? Cool. And to really double down on how important this is, and it's written everywhere. Richard Branson, Succeeding in Business About Making Connections. Jason Statham, best advice I got from my friend Cristiano Ronaldo, you are only going to be as good as the people you surround yourself with. Dan Pena, show me your friends and I'll show you your future. Grant Cardone, if your net worth isn't changing, change your network. Tony Robbins, who you spend time with is who you become. Proximity is power. And this is why the fastest way to grow your personal brand and the fastest way to get more engagement in your content, everybody write this down, is to associate yourself with other existing brands. The fastest way to 2x, 5x, 10x the engagement of your content is to associate yourself with already existing brands, because you are who you spend time with. If you look at my latest post around me being with Myron, now the only reason why that post there, that particular one, the last one I did with Myron, right, where he's wearing that kind of beige suit, if you go on my Facebook feed, you'll see this, got over 20,000 views. Let me see if I can pull it up for you so you can see this. I don't know if you'll be clear enough. 20,000 views. So this post here with me and Myron, right, if I go to Insights, okay, I don't know if you can see that there, but can you, it's a bit blurry, but it's 24,000 views. And the only reason why that happened was because, well, the main reason why, not the only reason, but the main reason why is because Myron's got nearly 5 million followers online. Right? And I got the chance to meet Lewis Howes, which is a dream come true. Lewis Howes is one of the guys on my vision board. I love the guy so much. I love his work. I love his energy. I just love who he is. So this post here with Lewis Howes, I got to meet him last week in his studio, right? That one there, funnily enough, not as many views, but still over 12,000 views. It got more likes though. It got over 440 likes, 200 comments, over 12,000 views. Why? Because I'm with Lewis Howes, who has a much bigger personal brand than Myron Golden. Who's getting this right now, right? The fastest way to increase the engagement on your content is to associate yourself with other brands. But that doesn't really give you leads now. Because it's like, oh my gosh, I can't just go meet Lewis Howes tomorrow. Maybe some of you can, but we want leads now. But I wanted to paint that picture for you because if you ever get the opportunity to have that, then jump on it because that'll 10x your engagement very fast. Who's following this right now? Cool? If you get the opportunity, jump on it fast because you always make your money back due to the increase in the engagement of the content you post with that person through association. Is this all making sense? Cool? Because you are who you spend time with. And this is the reason why Nike exploded through associating with Michael Jordan. It's the reason why Pepsi exploded when they signed on Michael Jackson. It's the reason why Weight Watchers exploded when they signed on Oprah. It's the reason why George Foreman got to 9 figures in net worth because the grill. Association is the fastest way to get more engagement in your content. It's the fastest as a brand because of the 8th wonder. You are who you spend time with. It's the reason why our brand exploded in the last 2 years from me being on most of the big name podcasts out there. So if we were to condense this down, what is the formula to success? Spending time with the right people, associating yourself with bigger brands than you. That's the fastest way to increase engagement in content. And here's the formula. If you have a goal, if you have a vision, first of all, the fastest way to get there is spend time with the right people. Why? Because they have the map. There's 2 kinds of maps. There's the actual tactical map, but there's a thinking map as well. They have a thinking around things. They have an identity. They have some beliefs. They have some values, but also they have the know-how. That's the fastest way, is to find out who has a map, find out the people who's already doing the thing that you want to do. After you get the map, your next step, this is why I said taking action is step number 4, is then to take messy action. Always take messy action first. Do a dirty rep. Why is this important? Because some of us get addicted that it needs to be perfect before we even start. How many of you have cooked pancakes before? Who's ever cooked pancakes before? I don't know why. Maybe someone can explain the science, but why are the first 2 pancakes always weird looking? And then the third one is smooth. Why? Oh, because the pan needs to heat up, the oil needs to all the thing, whatever. I don't know what the science is. No matter what you do, the first 2 pancakes always suck. Always suck. But you wouldn't have an expectation that they need to be perfect. Even the 3rd or 4th, now some people can cook 10 pancakes and they all suck altogether, but it still tastes all right. And so we need to treat content as like cooking our first 2, 3, 4, 5 pancakes. We need to treat doing tiny challenges as just getting a dirty rep out of the way and doing that first 2 or 3 or 4 pancakes. The good news is during this workshop here, we're going to get your pancakes out of the way so that then you can go and just produce better quality work and just gets better and better and better. But you must take messy action. That's the key. Take messy action. So many of us say we're willing to be seen, but what does it actually mean? It means you need to be willing to be seen as being crap. You need to be willing to be seen as being nervous. You need to be willing to be seen as being an amateur. You need to be willing to be seen as being, oh my gosh, they forgot what they were talking about. You need to be willing to be seen, oh my gosh, I can't believe I did that live and had some food in my mouth and something's caught on my teeth. You need to be willing to be seen that. And did you know, right now, today is going to be the day where your audience is the smallest in your whole lifetime. Because your audience will grow. Today is the day, regardless of whether you got 100 followers, 100 friends, 1,000 friends, 10,000 friends, or 1,000,000 friends. Today is the day where your audience is actually the smallest it's ever going to be. And so why are we trying to be perfect for the audience that's going to be the smallest it's ever going to be? Is this all making sense? That's what we need to do. So take messy action because it's the time where your audience is the smallest it's ever going to be anyway. But after you take messy action, here's the next step. You must get guided feedback. If you're going to the gym with your bestie who's also overweight, they're not the best person to give you feedback on your workout. That's why most accountability systems don't work, because they get their bestie who's also got the same problems. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Show of hands. You don't get your bestie to give you feedback when your bestie doesn't have the results you want. You need to be in the right room. You need to be getting feedback from the person who has the map. Cool? Because after you get feedback, you say, well, you know what, that first pancake, actually, this is what we need to do. Actually, that batter's a bit too thick. Actually, you made it too big. The pan wasn't hot enough. You need more oil. You need to put a bit of less butter. You deep fried the whole thing. What are you doing? Actually, wait until there's a few more bubbles before you flip it. You need guided feedback on that messy action from a person that knows what they're doing. And after you get the guided feedback, actually wait until the bubbles come up a little bit more. Wait until the pan's a bit hotter before you do it. Turn it around this time. Make sure the pancake's a bit smaller. Make sure the batter's a bit thicker so it's airy and fluffier. Do all these things. Great. Now you get the guided feedback. The next step is then to take adjusted action So the next time you take action, it looks better, it's more effective, it's closer to getting to where you want. And you follow this loop. You take adjusted action, you do it the next time, and now it's the second or third pancake, but it still doesn't look the way it should look. It's like, you know what, you did it better the first time, but I would wait another 3 seconds to get more bubbles up. I would hit the pan a little bit more, or put a bit more butter, or maybe I'll put the batter in right now when the butter's just about to turn brown. That's the perfect time to put it. Get some guided feedback again, so you can get adjusted action again, and you follow that loop until you hit 6 figures. This is the fastest way to become successful. Surround yourself with the right people, find out who's got the map. The map involves 2 things, the right beliefs, but also the right tactics. Take messy action, get guided feedback from the person who gave you the map, and take adjusted action and keep on doing that until you get results. And that's why spending time with the 8th one is ultra important. A picture of my daughter there because there's a story behind this. Now, it was about 6 months ago, or maybe a little bit longer, and my daughter Carter, now she's 5. She only just turned 5 a couple of weeks ago. But she started swimming lessons when she was 4 or 4.5, which is very late for most kids. Our other kids started swimming lessons when they were 1.5, 2, and they just jumped in the water. But Carter's extremely defiant, and we don't want to push her into something that she's going to be defiant about, and then she could have some traumatic things about water and all that kind of stuff. We didn't want to do that. But also, we'd like to harness her defiance into entrepreneurship, because if you've got a defiant child, who's a parent here? Show of hands if you're a parent, right? Keep your hand up if you've got one child that's a little bit more difficult to raise than another child. Cool? Yeah, okay. It's your least favorite child. No, it's not. It's not. They're all favorites. They're all favorites. Okay, so she's super defiant. We don't want to get rid of defiance because it's such a great trait in entrepreneurship. When someone tells you you can't, you should say, I'll show you. Here we are trying to be around people that believe in us, but if someone says, you know, they doubt you, if you sense someone doubting you, bring out that defiance. That's Carter. And so we took Carter to, finally, she agreed to swim lessons. And that first swim lesson, no joke, and these swim lessons are about $30 a lesson, right? So no joke, that swim lesson, there was 3 other kids in there because one teacher put 4 kids, and she got that first lesson, and she literally dipped her toes in the water, legit dipped her toes in the water, and that's all she did for the whole hour, and that cost $30. And that's when I knew where the term comes from, to dip your toes in the water. It's like literally dip your toes in the water. She did that. I'm like, wow, this is an actual term. It's not just a saying. It actually happened. And the next week, she put her feet in the water. And the next week, she put her waist in the water. And she progressively got better and better and more comfortable with water. But more importantly, she got more comfortable with her friends, because now she's playing with the 3 people that were there every single week. Now, there was this one particular week where the teacher took it to the next level and took it there fast. And the teacher said, okay, today's lesson, we're going to have all the kids jump off the ledge. I'm going to catch you, and you're going to jump in the water, and I'm going to catch you. And I'm thinking, there's no way Carter's doing that. She barely just got used to the water, and she's extremely defiant. She's not going to do it. And so the teacher said, okay, who wants to go first? And Carter steps back and is like, yeah, I told you she's not going to do it. There's no way. First kid gets on, yeah, I'll do it, jumps off, has a good time. Second kid jumps off, has a good time. Third kid jumps off, has a good time. Now it's Carter's turn. And to our surprise, Carter gets up, a little bit nervous, and she jumps off and she does it. And I couldn't believe it. But then it made sense, because she only did it because her friends did it first. Now, had she had one-on-one swim lessons, how many of you would agree that it would have taken way longer for her to jump off because she didn't have her friends do it first? Who would agree? Show of hands. Way longer, if at all. That's why who you spend time with is who you become. Who's starting to see this now? Right? This is the formula to success. This is the ultimate way. And the other bonus of doing this also is that because the world is changing so fast right now, and I mean fast, it almost feels like every couple of months, there's another AI coming out and one AI is becoming redundant. It almost feels that way. Is that true for you guys? It almost feels like, well, now there's OpenClaw. What's OpenClaw? I don't know. It wasn't there 3 months ago. It's like, it's changing so fast. And it's even more important Because the map changes so fast. How many of you see the map is changing every couple of weeks to a couple of months? The map is changing. What's working now may not be working in 3 months' time, and that's why we need to understand principles to get us there, because if we're always around the right people who know what they're doing, then that's okay, because then they can always give you the updated map. Who's following this right now? And so today is going to be the updated map. So that's why we're going to teach you principles. We're going to teach you how to fish, but then we're also going to give you the fish, because maybe the fish that we give you may not be edible in 3 months' time, but at least you know how to catch the next fish. Is this all making sense? Cool? Want to make sure prepare you for success. All right, let's just pause. What's been most useful so far? What are the key takeaways? What have been some aha moments? What are you guys getting out of this? Let's go ahead, type in the chat screen.
Let's go ahead and light it up, team. I think everybody's brain is just sort of like settling into place. It's like, yeah, that map is moving quick. Moni says here, proximity, all of it. Yeah, power of proximity, immersion, adjusted action, power of proximity, all of it. Yeah, first step is the eighth wonder. Yeah, love that. Alfonso's got a screenshot going in here. All right, let's do it. We've got here, Janet says that who you spend time with is who you become. Yep, this is true. Proximity always. And this is from Darlene. We're going to wrap it up there.
Very cool, very cool. All right, well, let me give you the formula to failure so you know what that looks like, so you can avoid it at all costs. Would that be fair? Here is the formula to fail. And there's different stages of this. And many of you will identify with one of the final stages, because I know you're in this room here, you're committed, you invested your time and your money to be here. There'll be some people outside this room that they'll never see this training, because this training is not available to the public. But obviously, the first step to failure is to do nothing. But you guys are not that category, because you guys are here. And if you're watching this in replay, that's not you, because you're actually watching something to learn to become better and get there faster. But that formula to failure is to do nothing. Now, the next part is, okay, I'm smart. I get it. I don't want to try to figure out my own. I'm gonna, you know what? I'm smart. I get it. But, you know, I'm going to try to figure it out on my own and do a lone wolf style. I'm going to try to do that. You know, don't worry about like even jumping into a $97 thing or a $5,000 thing or a $30,000 thing or a YouTube or a book. Don't worry about those things. I'm just going to try to figure out on my own and do lone wolf. That's probably worse than doing nothing. Why? Because you develop a story that it doesn't work. And the story that it doesn't work is probably worse than a story that I'm just lazy. Because you'll never try again because of discouragement. Who's following this right now? Whew. I'd rather you do nothing than try to do it on your own, because you develop stories that don't serve you for the future. But you guys are smarter than that. You guys are not doing your own. Why? Because you're here. How do we know? Because you're here. So you found your who, you saw the map, and you're like, nah, that map won't work for me. My clients are not on LinkedIn. Oh, they're not on Facebook, they're not on Instagram, they're not on YouTube, not even on social media. My clients are aliens. They don't even know what social media is. Content marketing won't work for me because of my skin color, because of my hair color, because I'm a female, because I'm a male, because I'm old, because I'm young, because because I'm not charismatic, because I'm not good on camera. That map will not work for me. It won't work for me. And then your ego gets in the way because you build up a story that it won't work for you. Even though it's worked for thousands of people. Just like you, in a worse situation, you're like, nah, I don't like the map. And then you try to lone wolf it and do it on your own. Now, there might be some of you in the room like this. Maybe. I hope not. But this is the other way to fail. But many of you are smarter than that. And you're like, you know what? I trust the map. This all makes sense to me. I get the eighth wonder. I'm going to take messy action. Richmond, just tell me the first assignment. I just wanted to get out of the way. You may see the first assignment already. It's in your workbook, but we're going to get to that. And you're like, you know what? You take messy action. You're like, okay, I'm going to do this. Oh my gosh, is Richmond going to get me to go live today? I've never gone live before. And then you freeze on that first assignment to go live because of imposter comparison, perfectionism. I can't do it. I can't go live. I cannot go live.
Who am I to talk about grief? Who am I to talk about confidence? Who am I to talk about relationships? Who am I to talk about health? Who am I to talk about mindset? Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? Oh my gosh, I'm comparing myself to people way further ahead of me or whatever. It's not perfect. And you're like, you don't do anything. You freeze because of these three things here. Anyone ever frozen because of imposter comparison or perfectionism? Anyone here? Yeah. And like Tony said, don't be like Tony. You know what? Don't be like old Richmond. And you write this down. Don't be like you yesterday. But that could stop you. My first Facebook Live, I rehearsed it for 3 hours. It was 2 minutes long. I don't even have done that, but that's what stopped me. But then you're like, okay, I'm going to take messy action. I'm going to overcome imposter. I'm going to overcome perfectionism. I'm going to overcome comparison. I'm like, you build up the courage. You're sweating. You play a bit of 8 Mile and a bit of, what's that guy that raps, Eminem. You're like, let's do this, let's go. You get yourself G'd up, you play some dance music, you take messy action, and you take the messy action, you look back at the video, and you're like, no! How come I'm so bad? Or you look at the engagement and it's got 1 like and it's your mum. You're like, oh, I only got 1 like. I only got 10 views. I got 0 comments. Crickets. This thing sucks. What's wrong with me? Mummy. Oh, hang on a sec. I'm an adult. Why am I crying to mummy for? I'm an adult. And it's like the worst thing ever in your opinion. Can't believe that first pancake turned out like a dud. Richmond, you never told me it'd be that bad. It's bad. I burnt the pancake. The house is on fire. I can't do this. I give up. But eventually you're like, yeah, okay, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. You take messy action. You get the guided feedback. Your coach tells you it's not that bad. Chill. Just do more. You'll get better. And you know what? No one saw it anyway. Haha. No one saw it anyway. Why are you worried? You got 0 views. No one saw it. Oh, okay, I guess that's good. You guys getting this? If no one saw it, that's awesome. No one saw it because it was crap. Never worry about producing crap content because no one's going to see it anyway. So just keep on doing it until someone sees it. And if someone sees it, it means it's starting to get good. But you get the guided feedback, and the danger here is this. You followed the map, you took messy action, and it didn't work right away. And so when your coach gives you guided feedback, you say, nah, your map was wrong. I tried it. I put in the prompt. I did the post. I did the thing. I put in the picture. I posted it. I did it at 12 p.m. like you said. It didn't work. See, I knew it was the wrong map. And then you become resistant to coaching. You become resistant to feedback. You turn up to the feedback like this. Okay, it didn't work. Tell me what I did wrong. Tell me what I did wrong. No, that's what I did. I did it all right. Why is your pancake burnt? I did it all right. I did everything you said. And then this posture doesn't open yourself up for guided feedback. And so you cannot get better with that energy. But sometimes that happens because you built up all this courage and you're saying you have to build up the courage again. Well, courage is an illusion. It's a story made up in your mind. Yesterday, because I was in San Francisco, and fortunately my brother lives there, so I got time to spend with my brother and whole day there, and my little nephew and nieces. I love them, and they love, and I mean, I say this in a respectful way, like they love spending time with Uncle. Like Uncle Richmond is like the fun uncle. And one of my nephews, Ethan, he's 8 years old, and he's like, Uncle Richmond, did you know everything has a reason? Everything has a reason. 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 I thought, wow, yeah, that kind of, you're probably right. Like I guess everything does have a reason. Like there's always a greater purpose to how we're designed and why we're here and how cells are made and just the universe. And it's like, it's a fascinating concept. Everything has a reason. And I thought about it. I thought, is that true? Is that true? And then I went all logical because I'm good at maths and I like to go logical. And I said to Ethan, Ethan, is 0 a number? He's like, 0 is not a number. Okay, cool. Well, if 0 is not a number, then is -1 a number? Because he's starting to understand negative numbers. Oh, well, -1 is a number. It's 1 less than 0. Is 1 a number? Yep. Is 2 a number? Yep. What's the highest number? There is no highest number. It goes to infinity. What's the lowest number? There is no lowest number. It goes to negative infinity. So if every unit on the scale of numbers is a number, then shouldn't it make sense that 0 is a number? Who's following this right now? I know I might be going weird quantum, blah, blah, blah. But 0 has to be a number if it's on the number scale. Because you got 0, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to infinity, and then you got negative. So it has to be a number. So if 0 is a number, then you could have no reason. Because no reason is a reason. I'll let that simmer. What if you had no reason? And that was the reason why you could just be you? What if you didn't need a reason? Is this landing? Yeah? And so, get back to this. Okay. I'm going to follow my coach. I'm going to get a guided feedback, even though I don't like the feedback. Even though I don't like the feedback. Even though I don't like the feedback. I'm going to keep on doing it until it becomes better. Show of hands if you're in P1. Show of hands if you keep your hands up. Actually, if you're in P1, do you want to rename yourself P1 as well if you haven't done that? Cool. Type in the chat screen. Be honest, because in P1, we do feedbacks. I do role plays on sale calls. On call number 5, I role play with them. Okay, if I was on call number 5 with you right now, pitch me your offer and then I'll pitch it back to them and we do role play. And then now we do role play on well, I look at their social media account. So I'll open up their Facebook or Instagram or whatever social media they're doing in front of all our P1s and give them feedback on their content, give them feedback on everything like that. And it's really, well, I'm speaking on their behalf. I'm going to let them speak and type in the chat screen. It's quite scary for some of them because I'm like literally like and also people who know me know that, you know, I don't know, I'm learning tactfulness. I'm learning it, but I'm P1s, type in the chat screen. What's your experience with feedback and what's your feelings? And also make a comment on my coaching style. I know my coaching style, but I want to hear from you guys.
You're a brave man, Richmond. You're a brave man. All right, we've got here. Andrea says, I didn't like my feedback, but oh my gosh, it's blown up. There was a but there. I think it was like, but it's what I needed or something to this, but it changed slightly. Okay, yeah, I got you. It's direct and thoughtful is Richmond's coaching style. This is from Jenny. I love it on all the levels. Let me catch up here as well. Cheryl says, no holds bar. Say it how it is. Yeah, love it. Luke says here, it's awesome. Every time I've had a role play, it's a massive level up. Oh yeah, absolutely. Sarah says here that it's honest and raw. Claire says, like, love your scary style. Yeah, absolutely. All right. So Rich, what you think is scary, everybody else is saying is direct and honest, okay, and kind. That is from, where did I see kind? Kind was in the chat as well. Super cool.
Very cool, very cool. Now, again, if you're in P1, type in the chat screen, if you have got feedback from me, or maybe you were sitting in the viewer chair, did it create a breakthrough moment or did it shift things around for you or something along that vein? Like, I know there's a few already that after one feedback, it's like everything just changed after that. So whether you did it vicariously or you were actually in the hot seat.
Yeah, mate, we got shaking and moving from Claire every time, 100%, 1,000%. Ben says yes on every call. His caps locks that bad boy. We've got 100%. We've got yes, yes, yes. Gold dropped, full clarity. Hot seat here, absolutely, definitely yes. Going to finish with Jenna who says yes for sure.
Excellent. Awesome. And so at the end of today, we are going to do a private masterclass for our P1s, and we're going to cover everything that we did today. And I'm also going to give feedback on the principles that I taught today. And we're going to give out 4 guest tickets for people in the room today to attend that private masterclass based on this formula to success. So number one, you can spend time with the right room. Number two, you get the map. Number three, you get the direct feedback. And number four, it's going to blow up your business. So we're going to give 4 guest passes for 4 of you by the end of today, and we're going to announce on how you can win that. But basically, we're just going to have to do the work today, follow through, take action, and do it messy, put out your first cup of pancakes, and then just engage, be a participant, and we'll pick the 4 at the end of the day. Would that be awesome for 4 lucky people by the end of today to get that access? Yeah. Very, very cool. Raise the energy. Give it up for you guys. All right, so to recap this, in order to become successful, you got to overcome the lone wolf. You must overcome the story that the map won't work for you because your situation's different. You got to overcome imposter, perfection, and comparison, and just say, you know what, I'm just going to be messy. You must overcome self-loathing, be open to coaching, and that's how you become successful. Wow, who said it would be that hard? But luckily, if you've got people that are supporting you, that are on your journey, that know what it's like to be in your shoes, then I dare say it would make the journey a whole lot easier and worthwhile. Who would agree? Show of hands. Yep, that's the ultimate journey to success. But you know what? That's your hero's journey. And I'm going to give you $1 million tip right now. Document that journey in your content. Do you know how many billionaires there are in the world right now that are trying to grow the personal brand that never documented their journey to becoming a billionaire? Wasted. Day 1 of me going full-time in my coaching business. Week 1 of me going full-time in my coaching business. Week 2 of me going full-time in my coaching business. Week 3, week 4, boom, you're there. Document your hero's journey, because in your content you want to be Rocky Balboa. You want to be the people's champion. People say to me all the time, if you read my content, I come from a very different lens. Yeah, you see pictures of me with some really cool people on the jets, flying around the world, on stage and stuff like that. But if you actually read my stuff, the angle I go from is the people's champion, because I was the underdog. Whereas you see another person's content, they're all about them. Who's seeing the big difference now? So look at me, look at me, look at me. My content has never been about look at me. It's about this is what I'm doing, this is how I started, this is my whole journey to where I got here as an underdog with almost zero chance of success. And I want to take you on this journey with me and share with you my key takeaways and lessons along the way. And if you look at that last post with me and Myron, you'll see the top 3 things that I learned for you guys. Who's up for doing that? Yeah? Make sure you document the journey. So question, which one has stopped you? Has it been the ego? Has it been the lone wolf? Has it been the self-loathing? Has it been the imposter, comparison, perfectionism? Don't say all of them. Don't say all of them. Has it been like the uncoachability? Where you get the feedback, you're like, no, don't give me the feedback. That's not the feedback I wanted. Which one has stopped you? Which one? Go ahead, type in the chat screen, and then I'll reveal which one stopped me. And as you guys are typing in the chat screen, I want to share with you a video of Angela Carroll, and you can pick which one stopped her. This is one of our P1 graduates that got to 6 figures, but just check out this video on how she overcame it by following the formula to success, and then the rest is history. This is from Angela Carroll. Let's go. One more award winner for Ange Carroll. All right, it is, here we go. So this is for both 100 in 100K in 100 days, and 750K. So Ange Carroll helps healthcare practitioners, and she is just crushing it. Again, similar to online. I remember Ange came to our world. I first met her probably 4 years ago when I was doing a live event in Brisbane. She came to the live event. She didn't buy like PTP or anything like that, but she put $100 down. She said, let me put $100 down just to show my commitment. And I didn't hear from her for probably a year. We had that pending $100. But that one sign of commitment then expanded into this. Because energetically, when you just say, you know what, I'm just going to put it down and set the intention. And when you set the intention, you need to set it first in your mind, in your soul, in your spirit, but then you need to set it physically. You guys get that? Right? Otherwise, it's not counted as a true intention. It's just all fluff. And so when we set it physically, even with that $100 deposit that she did, I know there's a lot of P1s right now. People are like, you know what, I just want to put down that deposit for P1. I just want to, set the intention. I really want in, and we've got many of you guys like that, which is amazing, right? And she did it from $100, and then nothing happened for a year, and then from that intention, that seed just grew and grew and grew and grew, and then it just blossomed to this. So I'd like to welcome Ange Carroll to the stage. Hey, Ange, good to see you. You look great as always.
Yeah, it's good to be here. Thank you.
And let's take a photo. Let's take a photo first.
I'm going to take my background off. Can I do that?
Yep.
All right, give me a second while I just, where's the little camera thing? Hold on. Sorry. Okay.
All right, we're good. Sorry to interrupt, and appreciate you for waiting as well. And I know it was your son's birthday, so Ange, over to you.
Sorry, it's a 30th, so it's kind of a big deal. So thank you. That $100, I'm glad that you brought that up. That $100, I actually wasn't in a position at the time that I thought, am I coaching with you? Because I'd already had a full-time job. And I was just like dancing around. Do I become a coach? Do I become a coach? What do I do? And so the $100 was like, okay, I'm going to follow it up. And yes, it did take a year later. And Richmond and I crossed each other again, similar to Mon, with Scott Harris. And Richmond came into my world that way. And then when I was with my job, my role got retrenched. And so as I was retrenched, opened up all of these possibilities of what I could do. And I contacted Mon and I said, Mon, I need to do NLP. And she said, oh, okay, Tony Kay is this guy and he's in Newcastle and he's the guy that you want to go with. And I found that you and Tony were business partners. And so I was like, I'm not escaping this man at all. All right. So I had P2P. And I signed up for P2P, and then I went to a boot camp like this, exactly, and it was exactly 3 years ago. So as I signed on at boot camp, I got to boot camp and went, I'm not going to buy anything. No, I'm not going to buy anything. I'm not going to go up the next level. I haven't done my P2P yet. I haven't finished yet. I'm not ready to do the next level. Boot camp was so amazing that I just went, yeah, okay, look, I'm in. Just take my money, take the lot. And I was like, I don't know how I'm going to pay for it. And in that following week, that week when you and I had a conversation, the interview conversation, the application conversation, I got 3 clients that same week, and that paid for the entire amount. So it was, the universe, God saying, yeah, this is what you're doing. This is where you're going. This is where you need to be. And so those awards for me don't represent the dollars. They represent my growth, my change, my getting rid of my limiting beliefs, getting rid of my stories that I told myself. And it really allowed me to step into my certainty about what I had abilities, around what I could do. And it really was, Pedro was just perfect to be speaking about, I had to die to myself. My old self had to die for me to get those awards. When I was in point 1, I'd look at, everybody else doing their money. And I got an award for my 6-figure. Got my 10, my 3 10s, my 10Ks. Then I got the 6-figure award. And then I got the 250 award. And if I was at home at the moment, I'd be able to see them on my wall. They look fantastic, I must say. And I just couldn't crack the 100K in 100 days. I could not crack the 100K in 100 days. And no matter what I was doing, I just couldn't get there. And so I signed on for Hurt Locker, as you remember. And with Hurt Locker, what I realized I'd been doing it wrong. So with Hurt Locker, what I realized I hadn't been following the system. What I was doing wrong, there was nothing wrong with the system. I wasn't following the system. I wanted to do it my way. My ego was in the way. I'm going to do it my way. I'll do a bit of Richmond stuff and I'll sprinkle in this here and I'll sprinkle that in there. But I wasn't sticking to the system. And so Hurt Locker bloody hurt. I didn't think it hurt for the first month. I thought, oh, this is pretty cruisy. This is doing all right. I'm doing okay. And then I remember the tears and the hurt came in. And because I had to follow the system, I had to break my stuff, my ego, my stories, and I had to do what I was told. And I'm really not good at doing what I'm told. And so I followed the system. I hit 100K in 77 days. It took me 14 days to get my second 100K. And in the remaining 9 days, I did just under 80K. And for me, that was something that was profound on multiple levels. During that time, the last 2 weeks of Hurt Locker, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. And so I still managed to get over the line. I still managed to follow through. And so these awards also represent for me security. So what it gave me was now a way for me to be able to run a business efficiently, effectively, and still do the treatments. I had 3 surgeries. I had 6 weeks of daily radiation. I had the whole kit and caboodle. And, I was still able to turn up. I still turned up for my clients. I didn't miss a beat. And it was that determination to turn up. It was the certainty that I got through doing Hurt Locker and the certainty of working with you and Tony that what I had mattered and what I did was real. And so understanding my belief is that we're all created on purpose, in purpose, for a purpose. And when we're created, that purpose is planted inside us. And if we don't live to that purpose, if we don't answer to that purpose and we don't fulfill that purpose, then we're never going to be comfortable. We're never going to be happy. There's always going to be a drive there to fulfill that purpose. And so what you and Tony have given me is an ability to run a business no matter what, an ability to run a business with absolute security and knowledge that I can do it, that I can turn up. I think just last week I did 103K in a week. And it wasn't even off the back of a challenge. It actually it was just now things are ticking over so well. And it is 100% to you and to Tony and to Point One and to Platts. I think some of my closest friends that I met through Point One. We've got these absolutely amazing relationships, and I'll be forever grateful to you and Tony for that. So I think the last thing that I wanted to really just say is be resourceful. If you are thinking about Point One, if there's a little niggle inside you that's going, is it for me? Is it for me? It is for you because you're asking that question. You wouldn't be asking that question. It wouldn't be coming into your mind and your consciousness and your awareness if it wasn't the right thing for you to be doing. So you've got to get resourceful. You've got to find the way because it's going to work for you. And I can absolutely, it's worked for so many people. And the beauty of what Pedro was saying about, you've got to die to yourself. You do. You got to die to your old ways. You got to die to your old beliefs about what you can and can't do, the box that you kept in. There's a bigger world out there. And when you change the way that you turn up for the world that you turn up for changes.
What a way to end. And appreciate you. Love you to bits. I'm glad we're great friends as well. And just thank you for your wisdom too. Guys, give it up for Ange. All right. Now, type in the chat screen, which one was holding her back? Which one was holding her back? Go ahead if you spotted it.
We've got ego. Yeah, pride, ego coming through.
You guys got it. Guess which one held me back when I started? Even to some degree today. It was these three.
We've got imposter coming through, perfectionism coming through.
Yeah. That's what was stopping me, especially the imposter. Because I started out in a tiny 2-bedroom unit. Penny was pregnant with our second child. We had a 1-year-old Kennedy, and I was coaching my laundry. And I'm glad I took this photo because I knew that people would want to see the journey rather than the destination. I documented the journey early on. So no matter what you're going through right now, if your office looks messy, if you're going through a hard time, if the conditions aren't right or perfect, you're here because you have a message to share. And the imposter only really got away from me about 5 years ago. So I was feeling imposter for the first half of my career. I remember when I joined Russell Brunson's Inner Circle. This is a picture at the very first Russell Brunson event that I went to, very first one. And it happened after COVID because we couldn't fly out. And I remember when I joined his Inner Circle, like very much like when anyone joins a mastermind, the first thing they do is they go into the Facebook group and they look to see who's in the group. Oh my gosh, Kaylee's in there, Sarah Ann's in there, all these giants in there. Oh my gosh, there's Richmond and Tony's in there. Like, then now you're in the family, now you're in the community. And I'm going into Russell's group like, oh my gosh, I'm officially in the Inner Circle group. Russell's there, the team's there, and then Myron Golden was there, Eileen Wider was there, Pedro O'Day was there, all these giants with $10 million awards, big plaques, all these things, way more famous, millions of followers, and then there's Richmond. And I remember walking in that room, the first thing I thought was, I don't belong here. I was the smallest fish in that room by far. Because by default, if you do level up your peer group, it means you will be the smallest fish. And I looked at the room and saying, you know what? I don't know if I could ever be the smartest in the room. I couldn't. How could I? I definitely couldn't be the most famous or the most experienced. Definitely didn't have the most followers or the most income or the most awards. And I remember when I went to the event, I said, you know what, even though I'm not those people, even though I'm a nobody in this room, there's one thing I could be, and I can be the best student. And that's how I finally overcame imposter. By being the best student, and the best student meant that I would raise my hand when there's an opportunity to ask for help. I would raise my hand when I wanted to do a share. I would raise my hand when there was a question. I would raise my hand and put myself in that situation. When I don't normally do that, because coming from an Asian background, I was told that if you ever raise your hand or you put up your hand to speak, then you're going to get scolded, because that's not what we do in our culture. You only speak when I ask you to speak. You only eat when I ask you to eat. You only ask a question or share when I ask you to share, because that's how it is. And for me to do this took a lot of uncultural unconditioning. To be standing up there and asking questions and being the best student, because I could not be anything else except for being the best student. And that's how I overcame imposter. And fast forward, being the best student allowed me to speak on the same stage the next year, then at Funnel Hacking Live, and then also being the top testimonial for not only Russell, but also now Myron Golden and various other masterminds as well. This is one of Myron's latest videos that he did. He got interviewed by James Lumos from the School of Hard Knocks, who recognizes the guy on the right there, the young guy on the right. You know, he goes around, how did you get rich, sir? Like, he got interviewed by Myron. He got interviewed by Myron, or the other way around. He interviewed Myron. And this is on YouTube around about a month ago. So you can check this into, but there's one part here. And I achieved these results from being the best student.
I've got a client recently, his name's Richmond, really super cool guy from Australia, right? And he could not understand, to save his life, like, how are you making a $100,000 offer and having people pay for that? Like, I feel like if I did that, I'd have to let people come over and spend the night at my house, and I'd have to make breakfast for them. And I'm like, that has nothing to do with it, bro. Anyway, he ended up buying a $350,000 VIP day from me before I raised my price. He ended up buying a $350,000 VIP day from me. when he came to his first training, on his way back on the flight, he and his business partner on their way back to Australia, created a $1 million offer, WhatsApped somebody the offer, and the person took it. And they've closed 3 $1 million offers since then. He's only been in my coaching program for less than a year. Right? So why would I? Then people say, well, $350,000 is a lot of money. It's a lot of money compared to $3 million. Not to mention, between him and his business partner, they sold, I think, $700,000 or $100,000 offers, plus 3 $1 million offers, plus other stuff.
So that's from being the best student. And that's what's possible for you from being the best student. But what really held me back was an imposter. Why? Because I was just an Asian kid. That's me, by the way, as a child. Grew up, my mom was a single mom of 4 boys. And I was the only Asian kid in my class. I was an optometrist. And that's the problem. I was just an optometrist. I wasn't a content creator. I wasn't an expert in life coaching. I wasn't an expert in grief or mindset or confidence or speaking or whatever that niche that you are in right now. I was just an optometrist, working in my laundry, and my kitchen table was my desk. I was not the person you see here today. And I share that with you because what you see here today is learnable. You just have to be willing. Go ahead, type in the chat screen, willing. Willing, 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 willing. Everything you see today, I had to build, learn, create, push through heaps of discouragement, imposter comparison, perfectionism, to be standing in front of you here today. And I need to share that journey with you because some of you are missing this. The expectation that it needs to be a certain way, that you can't share your journey from where you are to where you want to go. To being interviewed on 30 podcasts last year. But to do that, I had to answer 4 questions. And really deeply answer these 4 questions. And the first one was what it's all for. I posted this on my feed a couple of years ago, and this was the why that drove me. And it still is to this day. I'm not a superstitious person, but I do believe a struggling coach, you might be really spinning your wheels, you might be really afraid to put yourself out there, you might be going through your own financial difficulty. No matter how hard it is for you right now, know that life is always happening for you, and there's this always bigger force that's guiding us no matter where we are in our lives. And this is not about a religious belief at all. It's always something bigger than us guiding us, something that we can't see, feel, hear, or touch. And I believe that's true. And I believe that when you believe that's true for yourself too, you know that you will experience more grace in your life. And the more grace you appreciate, then the more grace that will come. This is it. The one I've been carrying for 9 years since Mum passed away. Go confidently in the direction of your dreams. Live the life you have imagined. By Thoreau. And so, this is your first exercise of the 4 questions that I would highly encourage you to take the time to answer this. And the first one is this. What would it look like if you were to fully commit to being seen every single day? I mean every day. Why is it important? What's it all for? I'll give you guys about 5-6 minutes for this one here. All right. Who would like to share? If that's you, just type in S into the chat screen.
Wonderful, mate. We've got, well, Niaz was quick into the chat with a big capital S, so we might start with Niaz, and we've got time. We'll grab a couple of shares, but I'd love to hear from Niaz. Oh,
Hey,
Niaz.
Niaz, your sound.
Yeah, I cannot hear your sound.
Is that better? Is that better?
Loud
Oh.
and clear, mate.
As soon as I pressed enter, I thought to myself, what the hell have you just done? Yeah. One of the things that came out for me that stood out there was that what I'm most afraid of is that I'll become the center of attention as opposed to the message that I'm needing to put out there, and that I get absorbed into this world that I don't want to be absorbed into. The way you described earlier, Richmond, about a lot of people's content is about them. And then you said, your content is not about you. It's actually about it's about everything else. And so I'm feeling that other world, I think. And there's this thing that I'm just a vessel. I'm not the message. I'm just a vessel. And so I think I've got this big fear of kind of getting sucked into that, becoming or feeling like I'm all that. Maybe I'm giving myself too much credit here. Thinking that that's actually going to happen.
Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah. I think, but if I don't do it, then how the heck can I get the message out there? Yeah. And I'll always be thinking, oh, what if? Imagine that. Have that dream. Yeah.
You ready, Niaz?
I don't have a choice really, because I could stay here. I can do nothing, which I'm not. I'm already here. But if I want to live up to that, then I need to do it. I'm ready for it.
Well said. Well said. Give it up for Niaz. Show of hands in the screen if you are ready to level up. Who's ready to level up? Regardless of how it feels. Regardless of how it feels. I was in Tampa with Myron on Monday, and he actually got me on his YouTube channel again, a second time. But this time he just interviewed my journey with him in the last 12 months. And that first time, the first offer I went into Myron wasn't a $350,000 offer. It was a $100,000 offer. And it was the largest investment I ever made. And I wanted to literally vomit. And you may have seen videos, me presenting at boot camp and stuff, me wanting to vomit when he made that offer. He literally made it in front of, I was shooting a video and he's like, I'm going to make you an offer, Richmond. I wanted to vomit. And on that YouTube video that we shot together, he asked me, why did you do it though, even though you wanted to vomit? And I sat there and I thought about it, because I've never invested in him ever before. I'd never even bought like a $27 book from him, yet alone, a $10,000 program or $30,000 or $50,000 or like $100,000 was going to be the first investment I ever put into Myron. And he asked me, why did I do it? And this is exactly what I said on that video. I said, because it felt like the right thing to do, even though I wasn't feeling it inside, because it felt like the right thing to do. And so if you have a message to share, regardless of how you're feeling inside, if it's the right thing to do, then you must do it. Who's up for the first pancake? Who's up for the first pancake? Yeah? I'll do the first one for you. And then I'm going to get you guys to do it yourself. So I'm going to go on my Facebook, but you can do whatever you want. Like, I mean, you can do it on Instagram or whatever, but whatever's easiest for you. I would suggest do the hard, what you think is going to be hard for you. If it means going live, yes, it means going live. But if you're about to freak out and quote unquote poop your pants, then the plan B option is to go live. Cool? You guys cool doing this? Yeah? Okay, so I'm going to go live. I'm just going to title the video and it'll be on this topic here. Okay, so I'm titling the video, The Map to 100,000 Coaches Getting Their First Client This Year. And then going this year. Okay, cool. So I'm going to go live. Actually, let me put this screen on so everyone can see. All right, and this is something similar that I'm going to get you guys to do. And it's going to be part of Document the Journey. So you'll see what I'm going to do, okay? I don't have a script for this. I'm just going to ad lib. It's probably going to be messy, but it is what it is because I believe that authenticity is going to be your superpower and people want to see the real you. I am here live on our Leads Now workshop. Check it out. Check it out. How many we got? This is a paid event. We got 130 people in the Zoom room right now. And we're talking about the best way to get leads right now when you're just starting out without a big following and you want to fill up your calendar so you can get paid and get to full-time status by the end of this year. And I want to declare a couple of things first of our personal goal to help over 100,000 coaches get their first clients online through tiny challenges. And I'm going to share with you on if you're just starting out or maybe you're going through a dry patch, what's the fastest way for you to get leads right now, because it's a Leads Now workshop that we're running, the fastest way and the easiest way. And so in order for us to help 100,000 coaches, we believe it's possible because last year we sold about 7,000 to 8,000 of our books, but out of those book sales, a couple of thousand got their first clients through Tiny Challenge, which is crazy. And I just spoke at Myron Golden's Content to Cash Flow event in OC, and the amount of people that I didn't know that are not in our program that had bought my book or jumped on a webinar or jumped on a masterclass or maybe went to a similar training like this, that went up to me and said, "Thank you so much, Richmond. I got your book. It changed my life. I signed up my first 3 clients. I signed up my first 5 clients." One guy said, "My wife bought your book and she'd been struggling for years doing every other strategy and she signed up her first 5 clients." And it was just really enriching and really fulfilling to hear. And I didn't know the quiet impact that I was making from just doing my thing. And why am I sharing this with you? Is because you don't know how much people you can impact when you put your message out there. Because the majority of people that are watching your stuff will never tell you they're watching your stuff or never tell you they're implementing your stuff. What you hear is only maybe 3% of the picture, but there's a world out there that needs to hear your message. And so the fastest way, the absolute fastest way to grow engagement on your content, which I explained before, is obviously to leverage other brands. And that's the fastest way. Obviously, if you're associated with bigger brands than you will get way more engagement in your content because you're borrowing brand equity if someone has already built it. But that's hard to do now. Because how do I leverage? Like, I mean, I did a post where I got the opportunity to meet Lewis Howes last week, and that post got like over 10,000 views. It got over 400 comments. It got over 200 comments rather, over 400 likes, and it went crazy because it's Lewis Howes. And so that's not something everyone can do now. What's the fastest way to grow your audience now is to document your journey. So today I'm documenting my journey. This is day 1, week 1, month 1 of me helping 100,000 coaches this year get their first paying clients through tiny challenges. And if it would be useful for you, just type in useful if you'd like me to keep a monthly update of where I'm tracking my progress, what I'm doing to grow the business, what I'm doing to get leads, what am I doing to actually get that next 10,000, the next 10,000, and how does that translate to income in our business so it can translate your business, and how I actually do that. Because in order for me to get 100,000 coaches this year to get their first paying clients, I'm gonna have to be able to market this like crazy. So if it will be useful for you to watch me go on that journey to do that this year, just type in useful and I'll do it, and I'll even send it to you too if you want to watch that journey. Why am I sharing this with you? Because there's a lot of billionaires right now that are starting to grow their personal brand that did not document their journey of how they became a billionaire. Man, wouldn't you want to see that? Wouldn't you want to see that documented journey so you can reverse engineer how they did it? And so how does this relate to you? You have a goal, you have a dream, you have a vision, and don't let perfectionism or comparison or imposter stop you. Start documenting that journey now. If you started a post today that said something along the lines of day 1, week 1, month 1 of me going full-time this year, and you documented that journey and gave an update every week or every fortnight or every month, watch your following grow faster than ever. Because that's something AI cannot replace. And that's something that people want to see. And so we've got an exercise right now where we've got all our students here and they're gonna do their version of day 1. And why am I doing this? Because of this. This is a compass as a symbol of direction, and I got it when my mum passed away 9 years ago. As a sign that I'm always guided, she's always watching over me, and no matter what tough time I'm going through right now, there's always going to be a bigger force guiding me. And on this compass, it says, go confidently in the direction of your dreams, live the life you had imagined. And so, Mum, I know you're watching. I can feel your presence, and this is for you. And thank you for always being there and getting me through the hard times. To the rest of you, thank you for being here, and keep believing, never settle. Let's do this. So that's the post. Just speak from your heart, speak from your truth, and document your journey. Who's up for doing this right now? Yeah, cool. We'll give you guys, it shouldn't take longer than 3 or 4 minutes, but we'll give you guys 10 just in case you may need 10. And then once you're done, you just hit the done button. And now it's live. Now it's live. Cool. All right, guys, we'll come back in about 10 minutes time.
No one watched it though, except for one person. That's all right. You can be rest assured that people will be able to come back and check it out later on for you. Absolutely. In fact, again, if you're back here in the main room with me and you got it all done and done, type in the chat screen for me, done. But most importantly, how are you feeling? How are you feeling? I know I saw somebody typed in the chat screen, they're like, oh my God, like I'm dead or I'm dying or it's all happening right now. Feeling great. Yeah, first Instagram live done, complete. Well done, Christian. Congratulations. We got emotional from Anastasia. Okay, I got you. Relieved, emotional, giggly. Isn't that funny, right? Sometimes, like when you try to be all serious and stuff, the giggles come up, and it's like, oh, geez, what am I doing here? That's where it's at. Done, survived, love it. Write this one down for me. It's a phrase that I use for myself often in moments of like discomfort, where maybe the nervousness is there, or maybe the giggly stuff is there. And I'll always say to myself, like, how good would I feel once it's done? Right? Like, how good will you feel once it's done? It's like, oh, I've got to do this live. Oh, man, how good's it going to feel like once it's done? Hey, I've got to create this content. How good's it going to feel like once I post it? How good's it going to feel after? How good's it going to feel after? So with that said, I trust that everybody has now got their backside, trackside. I do notice that we've got a few people cameras off. So if you can get your camera on, I mean, it only makes it a better experience for you as well. You guys ready to keep on kicking on? If you're ready to keep on kicking on, type the chat screen for me. Ready, 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 ready. Get Richmond back out on the main stage. Keep on kicking on. We got ready, we got ready, we got ready. All right, well, with that said, let's raise the energy. Let's get Richmond back here on the main stage. Let's go.
All right, all right, all right. Has this been a valuable, well, I want to say morning, but it's morning for us. Has it been a valuable morning for you guys, or first session for you guys? Yeah. Maybe you came here thinking, oh my gosh, I'm going to get some great tactics, and we're going to get into it right now, but maybe you needed something that you didn't think you needed, and that was what we uncovered this morning too. And so that being said, this is Leads Now. This is about being seen. This is about content creation. This is about putting yourself out there, sharing your message out to the world, which means that I will not tolerate cameras off in this training. Any other training, I will tolerate it, but not in this training, because also later on, we're going to go into breakout rooms, and we're going to get you guys to share, mastermind, be around some cool people as well. And if your camera is not on, let's be fair, and you just go watch the replay. If you're not going to engage and immerse yourself in this experience, then I'd rather you just watch the replay and do it in your own time. Otherwise, there's no point for you to be here and just waste your time being here. And if that is that clear for everyone here? So unless your camera's broken, let the team know. But by the next couple of hours, we'll just remove the ones that haven't let our team know and that have the cameras off. Cool? Give me a thumbs up if you guys are cool with that. Cool? Because this is called Leads Now. And if your camera's not on, it means you're not willing. And I just don't want to waste your time. I really want you to honor your time and go spend it with your kids if you're not willing to be seen. Give me a thumbs up if you guys are cool with that. Cool. So we'll hold some accountability over the next couple of hours. So just want to be fair for everyone here. And the rest of you can just watch the replay because you get access to replay. Cool? All right. So that being said, let's get into the next segment about, because we're going to head to a breakout room in probably, I'd say, about half an hour-ish or so, Shane. So, and I would say let's do about five to six per room. So how do we get attention online? Like, how do we translate this into Facebook or Instagram or whatever platform you're using? Okay. There are 3 keys to mastering attention online. 3 keys. Number 1, you must, the most important thing. If there's only one thing you master today, it's this: to get them to stop scrolling. Because this is 80% of the work. Getting them to stop scrolling is the most important skill you need to learn in mastering attention. To grab them. So they scroll, they stop, they're like, oh, whoa, okay, I need to look into more of that. The scroll stopper. And there's stats on this too. Now you can go to Facebook and Instagram and YouTube, and you can get click-through rate, all that kind of stuff there too. We won't get into too much about the nitty-gritty of stats. I kind of leave that more towards point 1. And that's when we help you troubleshoot, and that's where we give the guided feedback. But I want to explain some principles here. And this is a principle that will never die. In 10 years' time, whatever platform there is that's going to get your attention, you still need to master the skill of getting people to stop scrolling. provided there's still phones around. But if it's not phones, it's something else. They need to stop. Like they need to stop what they're doing to look at what you have to share. Give me a thumbs up if this is clear. That's the first deal. You need to be able to grab attention. This is 80% of the work. Once you grab attention, you need to hold attention. So they don't just watch the first second and then go to the next thing. That's the next skill, but that's only 20%. The most important is grabbing attention, then holding attention. And this is where the money is the third step, is then we need to ascend the attention. Ascend them to what? A tiny challenge. So grab attention, then hold the attention and ascend attention so that we can grab attention, hold attention, ascend attention, because they always give you the time before they give you their money, and then consumption is king. Is this all landing now? Is this all tying in now? This is the whole formula to success. And so the psychology of this is this. People don't get on social media to buy. They don't go on Facebook with their wallets ready. They don't go on Instagram with their wallets ready. They don't go on LinkedIn with their wallets ready. They go on eBay, they go on Amazon with their wallets ready. They don't go on Facebook with their wallets ready. They go on because they're bored. Now, sometimes people go on Google to have their wallets ready because they may be looking for a certain product or a thing or searching. Sometimes people go on YouTube with half their wallets ready because they're searching about a product to go deep into a product they're thinking about buying sometimes. But most of the time with YouTube and Google, it's a how-to platform anyway. So that the vast majority don't go with the wallets ready. They're going because they're bored, they're looking to be entertained. And so the psychology of grabbing attention is you must break their boredom. They're there because they're bored, and the only way to grab their attention is to break their boredom. Now, to hold their attention, we must hold their interest. Then they must be interested. So now you help them stop being bored. And now what you have to share in the body of your content, whether it's a video or written content, is like, oh, now this is interesting. Okay, you broke my boredom, you got my attention, and now this is interesting. And once they find it interesting enough, they'll then comment or like or share or save or do that thing or follow or friend request. And then after they do that, that's your segue to then ascend them into your back end, which is a tiny challenge. And now that's when you can get commitment from it, or they're more committed. So they come in bored. You've broken their boredom by grabbing their attention. Now you've kept their interest by being interesting on your content. And then after they've engaged in your content, their next level is they're going to be committed into the next step. And that's the transition from bored to interested to committed. Now, not everyone is going to go through this phase. Some people, you will just grab their attention and they won't stay. That's okay. Some people, you grab their attention, you'll be able to hold their attention, and then that's the end of it. Some people will grab their attention, you'll hold their attention, and then you'll be able to send them because then they reach the next level commitment. And the more you do this, the better you're going to get at it, but more important, you're going to grow your business. But you might be asking, ascend it to what? What specifically? This is the foundation Lego block of your entire business. This is the freedom model. If you want to become free, if you want to go full-time, if you want to go pro, if you want to leave your job, if you hate corporate politics, if you hate the fact that you're being owned by a boss that's telling you what to do, to turn up when they want you to turn up, to do the work when they want you to turn up, to do the deadlines when they want you to have the deadlines, if you're sick and tired of not being appreciated at work and you want to go full-time in coaching, this is the model. This is the way. Content into your tiny challenge, into your core offer. That is it. Content, challenge, core offer. Content, challenge, core offer. Not content, webinar, core offer. Not content, VSL, core offer. Not content, YouTube channel, core offer. Content, challenge, core offer. Why? Because when you do a tiny challenge through content and they stay and you tiny challenge, 5 hours one-on-one with you is equivalent to them watching 50 hours on YouTube. 5 hours one-on-one with you is equivalent to them watching 20 hours on a webinar, which is not even intimate. Is this all making sense? Right? They have to sit through 20 hours of webinar with you to get the same level of intimacy. This is immersion. This is live workshops. This is not replay. Now, how many of you would agree that those watching the replay would have a different quality of time with me than you guys on live right now? Who would agree with that, right? And so those watching replay might even fall into this category here because they don't feel the immersion. They're not seeing people put up their hands. They're not seeing people engage in the chat. They're not going to a breakout room. I'm not calling people up to share. I'm not naming names like I see on the screen now, like Caitlin or Vivian or Christian or Mala or Darlene or Andrew or Sarah or Andrea or Vincent or Kat. I'm not calling out names. It's not intimate. Right now, we're having this time. And that's what you want. If you want to fix your sales, fix this. And so this is the foundation model. And guess what? Once you do content, you grab their attention, hold it, and send them to a tiny challenge. Now, once they're in your tiny challenge, what holds them in a tiny challenge? Again, you grab their attention in the topic of your tiny challenge. That's the big hook, the idea, the promise. You hold it by doing an awesome 5 days for them. So if you're doing a great job, they'll stay for 5 days. If you're doing a terrible job, most of your tiny challenge leads will stop after day 2 because they're not happy with what they're getting, and so they'll cancel. So then you hold them 5 days, and what do you do? At the end of 5 days, you send them to your core offer. And once they're in your world, you do it again. But Richmond, I don't have another offer. Well, you're always offering something. You're either fulfilling on a program, and at the end of that program, they're thinking, okay, I want to re-sign. So that could be the offer. I want to buy another 6 months. Or they might be thinking, wow, I'm so glad I bought this. I'm a lifelong client of theirs forever now. So you're always sending them to something. If you don't have another offer and that's the top of your tier, you are sending them to a re-sign or the belief that, you know what, this is my home. I'm going to stay here for the rest of my life. Is this all making sense? Show of hands. Like, this is the way moving forward, but this is the foundational block. And I can't tell you how many times people waver from this because they are impatient or they get discouraged. And discouragement will allow you to cheat on the way. Because if you're not committed to this way, guess what happens? Now, Penny and I have been together for 22 years, and if we were to have a disagreement or an argument or some conflict, we will figure it out, we'll work through it. And in 22 years, believe me, we've had a lot of speed humps. Actually, who's in a long-term relationship, like long-term, or whatever your definition is, maybe 3, 4, 5 years plus, who's in a long-term? Cool. Is it fair to say you've had speed humps? Yeah. And is it fair to say that some speed humps, maybe you may think, I'm going to leave this person, but you figure it out, you work through it? Who would agree? Like, that's the point, because you're committed to that relationship. Now, if you were just dating someone and you were just casually dating as a first date, second date, you're not going to put up with some of the crap that you may be putting up with right now. If they burp or fart on the first date, you're not putting up with that. No way. But after 10 years, burp, fart, smell, it doesn't matter. Who cares? You don't put up with things when you're not committed. You don't figure it out when you're not committed. You don't find a way when you're not committed. But when you're committed, you figure it out. When you're not committed, you just leave the relationship or just cheat. And so this model here, discouragement, is a sign of pushing through discouragement is a sign that you're committed to making this work. Because the alternate is, you know what, to get that level of intimacy, you'd have to run 20 webinars. Is this all making sense? Right? I'd rather you just do 5 tiny challenges. You'll be way further ahead. And that's how you build your brand. And I'm going to double down on this is the reason why every main headline or influencer or industry leader is saying that tiny challenges is the way.
I'm telling you right now, this framework is going to be the hottest new thing because this is the easiest, simplest framework to actually get started online.
This is like one of the most powerful, simple, easy ways to get started right out of the gate. I wish I would have thought of this 10 years ago, 20 years ago when I was first getting started, because I think it's the easiest, like the least stress, least fear-inducing way to get started.
This is so brilliant. I'm just upset that I didn't think about this first.
And then Ryan Pineda.
Oh, but for real, right? But it depends on your goals, right? So it's like if my goal was I need to make money right now today, then yeah, I would do something like a tiny challenge.
Myron Golden.
Richmond, I'll see you the following Monday on Office Hours to hear the great report of what happened with your event. I know you're going to crush it, bro. Super proud of you. You invented one of the most brilliant concepts I've ever seen, the Tiny Challenge model, and you deserve all the success you're getting right now.
And that's why Russell Brunson has marked this as the future of marketing in 2025 beyond. And even a person like Myron Golden made $700,000 from one.
Really got it. I said, well, let me see if I can like create an offer that's remotely similar to this. I did it one time. And that one time that I did it, it literally made me about $700,000.
Wow.
So that being said, the concept that I'm talking about, for those of you who want to know, Richmond has created this concept called the Tiny Challenge. But before he starts talking about the Tiny Challenge,
And that's from Myron Golden. And you've seen me present all this as well. And these are the reasons why. But the bigger reason why is because it allows you to build what I call your loyal 100. I would rather have one friend for 100 years and chase that 100-year relationship than have 100 friends for 1 year each. And when you go through that philosophy in life, you will win. If you go through that philosophy in business, you will win. You actually don't need that many clients to get to your goal of 100K, 250K, 500K, whatever that goal is. You just need loyal, raving fans. And if you have 100 of them and that's the goal that you set, number one, it's not overwhelming. It becomes super reachable and doable. And number two, if they're paying you $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 each per year, then you're on a very, very healthy income. But more importantly, you're working with people that you absolutely love. You're working with people who you call family. And that's the goal, to build your loyal 100. And what's the fastest, easiest way to build your loyal 100? Through a tiny challenge. Now, those of you that have already signed up to clients through a tiny challenge, you already know that that client is way better, especially if you've signed up clients in the past through a webinar or a group challenge or a VSL or a one call close kind of situation, and you sign someone up through a tiny challenge, I would bet my life that that client that you signed up a tiny challenge is way more invested in you than any other client you've ever signed up. Who would agree? Show of hands, is that true? I don't know if you've experienced past. The client that you sign up through a tiny challenge becomes a loyal 100. But a client you sign up through any other means is not a loyal 100 because they haven't spent this with you. And you're relying on your delivery in your program to create this, whereas a tiny challenge created this before they started working with you and paid you money. And that is a way better business model and gives you way more freedom than doing that. And so I'd rather one friend for 100 years than having 100 friends for 1 year. And that's a philosophy I've gone through life. I've been best man 5 times, 5 different weddings, 5 best man speeches, 5 bachelor parties I've had to organize because I see friendships and relationships as long term. I've been with Penny for 22 years because I see relationships, intimate relationships, as long term. I have friends that I've had friends for decades because I see relationships as long term. And that's how I see clients as well. And that's why we have an interview process inside Point One, and only 1 in 3 get through. Because we want to make sure, number one, it's going to be right next step for you, but more importantly, that's going to be great for the community and a long-term goal for us as well, whether we can see each other doing some great things in the future in the long term, because I'm also wanting to work with my ideal clients and Loyal 100 as well. And that gives you a lot of freedom. But also when you go online and you really get to be seen online, guess who's the first people to defend you? Your Loyal 100. This is what a Loyal 100 looks like. Long-term relationship. That's a picture of me and Penny on our wedding day. We got married 12 years ago, I believe. This is why Tony and I have such a beautiful business partnership and relationship and friendship. We've officially been in business together for, I think, about 7 years. Like on paper, it's like 6 years, but 7 years is the number there. And we've done some incredible things together, and that's the goal here. How many of you have seen online other relationships, JVs, business partnerships, they've just all dissolved and they've never lasted the test of time? Who's ever seen that? You see that all the time because most people are very short-sighted. And that's how we managed to say, in our company right now, we have 24 full-time staff. And since I hired my first team member about 7.5 years ago, no one has ever left. We have 0% churn in our team, meaning that no one has left because they've felt unappreciated or disgruntled or even said, I've been offered more elsewhere, I'm going to leave for more money. We've had 0 people in our company leave since the first person I hired. Yes, we've had to let people go and sack them because of poor performance or, dare I say, just unethical practices. And we've had to let people go, but no one has voluntarily left our company since we started because I believe in the law of 100. And that's why point one is where it is today. How powerful is the law of 100? How many of you remember Myron's talk when he talked about to James and Ernest that Richmond, after the first event, he did his first $1 million offer. And on the flight back to Sydney, he sold it via WhatsApp. Who remembers that? Who remembers that? And that's a true story. Sold it via WhatsApp. You know, you can only sell something via WhatsApp to someone if they've been here. There was no presentation. There was no hard, pushy sales. There was no objection handling. We sold a $1 million offer via WhatsApp because of this. You don't have a sales problem. I'll say it again. You have a marketing problem. When you nail your marketing, sales becomes 10 times easier. Who's following this right now? In fact, every 100K offer we sold has been done via Messenger or WhatsApp. Why? Because of this. Who's following this right now? This is the power. The first 100K student was Kaylee. This is Kaylee. I've messaged her via DM on the first 100K offer, and this is the actual DM. Deposit down, boom, 100K offer done. And then I was so happy that I said to Myron, we did it, Myron, I did it. And then it got Myron to shoot a video to congratulate Kaylee. This is a video. Kaylee, I'm here with Myron.
Hey Kaylee, how you doing? Proud of you, girl.
Oh yeah, congratulations on the 100K offer.
Yeah, congratulations on being the first.
The first.
Because here's what happens. People sell like they buy. And this 100K offer with Richmond, for you, is going to be your rite of passage to your 100K offer to your clients. I'm looking forward to hearing that story.
So that's from Myron. And then it became an avalanche. Sarah Ann became the next 100K client. And that was sold on a group call. And I didn't even sell anything. I didn't make a pitch or anything like that because Sarah Ann has spent so much intimate time together. On the call, she said this. And we closed the deal via Messenger, by the way.
Can I get it on the 100K offer?
Sorry?
Can I get in on the 100K offer?
Oh, you want in on the 100K offer?
Rich, I was going to ask you for your one-on-one coaching when my contract renewed anyway, but I was shitting myself because it's my whole house deposit.
Well, you know there's no unlimited one-on-one coaching with it.
I know, but it's better. And it's the one problem I have. I said it in the chat. I was like, I don't know how to connect with people. I don't have any authority. I don't have any of these. That's what I'm bad at.
Oh, okay. Yes, you can. All right. Well, that's it. That's done. That's closed off for that then. So congratulations, Sarah Ann, for taking on this 100K offer. All right. So that's from Sarah Ann. I wasn't even expecting it. I wasn't selling anything, but because of this. You guys getting this now? This is everything. You do this up front, sales becomes easy. Then I did a tiny challenge with Darlene. We had a shadow seat, but it was literally one-on-one with Darlene with about 100 people in the shadow seat. And if you're looking to pitch a 100K offer, I know that's so big to many of you in the room right now. I'm not saying we're going to create a 100K offer. That's not my point here. My point is if you want to sell anything, you will sell so much easier when you spend more time with them up front because consumption is king. And so with Darlene, we did a tiny challenge. I wasn't even thinking about a 100K offer, but then it just made sense. And this is Darlene from a tiny challenge. Hey, Darlene, before we go, are you up for taking one more risk?
In my main page?
No, just a general question. You ready?
I know what's coming, Rich. Come on, just give it to me. Give it to me.
It's a 100K offer.
Wow.
Would you like to hear more?
Secretly that I've been wanting to have this kind of coaching with you.
you know this. And this is me being vulnerable, and you can tell me that this is a bullshit story, but Rich, I don't have 100K to give you. I don't even have 10K to give you, dude. Like, be resourceful. I know that's what you're going to say. Get resourceful, Jarvis. How much time are you going to give me to give you whatever you need to give? I need to give you. I guess that would be my next question was, what do I need to give you first in front end? And then I'm going to work my ass off to get the rest.
10.
Okay, I definitely have to get resourceful to get 10 because I don't have 10. Rich, I would love to work with you for 100K because I know that you will help me to ROI that so quickly. I know that. I just need to figure out how to get you 10K because I don't have that. And that's the honest truth. I don't have that in the bank because Mick and I just literally moved to Bangkok.
I hear you. I hear you. So this is good. It's good. You know what I love most? You don't even know what it is in it.
I just thought of Kaylee. She doesn't know either.
Yeah.
I think that's how much we trust you, Rich.
I appreciate it. Appreciate it. All right, that's from Darlene. But here's the thing. I didn't need to do any crazy presentation because of this. Really, the only thing she knows, based on what I've mentioned in the past to Kaylee and Sarah, is 100K offer comes with $1 million guarantee. Otherwise, I work with you until you hit $1 million guarantee. It's a 10x ROI. You stay with me until you get that 10x ROI. That's basically what it is. Everything else doesn't really matter. But guys, can you guys see this? Someone else choke on the presentation, but really, the reason why you choke on the presentation is because we haven't done this right. Who's following this right now? And then that avalanche into the next one, which is Elisma. Sign up to 100K or via DM because of the principle I'm teaching you right now. And then Simone Travers, which is another unique case, very interesting case. I just basically onboarded her into the group. I didn't even ask if she wanted it. I just kind of knew she wanted it. And I just said, okay, you're in, and pushed her in. And that wasn't even via DM. It was just energetically felt aligned. And then our first $1 million offer was with Phyllis, and that was via WhatsApp. Our second $1 million offer with Sarah Ann, and again, that was via WhatsApp. So the question is, how do you build your loyal 100? This is how you do it, through this model here. This is the way, this is the core Lego block. If you had to tattoo this, please, 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 I urge you to tattoo this. This is the way to get your first 10 loyal 100s, your first 20, your first 30, then up to 100. And once you get to that point, sales becomes easy, business becomes easy, fulfillment becomes fun. And this is the building block for you to get to $1 million. Let me show you. So this is the $1 million model that we use to get to our first 7 figures. Content, challenge, core offer, which is the underdog. And then we eventually launched Point One about 7 years ago. Can you see how it's based on the foundational building block? We just added a premium backend. How many of you can see that? Show of hands, you can see that. Cool? That's $1 million model, but it's based on the foundational building blocks. And so if you want to get to 7 figures, how many of you want to get to 7 figures at some point in your career? Who wants to get to 7 figures? Now, selfishly, I believe all of you need to want to do this, because 6 figures only changes one thing, and that's your income. Sorry, it doesn't change your income. Your income's probably the same. It only changes your job. And so if you're already on, say, 120, 150, 200 grand a year as your current corporate job or professional job right now, and you replace your income with coaching to earn 150, 200 grand a year, then the only thing you've done is change your occupation, which is awesome. It's fulfilling, but you haven't changed your lifestyle because you're still earning the same. You can't buy a new car. You can't live in a brand new house. You can't change to a better suburb. You can't send your kids to better schools. You can't go on better holidays. You can't do more things because you're still earning the same. The only time your lifestyle changes is when you make $1 million, because that's when things start to change, and that's when you get freedom and time back. Who's getting this right now? So selfishly, I believe you should all strive for $1 million, because if you are actually wanting freedom and lifestyle changes and maybe even healthcare and access to living longer, because living longer will cost you more money, all those things, then $1 million should be the goal. And that's the business model for $1 million. That is the model for $1 million. So once you clear the first 50, 60, 70,000 and then you want to get to it faster, that's a model based on the foundational Lego block. But why does that work? Why does that work? Because psychologically, there are different levels of buyers. So if we look at content, challenge, core offer, and then your premium offer, which is like a version of P1, like your version of P1, right? So this is the core building block. This is a free model. To get to $1 million, you're still using the core building block, but then you add on one extra. The reason why psychologically this is a model to get $1 million is because, number one, it's based on Lego block, but people who consume your content and don't ascend to a tiny challenge, they are what we call dabblers. They're just dabbling around, fluffing around. They're not really that serious about really moving forward in life. But people who go from dabblers to actually doing your challenge, they want something that is good enough. You know what? I'm done dabbling. I'm taking my commitment to the next level. I want something that's good enough. And we all have this. How many of you go shopping in the supermarket where it's like, you know what? Some things you walk around and you just go browsing, but there are things that you buy, you only buy them because they're good enough. And you don't really care about quality. You buy things that are good enough because there's a moment in your life where you want things that are quality. But in your shopping basket, I dare say there might be things that when you go buy bread, I don't care about the best bread. I just buy bread that's good enough. But people who are sending you core offer want things that are quality. So for example, there might be like when it comes to rice, for me, I buy quality rice. Or when it comes to certain other products, I'll buy quality products. When it comes to bread, I don't really care about bread. I'll buy good enough bread. When it comes to buying flour, I don't care about flour. I'll buy flour that's good enough. When it actually comes to pasta, certain types of pasta sauces, I buy the one that's quality. Who's getting this right now? Who's got things like that when you go shopping? You don't care. It's just good enough. That'll do. But there's other things, you know, actually, I want quality on that one there. I don't care how much pricing, I want quality. But there's another level here from a psychology level is that there are people who are not dabblers. They don't want things that are good enough. They don't want quality. They only buy things because they want the best. You know, I buy that because that is the best. There's this one particular soy sauce that I buy because we use a lot of soy sauce for dipping certain like sashimi and sushi and certain things. And it's very expensive. For a bottle, it's about $20. And then it's like, ooh, $20 for a bottle of soy sauce? Well, because it comes to that particular soy sauce, I want the best. I don't even want quality. I don't want good enough. I want the best. But there's soy sauce that I use for cooking, and there's certain fish sauce I use for cooking, where you know what? Quality is okay, or even good enough is okay, because I'm putting that in cooking. But when I'm dipping, I want the best soy sauce. Who's getting this right now? Who's got something in their life where it's like, no, I only buy the best, where it's pasta sauce, rice, bread, I don't know, maybe for Tony, because he used to be a baker. You're not going to catch Tony buy $2 loaf of bread. He only buys probably $20 loaf of bread because he used to be a baker. That would be my guess, because Tony only buys the best when it comes to that. We all have that. But that's based on this model to get to $1 million, because there's people in your world who will buy you because you have the best. They will just make the decision, I want that because that's top shelf, that's the best. So this is the model that got us to 7 figures and beyond. Who'd like to see the model that got us to 8 figures? Show of hands, you like to see the model that got us to 8 figures? Well, guess what? It's this. See the similarities? And then I introduce a 100K offer. That's it. But it's still based on the building blocks. And on top of introducing a 100K offer, private mentoring, is that then we figured out a few more ways to attract leads on the front end. So rather than just doing content alone, because now I have a team, now I have a media buyer, now I have a videographer, now I have someone cutting in my content. Because once you get to 7 figures, you're going to have a team. And once you have a team, you can do more with your team. And so with our team now, we also do ads, we do Instagram, we do YouTube. I can do more because I have a team. You guys do not use this model because this is a model to get from 7 to 8 figures. Am I clear? Give me a thumbs up, type in the chat screen, am I clear? You are not using this model because this is getting from 7 to 8. So if you're on 7 figures, use this model to get to 8. But my guess is none of you, actually there might be some of you watching this, we've got students in P1 that are on 7 figures that want to use this model, but this is from only 7 to 8. But I'm showing you that it's the exact same based on the foundational Lego blocks. And then on top of running just challenges with Shadowseat, we also have a book and we also do webinars. So we're adding more things on the front end to send people back end to get to 8 figures. Why? Because I have a team that can scale this. I have a team that can scale this. So we do IG, YouTube, ads, more content, books, webinars, challenges, group challenges, Shadowseats. And the more we do front end, the more we grow back end. Is this all making sense? But it's all based on this foundation. Our 8-figure business is based on this foundation, which is this model here. This is the model that's going to get you to 8 figures. Who can see this now? Show of hands, you can see now? Yep, this is the model. And so I need all of you to go into, now if you're not in this group, because this is a paid group, go into our free group, the Tiny Challenge Movement group. But if you're in at least Underdog Academy, go into Underdog Academy and go, your name, fully commit to going all in on tiny challenges to build my Loyal 100 and grow my coaching business to state your goal in the next 12 months. This should only take you a minute to do, but this is you stamping in that this is my declaration, despite discouragement, despite things not going my way, despite, oh my gosh, me doing a Facebook Live and I hate myself and I'm self-loathing and I fumbled so many times and I choked and I lost my words and despite all that stuff, that you're going to commit to doing this. And this is going to be the way for you to get to at least 7 figures and 8 figures if that's your goal for 8 figures too. So we'll pause right now. If you're watching this replay, please stop this and go into the group and type this in. We'll give you guys one song. That should be more than enough time to go in the group and do this right now. All right, all right, all right. That should be plenty of time. Congratulations for getting that done. Give it up for you guys. Let's go. So the big question is, who's my loyal 100? Your niche, right? Arguably a pretty important decision to make kind of early-ish on in your journey. Would you agree? You know, yes, of course, you can run 5 tiny challenges. If you're like, oh my, I could coach single moms, I could coach corporate women, I could coach women of abuse, I could coach women over 40, I could coach women going through empty nesters. Like, I'm all of those things. And I'll just do 1 tiny challenge each on each of those avatars, and then my niche will find me. You could do that, and I would encourage that you probably should do that. But at some point, you still probably need some more tailored advice and more customized support on your niching. And more importantly, once you decided, someone to just say, let's just stick with this, and I'm not going to let you go and pick another niche unless you stuck with it for a while and you've done a couple of tiny challenges, you got the clarity you needed, and then we can go help, help you refine it even more, but at least hold you accountable to sticking to it. Equally as important, because once you decide, you might be one of those people who chop and change their minds like 100 times in an hour. Anyone know of someone like that? Anyone know someone like, you're back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Now, I'm excited to release something for you. Okay. I believe the niche process I'm going to walk you through in the next 5 minutes will give you more clarity than you've ever had before. Even if you already know your niche, you're going to have more certainty and conviction on it, or even if you have no idea. It is wild because of AI. So first of all, when we're talking about niching down, we want to think about some of these categories here. We don't need to make any decisions, and believe me, don't make any decisions. Let this process make the decision for you. You can niche down on age, gender, race, religion, stage of life, hobbies, geography, unique vehicle, industry. For example, you can coach just women or just men. You can coach men over 40. Now you've got age and gender, women under 50. Age and gender, you can coach Asian men under 40, Asian men over 40, or Caucasians or whatever. You can coach Christians. You can coach Catholics. You can coach Mormons. You can coach Mormon women over 50. You can coach a stage of life such as adolescence or going through teenage years, or you can be a parenting coach, or you can go through empty nesters or retirement or seniors or elderly stage of life. You can go through hobbies, geography, unique vehicle industry, coaches, business owners. We can go through real estate industry. We can go personal development. We can go personal trainers. Like, all these things are niching down, but just to make your life so much easier, I'd like to reveal the ultimate niche picker prompt. And I would highly encourage that you use Richmond AI for this, because Richmond AI is a coach. And also, when you use Richmond AI for this, it's going to build upon when you ask Richmond AI to build your tiny challenge. This has context now. Does this make sense? Because if you use chat or something else, and then you jump into Richmond AI, it doesn't have the context of what the process is going to take you through this. So this, using Richmond AI, will make your tiny challenge 100 times better, because now it understands, because it actually helped you define your niche. Now, the only time Richmond AI might not work for this next exercise is if you've had Richmond AI for a while and you've changed niches 5 times and Richmond AI is fed up with you and it just wants you to make a decision on the last thing that it helped you with. I'm not kidding. So some of you in the room right now, we're like, Richmond AI is not helping me. It's fed up with me. It might be fed up with you. And it might be like, hang on a sec, we had this conversation. Have you posted content about that? Have you done this? And it's going to be brutally honest. And then you're going to get fed up and you're probably going to cheat on Richmond AI and just go to ChatGPT, which just, if you want to do that, go to chat, just cheat on Richmond AI for a little bit, just to see you see the process. But if you can use Richmond AI, use Richmond AI, because it gives the context for when it builds out your tiny challenge, helps you handle objections, when you put in feedback, all that kind of stuff. It just makes the whole process a lot better and easier. And also when you build content and do call to actions for your tiny challenge, it's going to understand that context too, to help fill up your tiny challenge so you can do that easier too. So if you can, use Richmond AI. If it's pushing back on you, do the exercise on chat. All of you should have access to Richmond AI. If you don't have access and you're getting some access problems, we're going to try to fix it in the background. And if that's the case, go to chat and do this in chat just to make this exercise quicker and faster. And then when your access is back up, then go to Richmond AI and do it in Richmond AI. Like at some point, you want this to be in Richmond AI. Give me a hands up if that's cool with you guys. Cool. All right. Are you ready for this? This is the ultimate niche prompt. Now we're going to drop this into the chat screen because you're not going to be able to write this out exactly as it needs to be written out. So we'll drop it into the chat screen and then you can copy and paste it into Richmond AI. Now at the end of these 2 days, I am going to give you the whole niche playbook, but I don't want to give it to you first because I need to layer this in a way where you just go one step at a time and build this with you, because I don't want the risk of you seeing it all in advance and you guys just going all in tonight and doing it all tonight, and then the context is all muddled up because you didn't understand how to fish. I need to help you understand how to fish for every prompt and then give you the fish as we go. So you'll get all of this in a big workbook, like a prompting workbook at the end of the 2 days. But for now, I'm going to drip feed one at a time for you guys there too. Is that sound fair? Does that make sense? Now, if you're watching this in the replay, you're probably going to have the whole book anyway. But that's just the way it is. But now we want to give you this immersive experience. So this is the prompt, okay? I'll read it out, but you're going to get it, copy and paste it. And we're going to give you guys, you'll get clarity on this in under 10 minutes. And I did this myself using Richmond AI, and I did a mock one. It was crazy. It was crazy. I wish I had me coaching me when I started, but I didn't. So, hey Richmond, I need your help to identify my true niche by exploring where I have real lived experience and emotional authority. Can you please ask me questions that help you understand the problem I've personally solved or navigated deeply, who specifically benefited when I helped them with that, and where I feel most energized and least drained serving. Please ask me one question at a time. I invite you to dig deeper should you feel I'm being vague and not clear. Okay? And then based on what you hear, give me a clear niche recommendation with the exact person I serve, the painful problem they're actively trying to solve, and why I'm uniquely positioned to help them. And a simple niche statement in the format, I help specific person overcome specific problems so they can desired outcome. Begin with the first question. What problem have I personally solved, experienced, or deeply navigate that I could talk about for hours without notes? Now, before you put this here, we can drop it in the chat so you guys get ready. Let's drop it in the chat, but I'll show you what it spat out in Richmond AI. Now, I pretended I was starting all over and I was trying to figure out my niche. I pretended that. So I put in perfect. So Richmond AI asked a question and I answered it and say, when you say disappointing family, he said, what problems, blah, blah, blah. I answered, I feel like I'm disappointing my family. That's the language, it hits the gut. Okay, but here, so I talked to Richmond AI for about 10 minutes, back and forth. It asked me one question at a time, and here's the conclusion after 3 or 4 questions, Richmond AI digging deeper. It was crazy. Here's your I help segment. I help Asian professionals overcome the conflict of disappointing their family so they can build fulfilling careers on their own terms. And so it was back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It asked me one question at a time, and that's the end product. And I was thinking, oh my goodness, if I had to start all over and that was the niche I was serving, that would be the niche I'll be serving. But lo and behold, Grace has a different assignment for me. And so here I am serving you guys. But it was insane. And so I want you guys to go through this process here and put in the prompt into Richmond AI. Again, if Richmond AI doesn't work for you or you can't get in for a reason, put it in chat and it's going to ask you one question at a time. And that's going to be the prompt there. And so we'll give you guys about 10 minutes. Go through this process, answer the questions. You'll be blown away by how deep Richmond AI goes to get the gold out of you. It is insane. So we'll come back in about 10 minutes time. Once you're done, type in the chat screen done so we can kind of gauge how much time you need, or if you need more time or maybe less time. But once you're done, just type in done and it's giving you the I help statement. So 3, 2, 1, go. All right, how are we tracking with time? Do you need one more song or are we good enough? Go ahead, tell me chat screen. You guys are taking Richmond out on a date. That's beyond the all right, let's go on another date together. One more coffee, one more song. Why not? Let's do this. One more beer for me.
Woohoo! All right, should be more than enough time. Give it up for you guys. Let's go. All right. Well, who'd like to share? Right, first of all, who had, whether it's a mini breakthrough, an aha, some distinctions, more clarity? Oh my gosh, if that's you, type in me, and then type in S if you'd like to share as well. I want to hear from you, and then we're going to go to a breakout room. First of all, was that an awesome prompt? Was that an incredible prompt? Show of hands. You guys love the prompt. Just so good. Yeah, cool. Let's get a share, TK.
Let's do it. I saw Linda White with a me and an S in the chat. Let's get Linda in here. Congratulations to Julie, TJ, Caroline. We've got Jennifer here all saying done, done, done in the chat as well. And then I saw Ksenia saying that Richmond AI is nosy. Ooh, cheeky. Oh, I like it.
We'll keep it PG for the purposes of today's training. Might be all right. Linda, let's get a share from you, Linda. Looks like you had some aha, breakthrough, distinction, clarity.
Yeah, definitely. Because the niche I've had is like I've got the female, the over 50. That's okay. That's fine. But even yesterday, I was actually playing in there yesterday, and it gave me a different niche. And then today it's clarified it even more. So he already knows a little bit about me. And then it's just changed it around because he's gone back, because he's dove in deeper, it's actually identified who, where that's all come from and who I really am supposed to be serving. So it's a lot more clarity, and I think it will be easier now to be able to serve those clients. So because, you sort of
So
like
good.
you have
What's the I help statement?
My help statement
What
now
I help
is I
statement to come out with? Yeah.
I help women over 50 reclaim their worth after being made small so they can rebuild their identity on their own terms.
Wow. Okay. So the whole purpose of this exercise is not to be perfect, but it's to give you something that you can run with for at least the next 3 tiny challenges.
Yeah.
That's the whole goal. And then once you do those tiny challenges, Linda, if you were to do 3 more tiny challenges, you're going to get even more clarity, but at least it's giving you this point where I can run with this for at least 3 tiny challenges and get my clarity that way. But at least, and now I've got enough confidence to just run with it. So how many of you, show of hands, if you got something that you can run with for at least the next 3 tiny challenges? Show of hands, you've got something you can just run with. Very cool. Wow. Look at the room. It's not perfect, but I can just run with it. I can run with it, and then I'll refine as I go. Linda, so talk to me about the personal questions, because it actually asked me personal questions too. And I remember going through this exercise, and I started talking about my mum. It's like, whoa, wow, Rich, you're going deep on me. It's like, so, and I wish I had the screenshot where it asked me, and I stepped up with my mum, but maybe I'll bring it up for you guys tomorrow. It was just so fascinating about.
Is it easy to get the history later, Rich?
Her.
Like, can you get the history later somehow? Like,
you should be able to. It should be somewhere in there. But I mean, did it ask you like what kind of question? You mentioned it asked me went deep. Like when it said went deep, what did allow you to tap into that didn't allow you to tap into before?
I'm just going back to the beginning. The first.
And while she's doing that, how many of you get that questions are the answer? Questions are the answer.
Oh, yeah, that's right. What problem have you personally solved, experienced, or deeply navigated that you could talk about for hours without notes? So that was the first
of course, that was in the prompt. So, but then it went deeper as it had a conversation with you, right?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I told him about my first marriage. I was married for over 20 years, and
wow.
And how I tried to make it work. I had 3 separations, and I sort of went into a bit of that before I actually finally left. But that's not really where I want to focus on, because I've moved on since then, and I'm now happily married. So So that's all good. The next question, when you think about the woman you want to serve, are you thinking about women like you were in those moments, or are you thinking about women like you are now on the other side of it? And I said past.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. That's a great question. So good.
So then I talked about, how I felt stuck in different things. And so when you think about that stuck feeling you carry around, believing in yourself, what specifically shows up for you? Is it doubt in your abilities, fear of being found out, feelings like you don't deserve good things, or something else? Yeah, and I said that, like I want to help people that are feeling trapped, just to sort of, to overcome
Yeah.
and to get past that and that sort of thing. So, so let me ask you this. When you imagine the woman who is stuck in that believing she doesn't deserve more, trap, who specifically comes to mind? What's her age, her situation? What's one thing she's telling herself that's keeping her small? So that was a really powerful question. Yeah, that was powerful.
This
Yeah.
is so good. All
So I
right,
saw myself in
Linda.
my 20s. I saw myself in my 20s,
Yeah.
because that's when I felt like that. So it was really, really good. So yeah. And
So
then he
good.
asked
All
me,
right. Well,
yeah,
you're in
yeah,
for a
go on.
treat. You're in for a treat because this is all going to build on what we're going to do later on this afternoon when we create content and call to actions and everything related to getting attention online. All right. This is awesome. Okay. Give it up for Linda. Well done. All right, so we're going to head into a breakout room. And if you're watching this in the replay or on Encore, obviously you don't have the luxury of being in the room. You don't have the luxury of the energy and the people and the eighth wonder and the breakout rooms. So if you're watching this on replay, your homework is simple. Go into the Underdog Academy group or the free group if you're not one of our paying clients and type in, it's official, I've nailed my tiny who, I'll be helping blah, blah, blah with XYZ design I help statement. Like that's your homework right now if you're watching this replay. If you're here live today, we're going to go in a breakout room. So you don't need to do this exercise, but in the replay version, go and do this exercise, type in the group. Now, if there was, when it helped me with my I help statement, it said like, it started like, I help agent professionals to do something. It said one word which I'd never used. And I said back to Richmond, and I said, I don't know about using that word. I wouldn't use the word like guilty. Probably I use the word disappointing my family instead. So maybe can you refine it? We'll use the word disappointing because I really felt like I was going to disappoint my family by leaving optometry to do this. And they said, oh, great, cool. Let me tweak the wording, and it used the word disappointing. And I was like, yeah, that feels better to me now. So if you're like, if it gave you an I help statement, and you're like, no, I don't know if I'll use that word because maybe you didn't explain it clearly enough. Just say, can I use this word instead? Can you rephrase it this word? Because that's the word I would personally use because that's what I felt like I was disappointing my family. Is this all making sense? And now we're kind of like going back and saying, using that. So use that feedback if there's a word that you wouldn't use. Now, we're going to go back a room. Breakout room, we're going to have about 5 of you, 5 to 6 of you. And then here's what we want to do. Go around the room, 2 minutes a person. What's your I help statement? Like, what did you discover? And then if you got time, like, just really spend a minute, like, why is this important to you? Like, why is serving that person important? We're going to tap into your why. And then spend another 30 seconds of what have you loved the most out of today's workshop so far. So what I help statement did it come up with for you? Why is serving that person important? And then just your number one key takeaway from today. So each person go around for 2 minutes each. We'll give you guys around about, say, 12 minutes-ish in the breakout room. So everyone gets about 2 minutes each. And then we'll just switch. If your name starts with A, you can go first. If your name starts with Z, you'll go last. But don't worry, we'll have more breakout rooms and the person starting with Z can go first next time. But please don't be the person that takes up the whole 12 minutes and hogs all the time. We want to make sure everyone gets a turn in the breakout room and have your cameras on. Have your cameras on. So this is the time where you want to engage. And if your cameras are off, the team will let us know. We'll just exit you from the rest of today's training. And so you can just watch the replay because there's no point in you being here if you're not engaged in today's training. Is that fair? Like, really, there is no point. You just serve your own time, spend time with your kids, go see your wife, your husband, whatever it is, and just watch this at midnight, whatever the case may be. Cool? So 3, 2, 1, so you see a breakout room button come up on your screen right now. Give you guys about 12 minutes-ish, 2 minutes a person. We'll come back in about 12 minutes' time.
Oh, all right. Yes, welcome back. How was your breakout rooms? Type into the chat screen for me. Good, great, amazing. Did you get to meet some amazing people? Did you refine some of your I helped statements? Let's get it in there. All right, we've got laughing. Okay, I'm down with that. We've got super people, super great, amazing, fantastic, fire, so good, great. How's everybody energetically right now? Like 1 out of 10 is like, Tony, I'm dead. I'm dying right now. 10 out of 10 is like, TK, I've got so much energy. I'm ready to rock and roll. So either put in the chat screen for me a 1 or a 10 or a 7 or a 5 or I don't know. Like, where are you guys at? All right, Elizabeth says that she needs to move. Linda says we need lunch. 10 out of 10, keep going. 216, full energy. 400, we got 10. All right, this is what we're going to do. I've got some sweet beats lined up in the background. I reckon we have like a quick dance off. If you need to have that bio break, Adeline, you got like literally 2 minutes and 31 seconds because that's as long as this song goes for. Let's use this time to stretch the body, to recharge, to refuel. If you're like a 5 or less out of energy, you got to be standing up on your feet right now. You need to bring me some big energy. Gang, give it up for you. Let's go. There's a round of applause for the person with the best dance moves. Just saying.
We are not here to take part.
Could it be me?
We are here to take over.
We are here to take over.
All right, I see Nat Mac on the main stage. Sarah Jane is on the main stage. Andrea is here. Alicia is here. See Lopez, dude, on the main stage. Come on, we got Jenny in here. Patricia making it happen. Vincent's here. Katie Wagner with some sweet moves. Let's go.
We are here to take over.
So good. High five the camera for me. High five the camera. Breathe in the energy. Keep the energy high as we get Richmond back on the main stage. Let's go.
All right. Type in the chat screen. How has the value been so far? Out of 10. Be honest, out of 10, because, what dare I say, it's going to get even better. But go ahead, type in chat screen, out of 10, what's been the value like for you so far?
I see some great numbers coming through. We got 10, we got 10, we got 10. Sarah Jane, pardon me, says like 10,000. We've got 11, we got 12. We've got, oh my gosh, we've got some great numbers coming through. Katrina Worm says 10 plus. All right.
Very cool, very cool, very cool. All right, well, we still got the P1 Masterclass at the end of the day. We're going to get deeper into everything we've talked about today, but also there's a new content style that I want to share with our P1s. And why I'm not sharing in this platform, because our P1s decided they wanted to become the best. And so I want to give them something that's a little bit more advanced, but wow, it's going to help them go viral without overwhelming them because they're asking for that kind of stuff. If I share that out on the front end, it'll probably overwhelm you because it'll feel like it's all too much at all one time. But I do want to give out some invitations to attend the P1 Masterclass. And so if you'd like an invitation, get that hand raise emoji, put that in right now so I can see you, because I've already picked one person from that dance off, and that it's I can see that hand raise emoji you can do on your Zoom thing, put it up there so we can see you, so we know who's in the contention for the P1 Masterclass. All right, this is. And the first person I want to pick is Lisbeth, because your energy was amazing. But don't worry, if you're an introvert, we're going to find you as well. We got the crew in the background just looking at all our introverts, you know, sitting there with zero expression on their face, but they're quietly having a breakthrough. And you know they're having a breakthrough because every now and then you get this like little smirk, you know what I mean? Like, oh, that was good. That was good. All right, Lisbeth. First of all, let's get you unmuted. And big question. Would you like to, actually, before I even ask you that question, what's been your biggest aha key takeaway for today so far?
Big key takeaway was going back to Richmond AI and having that conversation, because I've been on the weeble wobble with my tiny who. And that's why I was telling Shane not to kick my butt, but it gave me clarity. And that prompt, money. Money.
Wow, so cool. Isn't it funny? In the past, you'd be like, hey, Richmond AI, can you just help me with my niche? And that's the prompt. Without understanding, there's a prompt and there's a prompt. Yeah, cool. Well, would you like to, I've spoken to you before. I know I have.
Yes, you have.
Correct, in a masterclass, right? So would you like to hang back? What time is it for you now?
10:30.
Woo!
PM.
Well, it's going to be like 3, 4 a.m. for you. So you're up for you're in. All right. Give it up, Elizabeth. Let's go. Very, very cool. Very cool. So if that prompt wasn't fire, I want to reveal to you more prompts. Who like more prompts? Now, if you had a sneak peek in your workbook, you're like, whoa, Richmond's going to give out quite a lot of prompts that's going to make content easy and effortless and effective for me. And so you may have seen a sneak peek. Also, I want to give you guys something that we are doing and I'm creating right now inside P1, which is going to change the game. And I mean completely change the game. Before I do that, I see my screen flickering a few things. So don't flicker for the rest of today, because that's probably going to be annoying for you, and then it'll probably be annoying for me as well. So give me 30 seconds. TK, you can hold the fort for 30 seconds, maybe get some key takeaways, that kind of stuff. I'll be back in literally 30 seconds.
Do it. Make it happen. More than happy to hold the fort. Dad jokes. Oh my gosh. You can never think of a good dad joke when you need it. But no, gang, bang into the chat screen for me. What has been your key takeaways from today so far? I think that'll be really cool. Elizabeth says, here dripping with sweat from all of the dancing. I know, too much energy, too much fun. That's where it's at. Congratulations, by the way, Elizabeth, on making your way into the masterclass. That's going to be so cool. Darlene says fire prompts. Yeah, absolutely. We've got here actually doing the Facebook Live. Nameen, I know. Isn't that the coolest thing ever, by the way? It's like at times it's like, well, maybe I should go live. Maybe I should do this. Like, what is it going to, like, what is it actually going to be that I'm doing? But having somebody who holds you accountable, thank you, Will, taking the thoughts out of my mind right now, and actually being like, hey, yo, get it done. Like, get it done. That's so cool. Linda says, so much love. Absolutely. Nicholas says here, getting my niche drilled even further than I had it. So cool. Gives you just that additional clarity. A reminder about the dirty reps. This is from Julie. Love that on all the levels. Not sure if I did the right thing with my Facebook Live. Holly, I'm sure you did absolutely amazing. Whether it was right or whether it was wrong or whether it was whatever it was, it is what it is. And I think that that's the coolest thing as well, particularly when it comes to creating content. And it can be very freeing, by the way, because you will be your own worst critic. Right? You will be your own worst critic. And isn't that the craziest thing? It's like you produce that content, you put it out there, you're the first person to watch it back with that sort of critical, analytic voice. Put that to the side, say, hey, shh, I don't need to hear that. Let's get it out there and let's let everybody else enjoy it. Elizabeth says here, stick to the models that work yet. Oh, wasn't that cool? Did you guys love the model that Richmond presented as well? And who can see? In fact, who's taken some notes today? Have you guys taken some notes today? How many pages of notes have you taken? Could you type in the chat screen for me? Just curious. I know that we've got the workbook there, but how many pages of notes you've taken? 23, 6, 4. You know, at times I have this really bad thing where I get like this shocking amnesia. Could you check your notes for me? Because Richmond shared that there was like 3 types of things that we need to do, and there was like a handshake sort of picture. What was the first thing that we need to do? Yeah, what was that? Yeah. The grab, hold, and ascend. Okay, what's this grab stuff? Can somebody explain to me what grab is? What was the G in grab like? Or what's the first thing that we need to do when it comes to getting that sorted out? Get it in the chat screen for me. Stop the scroll. Cool. The geography, choreography, the G for G string. Where are you? Yeah, the hook. All right, very cool, very cool. You guys have got it all laid out in the Ascension model, ready to rock and roll. Talk about ready to rock and roll. I just got the message in the background. Rich is in here. He's ready to rock and roll. You guys want to get Rich back out on the main stage, keep this train moving along? Of course you do. All right, raise the energy one more time. Let's get him out of here. Let's do it. Come on.
Let's do this. Okay, I feel better now. I feel better. I saw it flickering and I thought, oh no, I got to get it sorted. Okay, so what we're doing that's going to change the game in coaching forever, not just for like how we deliver results to P1s, but also just I believe we're going to set a new standard in the whole industry. If we haven't already done that with Tiny Challenges, but we're going to set a new standard. And so you guys know, so in our program, we got the 5-figure pathway, the 6-figure pathway. So basically, in any program, you need clear steps and milestones to where you want to go. Like you need a blue line. So you put a coordinate in the GPS in Google Maps. If you put an address in, it draws you the blue line. And you also need a blue line to get from 0 to 100K or 0 to 250K or 0 to million. Everybody needs a blue line. And our version of a blue line is the 5, 6, and 7-figure pathway. That's what it is now, but we're upgrading it. So, 36 steps to get to your first 10K, 36 steps from 10 to 100, 36 steps from 100 to a mil. And you just follow the steps. Okay, I did that step, next. I did that step, next. I did that step, next. Christy Charlton is a classic example of a person who followed the steps to the T. And guess what happened when she finished her first 36 steps in the 5-figure pathway? She had $10,000 in her bank account. That's crazy. Kind of crazy, but not really. Now, the 5-figure pathway, 6-figure pathway, 7-figure pathway, it's been a game changer. It keeps you directed, keeps you focused, keeps you not veering away from shiny object syndrome and suffering from comparison by looking at someone else is swimming faster than you. But that's okay, you're in your lane. And that's been awesome. It's given you the blue line, which gives you certainty of success. And then the support we have is to support you when you miss a turn, or when you don't know what you're doing, or when you're driving too slow, or maybe driving too fast. It's like the support is to reroute you on a brand new blue line to make sure you stick on the blue line. And that's been great up until this point. But here's something brand new that we're introducing inside P1 is no longer the pathway, the steps, but it's going to be a prompt pathway. So here's the first 10 prompts you need to ask Richmond AI to get your first client. And you just follow the prompts. Here's the next 10. Once you've done that, boom, celebrate, posted in P1, got my first client. Once you've done that, here's the next 10 prompts to get from that first client to the first 10K. And it'll ask all these questions. He'll build things out for you, boom, boom, 10K. Now here's the next 10 prompts to get from 10 to 25. You follow that, boom, get to 25. Once you're at 25K, you've probably got about a dozen clients and your books are getting full, you're probably getting busy, and you may be suffering from a little bit of overwhelm because you've got a lot of clients to serve, but then you got to do lead gen and you have to transition to some sort of group coaching or a more scaled model, or maybe hire your first VA. And now we've got 10 prompts for go from 25 to 100K. Ask me these questions. How do I transition? What do I need to say? Blah, 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 blah. And the prompts to get you to 100K. And after that, then the prompts to get you to 250K, and then from 250 to 500, it's the prompt pathway. And the prompt pathway is going to be the game changer that we're going to introduce because it's going to be customized to you. The questions are what's consistent, but the answer you give allows it to open up and coach you on where you're at, because some of you don't have perfectionism. Some of you have imposter. Some of you have imposter, but not comparison. Some of you have comparison and not perfectionism. Some of you have all three. Some of you don't even need that. You know what? I need maybe coaching on the ego side of things because I have a story that it won't work for me. Is this valuable? Would this be useful? This is going to, who can see that this is going to revolutionize the game of coaching? And so that's what we're going to be introducing, and I'll be introducing the first 10 prompts to our P1s within the next 1 or 2 weeks. That's what I've been developing in the background, and I'm so excited for it, and it's going to be an absolute game changer. Follow the prompts to success. That's it. Follow the prompts to success. And as we update our program, we just update the prompts. Who's following this right now? Cool. So speaking of prompts, let's give you some more for today to help you produce content on demand. Now, I'll say it one more time. People don't get on Facebook or Instagram or YouTube or anything like that to buy. They don't get on with their wallets out. They get on because they're bored, because they're looking for something to break their pattern, because maybe they just want to how-to something. And people get on because they're nosy. They're like, what's going on in people's worlds? And so you must understand that if you want to piss Mark Zuckerberg off, then try to continually sell on their platform. Because if you try to continually sell by pushing a CTA after a CTA after a CTA, hey, buy my stuff, buy my stuff, buy my stuff, cold DMing, all those kind of things, well, guess what? If people don't get on for that reason and all you're doing is that thing, you are going to get punished severely by the platform and the algorithm because you are going against what the platform wants. There's only one thing that Mark Zuckerberg wants, and it's wanting you as a content creator to keep people on platform for longer. And if you can keep people on platform for longer, you get rewarded tremendously, because the goal of the platform is to have a great user experience, and a great user experience means you are good at breaking the boredom. Not good at selling to them, but good at breaking the boredom. We're going to give in public, sell in private. And the private part is the DM, which kind of we'll talk about tomorrow, which is how to ascend engagement into our back-end tiny challenge, core offer, all that kind of stuff. But we need to understand that if you keep on pushing and pushing your program, your stuff, your call to actions, like who wants this is, like try to do that, you're going to get severely punished. So then the question is, how do we get attention online that grabs people's attention without pissing off Mark at the same time? More importantly, how do we get attention online that does it in a way that Mark Zuckerberg loves it, so he rewards us exponentially? Because these are the things that you don't want to do. This is how you're going to piss Mark off, posting external links. If you post external links, you're going to get people off platform. Don't do that. If you do cold DMing, you're going to get people off platform because they're going to have a bad user experience and they'll go to another platform. Don't do that, because people don't get on social media to get cold DM. We don't want to do that. We don't want to do constant CTAs. Yes, we're going to do a call to action every now and then. I'm going to give you some frameworks for that. And more than a framework, I'm going to give you a prompt for that. But we don't want to be doing this consistently. Maybe just once, at most twice a month. At most. At most. That means 28 times a month, we're going to be doing everything else that's going to please Mark. We definitely don't want to do clickbait, because when people clickbait, they don't have a great experience. Our goal is to keep people on platform. And we definitely don't want to do excessive tagging without people's permission. Like when you see other people, I see people, then they tag me like crazy and I don't even know them. And sometimes they tag me in weird Bitcoin stuff and I'm like, what the hell is this? I don't like that. I don't know if you guys been tagging a weird Bitcoin thing. I'm not into crypto. And I'm not saying crypto is a bad thing. I'm just saying I'm not into it. And I don't want to be tagged in that kind of stuff. And it creates a bad experience for me. And if it happens a lot, I don't want to be on Facebook anymore. And so if I don't want to be on Facebook and they're creating that, then they're going to get punished. Who's following this right now? So you must keep users on platform in a way they want you to do. The secret to success is this. Write it down. Find out what people want. Go get it. Go give it to them. And your job is not to find out what your clients want on social media. It's to find out what Mark Zuckerberg wants. And if you're on Google, then find out what the Google owners want. Like, your job is to find out what the platform wants. And you need to do it in a way which makes them happy. So how do you keep Mark happy? Keep users on platform. If your content can keep users on platform, then you will win. But the big question is, Richmond, how do I reach my ideal client on the platform? I've now got this awesome niche prompt. I've figured out, I've got something that, you know what, it's good enough for me to do the next 3 tiny challenges on. And that's great, okay? And then I'll just figure more out. But at least I've got enough juice, enough clarity, enough confidence to actually go run with the next 3 tiny challenges. Show of hands if you've got that. If you've got enough to get through to the next 3 tiny challenges, great. But how do I reach my ideal client? How do I find those 3? Well, I've got good news for you. Everybody knows this, so it's nothing new. But if you don't, you can go deeper. It's going to be in the library. I won't go into it because I'm going to assume you already know this, and it's pretty easy. You can friend farm, and which is adding friends from Facebook groups of people who your ideal client hangs out. Like, you can definitely do that, or you can follow people, that kind of stuff there. It's a pretty simple strategy, but it's way too slow. And with the algorithm changes, some of you may only be able to friend farm 5 people a day, or 10 people a day, or 20 people a day. It's gone are the days where me and Tony, 8 years ago, friend farm 1,000 people a day. You know what I'm saying? Like, gone are those days. You cannot do that anymore. You'd be lucky if you could friend farm more than 20 people a day and add people to your list from friend farming. So it's good. It still works. Highly encourage you to do it. If you've got a VA, get your VA to just do it for you. It's just adding friend, add friend, add friend, and just do 10 to 20 a day. Super easy, super simple, but it's slow. How many of you want the fast way? Who wants the fast way? Like, that is slow. And I don't know about you, but I don't know. Some of you are probably in a situation where you can't stand another day at work because you're fed up with your boss. I don't know. Is anyone like that right now? Is it on transition right now? Like, you know what? I cannot handle another day at this workplace, corporate politics, blah, 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 blah. And so that's the way. Here's the good news. There's a faster way, and it's only been available probably in the last 12 months. And I want you guys to double down on this before they stop this. It's kind of like, gone are the days where you could add 1,000 friends at one time. And some people were like, trying to go easy, and they should have done 1,000 a day. You should have done 1,000 a day, add friend. But those days are gone. You can't do that anymore. So what's available now, you need to go all in on, because it may not be available in 3 months' time. And you'll be regretting it because you may not have this feature anymore, or the algorithm may change. This is what I'm talking about. This is why you must spend time with people in the know consistently all the time. Be in the right room, because the map today is going to be upgraded and updated in 3 months' time. Who's following this right now? Because the map you might be using, if you're not in the right room, might be the wrong map. It's the right map now, but it's the wrong 3 months later. So always make sure you're around people who are in the game and updating again and again and again. So if on social media now, you can check insights, okay? And if you don't know how to do it, just YouTube on how to set up your social media account, on how to check insights. I'm not going to stand here to teach you something. You can go on YouTube and set up a Facebook account or Instagram account. Is that fair? If you don't know how to set up a Facebook or Instagram, just go on YouTube. You can figure it out, and you can get it for free. And I don't want to charge you for it anyway. But I'm pretty sure most of you know how to kind of set this out. It's pretty simple, but you set it up so you can see the insights, okay? And now in the last 12 months, if you check insights, like for example, if you go to Instagram or Facebook or pretty much every social media, you can check the insights now. It shows you how many views, not a lot of views, but it tells you how many people saw it, were followers and non-followers. And I do another row and I get to insights, and look at that. Now, I've analyzed, to create this workshop for you guys, I analyzed every single one of my posts in the last 90 days. I got all the stats. I'm a maths geek. I'm a nerd. I looked at all the numbers and I saw patterns of what works and what doesn't work. And I analyzed a few things from the last 6 months as well. And on average, half the reach of all my posts, video or written or postcard, has gone to non-followers. Now, why is that? Because the algorithm, it becomes interest media, not social media, meaning that you don't need followers anymore. You don't need friends anymore. You just need a message that's going to cut through and hit your ideal client. So the algorithm has changed where it'll push your message in the video or in the content to the people who are already looking for that message. And so that's why half, and we've got over 1 million impressions, views, counts, likes, combined, all that combined in the last 90 days, and 500,000 of them have gone out to non-followers. Because that's what the algorithm is doing. Because if I post stuff about beginner coaches and I've got no beginner coaches on my contact list and no one following me and none of my friends, but my stuff is about beginner coaches, if you get someone from across the world that's looking about how to get my first paying client as a coach and they're searching that kind of stuff or they're looking at that kind of content, well, guess what? My stuff is going to go to them because my message is aligning to what they're already looking for, even if they're not my friend. This is crazy. Who's getting this right now? This is important. This is really, really important. And it goes even deeper. So if you look at like even this post here, I watch Alex Hormozy, and this is not even about like, you know, my niche particularly, but it's an overlap because a lot of coaches know Alex Hormozy and they're in the Tony Robbins world. But I watched Alex Hormozy's interview on Tony Robbins. He just got coach one-on-one, and that one got a lot of engagement, over 600 likes, 200 comments. But check it out. Look at this. Over 97,000 views on this, but look at that. 97,000 views, 82% to non-followers. It is nuts. 82%. It is nuts. This is where social media is right now, if you got the right message. It's got interest media, not social media. If you got the right message to push it out to the people that want to hear it. It's crazy. And if you look more stats, again, don't be overwhelmed by the stats, especially if you're in P1. I understand the stats. I know how to troubleshoot it for you anyway. I know how to read it. I know how to look at it. If I look at your stats when we do the social media audit on you, and I do that for you, I'll look at your stats and I'll tell you what you need to fix. So look at this though, that 81% of this post was put on people's suggested feeds. Suggested feeds, meaning that, you know, when you scroll on social media, if you put out your phone and you go on Instagram or Facebook, there's things that come on your feed and they're not even your friends. They're not even your followers. They're not even things. And it just comes on your feed because that's a suggested feed because it's using the algorithm to say, well, this person will probably like this. This person will probably like this. This person will probably like this based on so much data now because it's got so much data about you. It's pushing stuff that only you want to see regardless of whether or not you follow them or not. And that's how social media is keeping you on platform because it's giving you stuff that you want to see, and it's not favoring the fact that you have to be their friend or a follower to see it because that's not even important anymore. Is this all making sense? So this is the world we're in right now that we need to double down on and master because this is going to allow you to grow so much faster. And gone are the days where you can even say the story about Richmond, I don't know how to find my following on social media, but Richmond, I don't have enough friends, but Richmond, I don't have any followers, I'm starting out from scratch. If I was starting from zero with a brand new account, I'd be doubling down on how these stats work and how to get the message out there because I don't need friends anymore. In fact, we don't even add friends much in the last 6 months anyway because of this reason, because it's not even that important because it's the slow way. This is the new way. So everybody celebrate. You don't need followers anymore. Give it up for you guys. Aren't we all spoiled with music? Isn't it funny? You know, no one else out there does what we do on how we deliver events like this. Like, no one else does it. And so we're just so spoiled. How many of you have been at another workshop, another event, and it's a very different energy? Who gets that? It's a very different energy. We're just very spoiled in this room here. So very, very spoiled. So you don't need followers anymore. So big idea number one, I don't need followers anymore. I just need to understand what I need to put out there to get people to click, but more important, to make Mark Zuckerberg happy so he distributes it to everyone. When you get that, it is game over. So you got to keep users on the platform. Now, people are nosy. Everybody wants to know what you're up to. And that's why documenting your journey to going full-time, documenting your journey to $1 million, documenting your journey to helping 100,000 people, documenting your journey to 10 million to 100 million, like that process, people love to watch that. And I'm so glad that I documented that journey from the very beginning, not knowing that it would lead to me being able to do this today for you guys. Imagine I didn't have a photo of me working in my laundry or my office table when I started. I'd have to manufacture some sort of photo, but I just felt that that had to be important for me to share. Imagine I didn't have that. Now, one regret I have is, and it's, I guess, I mean, I can't be too hard on myself on it because we didn't have like smartphones back then and we didn't have access to cameras back then, but I don't have many pictures of me as an optometrist. Because there was no camera on your phone and it wasn't like that, it wasn't that world. And so I don't have much pictures of me as an optometrist. And I'm like, wow, I wish I had more footage of me as an optometrist back then, but it wasn't the world we live in. Now everyone's a photographer. And now you got footage, you can find footage anywhere. And so it's so easy, but didn't have that back then. Just didn't have it. And I don't even have many photos of me as a child because my parents split up when I was very young. And so, you know, that's kind of, wow, you know, document everything. Just document it because you never know. You never know. So here's the holy grail of all posts. The holy grail. Knowing people get on social media board, they're going on social media because they want to be a peeping Tom. They're getting on social media because they just want to live vicariously through you, or maybe secretly see if you're going to fail if they got tall poppy syndrome. Regardless, they're just curious, they're just nosy, they're bored, they're scrolling looking for something to stop. This is the holy grail of all posts, and it's been like this since I started 9 years ago, and I believe it's always going to be this way, and I don't think this is ever going to change. It's a milestone post. That's the holy grail. A milestone post is a post about certain milestones in your life, like your birthday, anniversaries, first time speaking on stage, first event, first 100K, first time you quit your job, leaving full-time coaching, like first, or even like, may not be a first, might be a 10-year anniversary, 5 years since you quit smoking, 5 years since you kept the weight off, first time you, like, you know, so milestones, first newborn baby, Carter's birthday, Kennedy's birthday, Reagan's birthday, milestones. So certain milestones in your either personal life or your business life or whatever part of you, that is going to be huge for you because people just love to celebrate these milestones with you. And that is always going to be the most engaging. In fact, my top 19 performing posts on social media, top 19. And I collected all 19. And this, even though this is in the archives, but my top 19 performing social media posts out of the, I don't even know if I've done 1,000 posts, but let's just call it 1,000 posts that I've done. My top 19 performing posts are all milestone posts out of over 1,000 posts. Top 19 are all milestone. Crazy. Over 20,000 engagements in all of them. So here are some examples of milestone. This is the holy grail. The more you can do this and the more you can frame your achievements around this, the better. But you can't do it every day. And I totally get that. But you should be able to do one at least I would challenge you to do one once a week. Because it'll force you to become congruent. It'll force you to push up your boundaries. For some of you, first time Facebook Live. First time going on camera. First time doing an all-nighter at this 2-day event from this Asian guy who doesn't give me any breaks and I'm starving and I haven't gone to the toilet yet. First time. But let me give you some examples, okay? Just did our numbers. Proud to announce this month, first time, we broke $1 million. Boom. Super humbled to have been awarded Russell Brunson's Inner Circle Member of the Month. Third time receiving this award. That's a milestone. It's a great milestone. Being on Russell's podcast was a huge milestone. Anniversaries are great milestones. My brothers, first time we got together on an overseas trip being adults. That's a great milestone. Moving into a new home is a great milestone. This is the holy grail. The more you can do this, the better. First time speaking at Funnel Hack Live, going to Brazil, my own Golden Award, like, you know, milestones for achieving awards, personal developments with Penny. That's our first personal development event together. And they're not all first, but sometimes they're like the third time, or it's just an achievement. It's a milestone. So is this all making sense? Just type in the chat screen, make sense. I want to make sure this is super clear to you on what a milestone is, because I'm going to give you way more examples so you have no excuse that you can do this once a week. And if you post this and set your goal to do this on a weekly basis, right, this is how powerful it is. Now, after being this for 9 years, would it be fair to say that I've probably been in Facebook jail more than most of you? Who would agree? They know me in jail very well, right? You know what the best way to get out of jail is? The best way, and I mean this the best way. Now, if you do this, right? And this is what I discovered about 3 or 4 years ago when I was in jail. And it's pretty bad jail. It's like, wow, I'm getting like double life sentence right now, you know? And I don't know what's going on. And I started doing every post I did for the next 10 posts was a milestone. I forced myself to do milestones. But Richmond, it's not your birthday. I didn't make up a birthday. I was like, okay, first time I did something, or it's celebrating this achievement, or like I just thought about achievements and it pushed myself beyond my limits to actually achieve this. Maybe I hadn't done a 100K month before, and I pushed myself to do a 100K month so I could post about it, or push first client result to get to 100K through tiny challenge, or something. I needed to push myself because I wanted to do every single post as a milestone so that Mark Zuckerberg cannot ignore me. Because if I keep on giving him what he wants, no matter how much you're in jail, he's going to be like, oh, you're killing me. All right, get out of jail. You're back in society now. And it's crazy how fast you get out of jail when you just give Mark what he wants. He can't deny your posts anymore. It's like, oh my gosh, come on, couldn't you have a baby at another time? But you're in Facebook jail, but you just had a baby, but the baby post works so well, but you're in Facebook jail. All right, you're out of jail. Okay, get 1,000 likes on the baby one. You know, it just happens. Maybe it happens at the right time. Oh, you couldn't move in the new house at another time. You're in jail though. And now Mark's conflicted and it's like, okay, fine, here's 1,000 likes on it. Because if you give them what they want, they can't deny you, they can't ignore you, they can't shut you up. And that's how you get out of jail. None of this complaining. This is what I need to do because that's what Mark wants. Is this all making sense? And so any of you in jail, just do more first times to make yourself undeniable. So they're like, oh my gosh, I feel so bad for putting them in jail. Let's get them out straight away. But you do first, or achievement after achievement, and just become a milestone. And guess what happens? You become the people's champion. You become the Rocky Balboa in your content. That's how you make Mark happy. You just do it consistently. Use the platform features he suggests. So here's another way. So now first time, like milestones, you guys clear it. But how else to make Mark happy? Use the platform features he suggests. So if you open up your Facebook or Instagram or your LinkedIn or your YouTube or whatever, and whatever you see there, that's a hint of what they want you to do. Right now, he wants you to probably do more reels than lives because that's the first button there. Otherwise, he'll switch the buttons around. Does this make sense? Right? So get some clues there. That's basically what they're saying. They're basically, if you do this, I will marry you. If you do this, I'll give you engagement. So here's the other way. Milestones will always win, but then using the features that Mark wants you to use will make you win as well. And if you go to a post, you get these colored background options, and that's what they want you to use. So just stick around, use some sensory acuity here. Now I share this because, you know, in 3 months' time or in 6 months' time, these options may switch around. It might be something different, but the point is, the moment they switch around, I'm gonna be alert of what comes up for me straight away, and that tells me that that's what Mark wants me to use. So again, if I want to be rewarded, I need to give Mark what he wants. And if you keep on doing that, you're going to get rewarded online. And then you do the colored background post, and like you've seen that. So everyone knows how to do it. But I say that because I still see people out there who do a post and they don't use a colored background, or they use their own Canva pretty print. And it's like, what are you doing? Don't do that. Use exactly what Mark wants you to use and you'll get rewarded for it. If you try to be all fancy with Canva, it doesn't want you to use Canva. Probably hates Canva. Just use the features that it gives you. That's how you get engagement. So use the features that Mark wants to give you so you can get more engagement. So those are big principles. So for example, what if you did milestones using the features he wants you to use? What if I did milestones using the features he wants me to use? So now sometimes I do milestones like this rather than running a long post, because now I'll do both. It passed, Tiny Challenge is officially trademarked. We officially cracked 2,000 coaches in our next permission branding bootcamp. Excited to confirm Russell Brunson is going to be featured on the front cover of Next Top Speaker magazine. Boom. Another milestone. Woohoo. Small win, but we officially hit 1,000 YouTube subscribers. Only became intentional about two weeks ago. Grew from 500 to now 1,000 with 200 hours of watch time. So that's another great achievement. It's a small achievement, but it's a great achievement. And look at it. All of them have hundreds of likes and all comments. It's crazy. So now I'm combining the concept of milestone with the concept of what Mark wants, and so he's very, very happy. Cool. Is this Simple. I want to make sure, is this simple? Can you do this? Keep your hands up if you can do this. Who can do this? If you can do this, great. I'll give you way more examples, okay? And this is in your workbook. You don't have to write it down. But if you're like, Rich, how can I do a milestone a week? How can I do a milestone a week? That's very hard for me. But here's all the examples you can do. First tiny challenge, first paid client, first testimonial, first 10K month, first Facebook Live, first team hire, kids first bike ride, kids first day of school, kids first step, 25 tiny, like, and we can keep on going. Another achievement is 100 days of posting, 365 days going live, 1 year in business, 1 year anniversary. I mean, I remember Caitlin Winch went live every day in her group for a whole year, 365 days straight. That's a huge achievement. That's worth posting about. 100 workouts done, 30 days without sugar, 360 days of journaling, cold showers, going vegan, weight loss, 5 years sober, 1,000 days married. And the list goes on and on and on. And just give me so many ideas. Join the mastermind. Again, if you are in P1, highly suggest you put a post that I just joined a high-end mastermind. You could put my name, or you may not need to put my name, but it's a big milestone for you. It may be the most important or biggest investment you've done in yourself. That's a huge milestone. Maybe with some of you, it's like, I just bought Richmond Din's Tiny Challenge book. This is the first book that I read from front to end. That's a milestone. That's a crazy milestone. And I can't believe that some of you actually read it from front to end too. One person at Myron's event, I shouldn't be surprised, but I don't know. I grew up in very humble beginnings. And she came up to me and, Rich, my favorite in your whole book was the last page. I read the whole thing to the last page where you mentioned about shadow seeding. And I said to her, you read the whole book? It's like, what do you mean? It was amazing. And when you explained shadow seeing at the last page, that was like it for me. It's like, wow, now I know how to scale. I'm like, wow. And I just, wow, you read the whole book. This is all the way to the last page. And your favorite was the last page. And so that's a great milestone if you've never read a book from front to end before. That's a great milestone. It's a great achievement. But list goes on. Full-time coaching, launch, buying your first home, moving into a new home, holiday, achievement, milestone. But if you're thinking, Rich, I can't think of a milestone to save my life. Well, all of you have at least a birthday. All of you have some sort of like achievement in your career or something like that. So all of you have at least 3 or 4 that you can probably think of on the top of your head, you know, that kind of stuff. But can you think of 52? Well, here's a prompt. You guys want the prompt? I was curious. So this is a part where you're probably going to use ChatGPT and not Richmond AI, unless you've been using Richmond AI as your primary source more than chat. Because I want you to use the AI platform that you've been using more because it has more context about you. Okay? And so I've been using chat more for like our certain things like emails and all that kind of stuff. And my team uses chat about me. And then I use Richmond AI just for fun because I want to see what kind of coaching it gives me, right? So I actually don't use Richmond AI because I'm me. Does that make sense? But I know you guys use it a lot more than me because I'm not asking. Anyway, so I put into chat this, and I was so curious because I know some of you might be thinking, I can't do a milestone a week. I was really curious. I put in the chat. We'll give you guys a prompt. If you guys want to put in the prompt, team will put in the prompt inside the chat screen. It said, hey chat, knowing everything you know about me and everything we've done together and all our intimate secret moments, whatever you want to do. Can you give me a list of all the milestones I've achieved since we started working together? Because I want to create a short list of things to post about on Facebook and Instagram. An example milestone could be birthdays, kids' birthdays, anniversaries, that kind of stuff. And anything that's kind of like an achievement where it's like, you know, this is me verbalizing it to chat, hitting 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, something like that, or go deep search into everything you know about me, everything we talked about, everything I've spoken to you about, everything you can find online on anything you know, the milestone I've achieved in the last 12 months, okay? This is kind of scary. It's kind of scary. It came up with 30 to 50 potential milestones. I couldn't believe it. And it even categorized it for me. Business impact. This is what you've done in the last 12 months, Richmond. Authority recognition, content, event speaking, client success milestones, personal wins, relationships. Whoa! Kind of a bit scary. Community milestones. Whew. Here, that's what it did. Cool. You guys got the prompt in the chat. I know it's mind blowing, isn't it? It is mind blowing. I'm going to go back to this prompt, but we'll put in the chat screen. Give you guys a song. Just test it out. Put it in chat. If your primary AI has been chat, which most of you probably has been, put it in chat and just see. And once this will only take you a minute. But don't worry about reading milestones. But I want you to type in the chat screen how many milestones it came up for you after you put in the prompt. Let's put in the prompt in the chat screen, team, so they can copy and paste it. And then we'll come back literally after a song. You won't need more than a song for this. I'm curious to see how many milestones it produces for you. All right, what do we have in the chat screen, TK? Typing in chat screen, how many did it come up with for you?
Bam, let's rock and roll. Nancy says here, gave me heaps and then said this, a strong next move for you would be to turn these into personal milestones, business milestones, authority milestones, encourage milestones. So you have 4 months worth of content themes. Damn, that's so good. Ruben has here 10 to 15 on 3 different categories. Brian, oh my gosh, it's gone too fast for me. About 28 to 25. This is from Stephanie. Fantastic. 7 from Vincent. 120. This is from Katrina. Wow. Okay. All right. Let's rock and roll.
So good. So good. So whether or not, so a array of answers there, whether or not some of you guys are 10, 15, I saw a few that are 40, 50, 120 from Katrina, but it looked like the average there was many of you got around about 30. Who saw the average in the chat screen? About 30, which is crazy, which means you're set for the next 30 weeks. And even if you got 10, you're set for the next 10 weeks. And the more you do it, the more you feed it into this, the more it's going to be able to understand the context and come up with another 10 for you. How many of you have got something you can run with for at least the next 30 days, at least? And that's only 4 posts. That's only 4. Isn't it crazy? Kind of scary, but also great at the same time. There should be no reason why you don't have milestones. And the only reason why you will run out of milestones is if you forget to work on the most important person in your life, which is you. Is that landing? Work hard on yourself every day so you can post milestones. So you can post milestones. And when you do that, it becomes a holy grail and you get way more leads. And so that being said, everyone clear on milestones. That's what a milestone is. And if you set your goal and intention to do it once a week, you are going to be set. Now, here's the other post that does really well on social media. Again, if we do what Mark wants, we're going to get rewarded. They're postcard posts. So these are called conversation starters. And we can do this as little or as much as you like. So if I like this post here because it's my like, oh my gosh, I'm just so busy. I've only got 2 minutes today. I can only do a post while I got the free 2 minutes I have on the toilet. And it's like, okay, I'm going to post something because something is better than nothing. I'm just going to post a conversation starter. And here are examples of conversation starters. I mean, if you found $10,000, what would you do with it? You can't give it back. What makes people attractive? What's one food you could never live without? Like, these are just great conversation starters. It uses Facebook's features. It gets people engaging and it might go to the right person who's talking about food or whatever the case may be. And to make it easy for you, it's in your workbook. I've given you 100. Cool? Give me 100. Is that fair? Give you guys 100. Boom, boom, boom. And you can just tweak it. You can make it your own, or you can just use it as is, which means you got more than enough here. You've given you so much fish that you are going to be full. It's almost zero excuse that you shouldn't do this or you can't do this when you're extremely busy, balancing so many roles, so many responsibilities, and it's, oh my gosh, I just got to get a quick post out. I'm just going to do conversation starter from the 100 list. Okay, I'll pick that one. I'll pick that one. That'll do. That will do. And you only need one person to like it from your ideal avatar to get into a tiny challenge. You don't need 100 likes. You don't need 1,000 likes. You just need that one person from that conversation starter. When you do a milestone, you may get 10, 20, 30 people that are ideal clients liking it. So conversation starters are great. Now, you can also use the same Facebook features again to do personal quotes. Okay, so I've done some great personal quotes and they're more of a profound angle, but it does take some thinking. Sometimes to know if you're on the right path is to have gone down many wrong paths first. And so that's something I just said, I think in passing at some event. I mean, I've dropped a few one-liners great at this workshop today, and I thought, wow, that would be a quite great one-liner to post online. And so it's like, face the difficulty of being somebody or face the difficulty of being a nobody. In 2025, you need to choose your difficult. I did another one saying the most terrifying day of your life is the day you decide to bet on yourself. Every day after that becomes easier. Now, these don't perform as well as a milestone, but they still perform pretty good. For something short, sweet, punchy, powerful, they all got over 100 likes, about 70, 80 comments each one, but they perform pretty well, and I'm pretty happy with that. What I'm not happy with is thinking about it. I don't want to think about it. I don't want you to think about it either. So here's the prompt. Here's the prompt. I put this in my own AI, and it gave me some pearlers. It was crazy. So if you're wanting Richmond AI, just go to, hey, Richmond. Don't tell Richmond to act as a 0.1 philosopher because he may not like you saying that. What do you mean? I'm Richmond Din. I'm not a philosopher. So you may push back on that. But you can put this in chat if Richmond AI just pushes back on you. But Richmond AI actually answered this for me. So I said, I put this exact prompt in Richmond AI, and it says, act as a world-class 0.1 philosopher, Richmond, brand strategist and leadership mentor who deeply understands my voice, my frameworks, my life philosophy. To get context about me, please refer to every question I've asked you and everything you can find about me online. Write 10 original, highly profound quotes in under 20 words each that challenge ego, elevate responsibility, carry quiet authority rather than motivational noise. Constraints must feel timeless, like they could live for 100 years and resemble a famous quote. No cliches. Each quote should feel emotionally grounded, slightly rebellious, and identity shifting. They should provoke reflection, not applause. The goal is when someone reads this, they should pause, screenshot, and feel confronted in a powerful way. How's that for a prompt? Now, this will make it sound like me because I've made it asking it to sound like me, especially if you ask it in Richmond AI, it'll make it sound like you. So this is the answer it gave. It was phenomenal. And so might be a small quote there, but I'm going to do my best to read it out for you. Like, it gave me 5. So actually, in the prompt, I put 10, but in this one, I put 5. So I thought, let's get 10. But you guys will have 10. So consistency beats visibility. The quiet person who shows up forever outlasts a loud person who disappears. Ouch! With that, who loves that? That's me coming up with that for myself. It's pretty crazy. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. I feel like, anyway. Your biggest problem, number 2, your biggest problem isn't that people don't believe in you. It's that you haven't decided to believe in yourself yet. Boom, pretty good too. Number 3, a meaningful life isn't built on moments. It's built on reps nobody sees. Ouch! Stop waiting for permission to be brilliant. You already have it. Boom. The person you become while building is worth more than what you build. Boom. And that's just 5. You guys want some time to see what comes up for you? I'll be curious because it now knows context about you. It knows your flavor, knows your style. And if you've been using chat a lot, just put it in chat. But I just say as much as possible, put in Richmond AI because then once it builds this for you, can you imagine the stuff it comes up with you for your tiny challenge? Your tiny challenge will be the best tiny challenge you've ever run in your life because using small. But if you can't, just go to ChatGPT and that is okay as well for the purposes of today's exercise. Give me a thumbs up if you guys are clear. Don't stress if you can't get Richmond AI, just use ChatGPT. So we're going to put the prompt in. So that's the prompt. Let's put it in the chat screen. You max 1 song. That's all you need. But you don't need to think about, the point is you don't need to think about this again. You just say 10, give me 10, and you got your 10 for the next 10 weeks if you do this once a week. If you do it once a fortnight, you got it for the next 20. Like, you got plenty to go with now. And we're going to organize this into a clear calendar for you as well. But you don't have to think about content. This is what I'm talking about. You don't have to think about content again. You don't have to think about lead gen the way you had to think about it in the past. Is this valuable or not? Show of hands if you find it super useful. Okay, cool. Give you guys a song, come back after a song. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, all right, all right, all right. Show of hands in the screen there if you got your 10. Show of hands in the screen. Yeah, whether you use chat or you use Richmond AI, you should have something. Should have something. You should have something. If you don't have your 10, then you're choosing to be stuck. If AI cannot help you here, I don't know what can. If you cannot put this prompt into AI right now, then you should just quit your coaching business. And I mean that. If you cannot copy and paste this into an AI platform, whether it's Claude or Gemini or Chat or whatever it is, then just quit your coaching business right now. If that's going to frustrate you, quit. Cool? But you've got to, okay. Now, type in the chat screen, what was your favorite? Type in what was your favorite one? What did you like the most? And as you guys are doing that, I just posted my one. A meaningful life isn't built on moments. It's built on the reps that nobody sees. I just posted it. I legit just posted that one there. Thought, wow, that one hit hard. So I just posted it. It's cool. So what did you love the most, TK?
Very cool, mate. All right, in the chat we've got here Roberta saying overgiving is not kind. Oh my gosh, the chat screen blew up. Pardon me. We were so close. We were so close. Where did that go? Here we go. Overgiving is not kindness. It's a quiet way of abandoning yourself. Oh, damn, that's cool. We've got here from Niaz. You're not stuck. You're deeply committed to a version of yourself that no longer fits. I like it. I like it. Let me catch up in the chat here. Lisbeth says here, power isn't found, it's revealed the moment you stop negotiating with your own truth. Oh, damn. That's quality. Julie's got here, peace isn't found, it's uncovered the moment you stop defending what isn't true. I'm going to scroll on down to the bottom. I'm going to wrap it up with Elena, who says, you're not exhausted from doing too much. You're exhausted from being someone you're not. Elena, damn. Post that now before I post it. That's good.
Wow. Wow. On that note, everybody, post your favorite one right now. Pull out your phone, do it right now before someone steals that one. That was gold. That was gold. And here's the point. The point is, if you use what features the platform wants you to use, you're going to get rewarded because they want you to use it because those are the features they found that keeps users on platform. That's the point. And that's going to allow you to grab attention. It's going to allow you to hold attention because once you do a post like that, people are going to look at it and say, whoa. And they're going to pause for a couple of seconds after they read that profound quote from you, like, wow. Some of them get them thinking. Guess what happens when they pause on your stuff? Mark becomes your best friend because you're keeping users on platform. Is this all making sense? Yeah, can you do this? Number one, can you do this? Show of hands if you can do this. Is this simple? Yep. Will you do this? Will you do this? Yep. How many of you can see that there's zero excuse to not do this now with the prompt that you've just been given? Who gets that there is zero excuse? Cool. Excellent. And if you do this consistently, Mark's going to be very happy. And if you keep on doing it consistently again and again and again, Mark's going to be extremely happy. So on that note, time to post yours. Just do it now. We won't need to give you a song. You can just do it now while I'm continuing and moving this train here. If you got concerns, you can type it in the chat screen. If you got any concerns, there shouldn't be any concerns, but there might be some concerns. So type in the chat screen. We can just do some Q&A right now. But otherwise, if this is simple, if this is easy, if you can do this, just do it now. The prompt gave you a great list of 10. And if you've got any questions, it's time to put in the chat screen. TK.
Let's do it. Congratulations. Andrea says posted. Elena says done. Tyrone says done as well. Very cool. Kim says done. Beautiful. My profile won't take all of the characters yet. You might need to trim it down a little bit there. I think that was Nancy. Done. Christian says done a long time ago. As soon as it was in, he's like, I'm proactive. I already got it done. Stephanie's done. Darlene's done. Katie's done. Very cool. I think Jenny's done as well. Kristen is done. Andrew Weng completed also. I think we're good to rock and roll, mate.
Yeah, let's go. You know what? Give it up for you guys. Let's go. Or the introverts are like, yeah, I don't have to show my face anymore. I just do this every day, which is good. Conversation starter, and then a profound quote. Conversation starter, profound quote. Just do it every day. Don't need to show my face. I don't care. I don't care. I'm just going to keep on doing that, which you probably could. Because how many can see that doing that is better than doing nothing? And doing that you can do on the toilet. Or you just get your VA to do it for you. Like all of you can at least do that. At least do that. So let's consolidate a few things. Everyone stretch. Let's consolidate a few things, right? We're going to consolidate because we're going to start with building your calendar, okay? And I want to do a minimum viable calendar for all of you that all of you can do, even if you're super busy, because you already started the process there. You got your next 10, you got your 10 quotes, you got your 10 conversation, you got your 100 conversation starters, you got at least 10 milestones. So like guys are pretty set, and you don't even have to post a picture online, because the milestones you can do as a postcard. This is a crazy thing. I want to make this so easy for all of you that you have zero excuse to at least post something online with the prompts you've been given using the postcard feature. So at the start of every month, you should always plan your month. And that's a given. I'm going to show you guys how to do that tomorrow. We're going to put everything we've learned together into a systemized structure so that you have a process to make this easy and effortless for you, because I don't want you to feel overwhelmed or feel like it's too much, or feel like you have to be creative and you have to get into state to do it, and you have to feel like posting, where you don't even have to feel like posting. You just have to be put in your calendar in a systematic way where it's easy for you to execute, or even better, easy for your VA to execute, which it's pretty easy to get a VA to execute on this because it's all planned out for you anyway. Cool? So always plan your month at the start of the month. Again, tomorrow I'll show you how to do that. But all of you, I mean, this is the simplest minimum viable content calendar. All of you can do a postcard milestone every week, at least for 10 weeks. At least for 10 weeks. Because chat just gave you 10. Okay? And once you do your 10, just put in again and ask for another 10. But I promise you, the more you do this, the more you start to see that, you know the movie The Sixth Sense? How I see dead people. They're everywhere. I promise you, when you do your next 10 milestones in the next 10 weeks, you're going to see milestones everywhere. I see milestones. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. Like they are everywhere. Because that's what you're doing. Is this all making sense? So they are legit everywhere. And so do a milestone a week. That's the commitment. Put in chat. You don't even have to put a picture of yourself. It's a postcard. Cool? And then you got your profound quote. You can do that on every Tuesday. And then you got your conversation starter. And that's it. That is the faceless Facebook content calendar. For the introverts, for the people that hate their face, for the people that never want to be on camera. And you can probably make a couple of $1,000s a month doing this. You would definitely get at least 5 Tiny Challenge registrations a month from doing this. You can see this right now. You know, it's just chat sequence, get them in, that kind of stuff. Cool. But I don't know. You guys want to get to $1 million? Who's got big goals, aspirations, impact more people? Actually, type in the chat screen in your Facebook Live. Did you guys put in a number of how many people you want to impact, or what was it like? What was it? Was there any tangible things you put in your Facebook Live? Was it income thing? Was it an impact thing? Like I put 100,000 for mine. Go ahead, type in the chat screen.
Yeah, Andrea says here that she said that she wanted to impact 100 people. Love that. Luke Jenner says, yeah, 20 clients. Nancy says, I forgot. That's all right. Roberta says here, 48 a year or 240K. All right, beautiful. I love that.
Very cool, very cool. So you're probably going to need to do more than this to hit your goal. Fair? Is that fair? But this is minimum. This is like, you know what, I'm a single mom, I got 8 kids, I got 5 jobs, and no one's helping me out. My parents think I joined a cult, they disown me, and I'm balancing everything all at once. That's kind of like this kind of content style for that kind of person. But if you've got big goals, you're gonna have to do a little bit more, but this is easy. Now type in the chat screen, how long will it take you, now that you got the prompt and you already started to work on this, how long will it take you to execute on the actual posting of this a week? How long will it take you to actually execute it?
Vivian says, yeah, 0 time, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Nancy says it's done. Okay, cool. We've got here 5 minutes. Yeah, literally doing it right now. Done. Andrea says maybe 1 hour to schedule all the posts. Wow, okay.
So good, so good. So can I get your permission if I ever bring someone up on stage and I do an audit on your content and I don't see at least this, you give me permission to like, what are you doing? To like, just, Jesus, God, come on. Is that fair? Can I get permission to like just give you a backhand? Like just get your act together. Cool. All right. So that is minimum viable. But I know you guys are achievers and you guys want more. And you guys actually, you know, if you're a great student, then the great student doesn't just do the homework. A great student says, give me more. They finish it and they do more. And so if you want to do more, this is called the leap of faith. This is like a level 2 content calendar. If you're like, you know what, I can afford to put more than 10 minutes a week into my content. I can do that. I can do more than 10 minutes a week. Geez, let's do this. So you do those and that's fine. And that only takes you 10 minutes at most because each one only takes you about 3 minutes to post it at most. And then you may introduce a giveaway hand raiser. And you only do this once a month. Okay? I'm going to give you the prompt tomorrow for this. It is wild. All of you will have your very first PDF lead magnet created in under 5 minutes. It's wild. It is wild. And let's say that one there will get you so many tiny challenge leads, it's not funny. But you may end up doing one of those a month, and the others are just like a testimonial. So as you do tiny challenges, you are going to get a testimonial at the end, and you're just going to post, hey, super proud of my client, Amy, who went from this to this after 5 days with me. Congratulations, Amy. And every time you do a tiny challenge, you get a testimonial. And so if you're doing one tiny challenge a week, you can post a testimonial every single week. Super proud of my client, Sophie, who went from, you know, overwhelmed and extreme guilt as a mum to now feeling in control. Just a very short postcard testimonial. Show of hands, who can do this? If you've got one tiny challenge on the rocks, you can do this. You can do all this, and one CTA. So that is called the leap of faith. That's level 2. That's taking up a notch, but now it's going to give you more social proof. And again, you're still faceless. Here's the key. You're still faceless. You don't have to do anything. You have to put your face online yet. Yeah. So here's the ultimate hand raiser post. Tomorrow I'm going to give you a lead magnet prompt, but here's the ultimate hand raiser post. Okay. So prompt, ultimate hand raiser prompt. And so I don't want you guys to come up with hand raisers and you know, you almost have to be like a world-class copywriter to come up with a great hand-raising post these days. It's just, some of them hit, some of them don't. And then you're thinking there and you're within the right state and all that kind of stuff. But I'm just going to give you the prompt again for the ultimate hand raiser post. And this is the prompt. So you can ask Richmond or you can ask chat. Just use whatever's been working for you during this training here. Hey, Richmond, based on the niche that you just helped me with, so whoever helped you out with the niche, whether it's chat or Richmond AI, use that. Cool? Can you please create a Facebook hand raiser post under 120 characters for this niche? This post is to help me secure some tiny challenge leads. The post should name the core pain point or tension, promise, and use emotional language. In this post, please create scarcity and urgency as I can only take on 3 people. But let them know there's no charge as it's a free case study. It's for a case study. So you may even use the words case study and end it with a soft CTA like who wants details. Keep it casual, direct, no fluff. So that's the prompt there. And I'll show you the answer it gave. So I put this in Richmond AI. Fortunately, it didn't fight back with me, but this is the prompt it gave. Okay, cool. Great. Let me tighten this up for you. Gave me a thing. I said, tighten it up. Cool. Here's what I'm thinking for under 120 characters. Brand new case study, looking to work with 3 Asian professionals. So this is based on the Asian professional thing it came up with me. Asian professionals, 101 for free to help them break free from family pressure. Who wants deets? Brand new case study, looking to work with 3 Asian professionals, 101 for free to help them break free from family pressure. Who wants deets? That is the CTA if I was to coach in the niche that it helped me identify if I was starting over from scratch. Pretty solid. And it will look something like this. It'll look something like that. And then you post it. Now, I'm not going to get you guys to do this today, but I'm going to let you know when this will be a great time for you to do it. But I just want to give you the post. Cool? We're going to build towards this. but we'll give you some time to go and put in this prompt to get your call to action, because you only do this about once a month anyway. And so it may not be the right time for you to do it today anyway, so I'm not going to get you to do it today, but I'll let you know when is the right time for you to do it in the context of your situation. But let's get this ready to deploy. So again, you only need one song. Use the AI that you've been using that helped you with the niche, because it's got context for this post here. Cool. Is everyone clear on what we need to do right now? Everyone clear? Show of hands. You guys are clear, 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 clear. Cool. See how we're building now? We're building this. It becomes easy. Cool. So we'll go to your AI and put in this prompt right now. 3, 2, 1, go. Woo, all right. Let's see what you guys got. Go ahead, type it in. Valuable so far? Did you guys get some, yeah, awesome, awesome, awesome. I'll let you guys know when to deploy, because there's a timing and sequence to deploying it, but at least we got it ready to go. What do we have, TK?
All right, mate. Yes, let's get it in there as I catch on up. Joe says business consultants are tired of guessing what prospects actually need. Free case study, 3 spots. Who wants details? All right, Vivian says, stuck losing the same 10 pounds. I need 3 women for, I need 3 women. I'm struggling here. 4 plus 0. I don't know. Maybe there's a typo there for a case study. Reset your weight. Who wants the details? But I get the gist of it. That's where it's at. I'm going to finish up with Anastasia as I struggle through this. It says brand new case study. Looking to work with 3 women, 35 to 65, one-on-one for free to help you. Oh my gosh, it moved along to help you speak your truth without fear. Who wants the deets? Oh, I like it.
Ooh, all right. Raise the energy. Give it up for you guys. All right, so now we're building, and now we're even building some potential limiting beliefs in some of you guys. What if no one puts up their hand for it? What if, oh my gosh, what if 10 people put up their hand for it? Then what do I do? And now you're entertaining a lot of these what ifs. So we're going to entertain the what ifs after it's done. Is that fair? After it's done. Cool, 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 cool. Because we're just going to do it. We're just going to do it. And this is going to be the way moving forward. All right, so this is what a testimonial post could look like. So after you do a tiny challenge, you at least get a testimonial out of it, which is awesome. Many of you have already got many testimonials, but if you don't have any testimonials, you are your testimonial. In fact, you are worth 100 testimonials. Guess what a milestone post is? It's you being your own testimonial. And that's why it is the foundation of your entire business. Because people are buying your own personal results more than anything else. You will never hire an overweight personal trainer even if they got 100 testimonials. But you will hire a personal trainer who is buffed, fit, can run a marathon and has a six-pack, but is just starting out with 0 testimonials. Who's following this right now? So you are your own testimonial. But as you become your own testimonial, guess what? People want to work with you and you get more testimonials. And so these examples of what testimonial posts could look like without even showing your face or their face. And yours will be from your tiny challenges. Just finish running a 30-day infamous 30-day Hurt Locker challenge. This is what we do inside P1, which was Angela Cato was talking about that. And stoked to report that a record of $1 million was collectively made from 18 students who ran Hurt Locker. So Hurt Locker is a 30-day challenge that we do inside P1, and then we're actually running it right now. It is nuts. If you're in Hurt Locker right now, just type in me into the chat screen, but also type in the chat screen. Has it been, oh no, we're only halfway through, but has it been life-changing so far up until this date?
We got me. Well, yes. Katie says, hell yes. Vivian says, yes. Been absolutely life-changing. This is from Laura.
Yeah, very cool, very cool. So that could be a testimonial post. My client, Lavinia, life coach for women, enrolled her first paying client in under 14 days running tiny challenges. Here's the top 5 things she did. Boom. My client, Maylin Lim, just made $19,979 in the last 26 days. She's a quantum healer coach. These are the top 5 things she did. My client, Rovan, who's crushing her right now, strategic intervention coach, made $5K within 7 days of enrolling into our program. These are the top 5 things he did. And so these are testimonial posts that you can do without showing your face. But the bad news without showing your face is, unfortunately, it's called Facebook for a reason. And so at some point, we need to show our faces. And if you want to build a personal brand, who wants to build a personal brand? Yep, show of hands, you must. Then you're not going to be able to build a personal brand if you don't show your face. But I wanted to give you an option so you can warm up to it. Because some of you are like, you know what, can I just not show my face for the first month? Okay, fine. But at some point, you're going to have to start showing your face. Is that cool? Is that cool for everyone there? At some point, you're going to have to remove that 30-year-old profile picture and everyone realizes actually you don't look the way you look anymore. Ouch! Anyone get that before? Like, oh, you look like that. I didn't know it was you. You look different on your profile. Wow, okay. Well, how was that photo? You're thinking to yourself. Everyone's laughing because it's true for some of you. Don't worry, my profile photo is about 7 years old, but I can get away with it. I'm Asian, I don't age. But although it's looking time for an update. So it's called Facebook for a reason. It's called Facebook for a reason. So in order to grab someone's attention, this is the phrase. Like in order to master attention, you master 3 things: grab, hold, and ascend. Because you grab their attention because they're bored, you hold it because you do something interesting, and then ascend them for the ones that are truly committed. So I want to give you the most incredible framework to grab attention. Again, this is the most important. If you master the scroll stop, your business will explode. Don't worry about everything else, just master the scroll stop. So when you grab someone's attention, there are 4 things that grab people's attention the most. And this is from studying every bit of my content over and over again, and I found a pattern. And if you do this, even just one of these, you're going to be able to stop the scroll. If you do multiple of these together, you will stop the scroll like crazy. Remember, people get on socials because they're bored. People get on socials because they're nosy. People get on socials because they're just curious as to what everyone else is doing. So this framework here will be the most effective framework that you will not find anywhere else that's going to work best for you, and I believe for quite a long time, because the reason why people get on social media probably won't change in the near future, but it might change. I don't think it's going to change in the near future. Maybe Facebook becomes a platform where people want to do how-to things and it becomes a long-form platform. Maybe not, but for now, if you want to grab someone's attention online, you can post geography, meaning where are you? If you post yourself at interesting locations or locations just outside your general office or home, people are like, oh, where are they? Where, oh my gosh, they're on a plane. They're going overseas or they're going to eat lunch. Like, they're outside their normal area. So anytime I do a post that's not in my office, people are like, oh, where's Richmond? These posts perform extremely well. People are very, very nosy. How many of you have had someone message you saying, hey, I noticed you're in California. I noticed you're here. I noticed you had there. And they noticed that because you put a post up and it said where you were. Who's ever had that experience before? Now, my brother lives in San Jose, which is not Orange County. And he goes to LA to work about once every 6 weeks, and only for a couple of days. I posted that I'm going to go to Orange County to speak at Myron Golden's event, and he messages me and said, Rich, you're going to be in LA? And I said, yes, I'm having my 40th birthday party there. My friend's throwing this thing for me in LA. I'm like, what? You serious? And I said, oh, what day is it? He's like, it's on Friday night. And I said, oh, well, I'm speaking Friday and I'm speaking Saturday. So I'll be there, but I can't go hard. So I have to leave early because I need to be speaking at events. That's cool. So, but he messaged me because he saw a post of me posting where I'm going. And then I got to enjoy his 40th birthday. Otherwise, he would never know. But why did it work? Because Facebook wants you to post where you are too. That's why you can tag places and locations, because it's a feature on there. If you post where you are going to allow people to stop scrolling. You're like, oh, where are they? But that's the first one. The second one is relationships. Who are you with? Oh my gosh, they're spending time with the kids, spending time with the wife, spending time with their husband, spending time with their brother, spending time with their coach, spending time with Russell Brunson, spending time with Myron, spending time with their clients. Oh my gosh, who were they with? Spending time with their dad, their mum, their cousin, their friends, their auntie. Who are you with? Your dog. Yeah, I would even call it a dog a who. Yeah, why not? Your dog. Who are you with? People are curious on who you're spending time with. They want to know. They're like, whoa, you met Lewis Howes? That's crazy. I didn't just post a picture of me inside his office called the School of Greatness with the background there. It was with me and him. Because people are nosy. They want to know where you are, who you're with. They also want to know what activities you're doing. What you're doing. What are you doing? What are you up to? What are you eating? What are you buying? What are you talking about? Skiing, snow, beach, with clients, eating sushi. Like, what are you doing? Can you imagine if you post where you are, with who you are, on what you're doing? That's going to stop the scroll like crazy, because people are nosy. People just want to know. But that's what the algorithm rewards you on as well. I want to give you some examples, but I want to give you this one here at the end, because this one here made us $100 million. It's crazy. You guys up for that? Cool. Let me just give you some examples. And when you can do them combined, it is wild. So the GRAB framework, people are jumping on because they're curious, is this. These 4 bits here. Geography is the first one. Give examples. If you're going to the airport, post about it. I always do. Always. You're like, wow, where's Richmond going? Cool. Hawaii, holidays. Where are they? Lake Tahoe, at the snow. Where? Backstage. About to speak at an event. At our own 6-figure speaker event, we do 4.1s. This is in Las Vegas. Personal development inside Tony Robbins' event. Where is he? He's in Tampa. He's in Florida, West Palm Beach. Where? On a plane. Client event, Ocean's 8. In my office tour of the studio. So I have another office where I actually work on, but office studio. In my car. See how these are not just in my office, like my typical where I sit down and where my computer is. Every one of these are not in front of my computer because that's boring. Not to say that you can't do that. Yes, you're going to do that, but these will get way more engagement. And you see the engagement on this, it's crazy. Like I don't have a huge following, FYI. So you may say, well, 3,000 views, 4,000 views is not that much, but it's a lot for my following. It's huge for my level of following. We made $10 million cash collected last year and I only have 80,000 followers, which is not a huge amount, but a lot of influencers have over 1 million followers. They struggle to even make $1 million a year. Yet we only have 80,000 followers because I understand these principles. Again, at the snow, shooting content at the snow, on the golf course. Where is he? Oh, where's Richmond now? He's at a restaurant. I'm going to say he's at the gym. Who can see the where in this? Show of hands, you can see. Like if you post things of where you are, that's going to stop the scroll because people are curious, people are nosy. But let's go to the next one, relationships. Who are you spending time with? So it can be, if you're spending time with your coach and mentors, great. People of influence, awesome. Because this is also going to build your brand 100%. But I don't know Myron Golden. I don't know him personally. That's okay. Right? Di Martini, Pedro Deo, Andy Elliott, Russell Brunson. But Richmond, I don't know those people. Well, you can spend time with your clients. We always post when we spend time with clients. This is our infamous black tie event that we do every single year for our P1s. Whether it's in the Hummer, but this is who we're spending time with. But Richmond, I don't have that many clients. I can't post my clients. I can't do that. Well, that's okay. You probably have people that you love and care about. Maybe a team member. This is our team, which I've posted about. Or maybe it's just with your immediate family. But people want to know who you're with. People want to know the other side of you. This is called personal branding. They want to know where you are. They want to know who you're with. Because they secretly want to see if they can know, like, and trust you. Who's following this right now? Cool? Is this valuable so far? Is this easy to remember? Geography, where you're at. Relationships, who you're with. Activities, what you're doing. Korean barbecue. Anyone here like Korean barbecue? I don't know, I just love it. I'm hooked on Korean barbecue. It's so awesome. We had Korean barbecue for my brother's 40th, by the way. His 40th birthday, he's like, we're going Korean barbecue. All right, sounds good to me. I got 0 arguments on that one. And it was actually one of the best Korean barbecues I've ever been to. It was awesome. Cold plunge. What is it? I'm doing a cold plunge. I'm shooting content. Doing this post about me opening the fridge because it was related to the rest of the video there. What is I'm cutting my shirt for a workout that I had with Andy Elliott. Who's getting this right now? What are you doing? And some of these have a combination of where you are, who you're with, and what you're doing. And when you got those combinations, oh my gosh, it is game over. You're going to get people to stopping the scroll immediately. First of all, is this easy to remember? Grab is geography, where you're at, relationships, who you're with, activities, what you're doing. But here's the one that made us 100 million. And I don't mean 100 million directly cash in bank, but I do mean 100 million in a different way, which you can make up your mind if you agree to that or not. Some of you will even think it's worth more than 100 million. It's what are you buying? And this only came in the last probably 2 years. And I was just doing it unconsciously, but when I saw a pattern, particularly in the last 3 months, I was like, wow, this one gets the most engagement and created the most opportunities. What you're buying, which is where your wallet is going. Because everybody write this down, where your wallet goes is where your values actually are. And if people see where your wallet's going, they'll unconsciously know where your values are because a lot of people all talk. Is this all making sense? Right? That's the unconscious cue that you're putting out there. Let me give you examples. Okay? And it could be for anything. Now, I wasn't doing this deliberately. I was just doing it because we used to be broke. Now we're doing well financially. And I want to be the inspiration for people who follow my journey, particularly the ones from the very beginning. And also for my family as well. And so I'm not a brand person. In fact, I'm a very simple person. And when I started getting booked on the bigger stages, Penny's like, you should get better shoes, babe. Your shoes are only worth $100. And they were. And I still wear them, by the way. Babe, you should get some better shoes. Let's get you better shoes because, you know, you only wear the 0.1 shirt. Your jeans are worth like $200 and that's all you got. And yes, I got this watch, but there's another story behind that watch. But it's like, I had nothing else. And she's like, all right, fine. So, you know, with the advice of Penny, I bought one of my first high-end shoes, which is LV shoes. And it's just me shopping at LV, buying LV shoes. And that one got over 3,000 views. It's just like me going through the journey of the experience of buying my first high-end shoe, luxury shoe. But that's okay. And then she's like, babe, you know what? You should get better. You should get better, like pattern shoes for black tie events. So then I bought Dior shoes. Okay, cool. Like a more formal pair of shoes. Like, okay, cool. But what I've also posted about is when we bought the domain for Tiny Challenge, that was over $33,000. And I said, look at this. And I posted a story about like how we just bought our $33,000 domain, which was a long process to get. And there was a time where I thought we couldn't get it. And I posted about, and that one got 4,500 views. But this one here was when we bought Next Top Speaker for $44,000. And I posted about, and that one got 5,600 views. But really interesting one was this one here. I had a date night with Penny. And I posted how much the dinner cost, $392, and that was like that was the thumbnail thing. And I just posted about a date night and how much dinner costs. Can you guys see the 23,000 there? You can see the 23,000 views there. 23,000 views. This is wild. It's insane. People are the most nosiest on what you're spending. Whether it's $100 on grocery, $100 shoes, $10 shirt, $400 dinner, $44,000 domain, whatever it is, they are crazy nosy on what you're spending your money on. It's nuts. It's wild. My highest performing YouTube video, and my channel is very small, only 5,600 subscribers, very, very small. 5,600 subscribers, we've got over 140,000 views, and in the last 30 days, I've gotten over 10,300 hours of watch time. On my YouTube, in the last 30 days, I got over 10,300 hours of watch time. I want you to 10,300 hours of watch time. Now, it's probably not intimate time because they're watching on YouTube, but it's definitely this. Not saying to start YouTube, I want to exemplify the point. The video that got the most views was this. People just want to know what you're buying. Crazy, right? Crazy. In fact, if you're in P1 and you still have not yet posted that you just joined a 30K mastermind, I'd highly suggest you post it because you could make, if not all your money back from that post, or at least a big proportion of it. because people just want to know what you're putting your wallet on. Because people will see, wow, they leveled up, I need to level up. Wow, I want to be a coach that's leveling up. I want to be with a coach who's not playing small anymore. I want to be with a coach who's playing a bigger game. Who sees the unconscious message you send out there when you do things like this? Show of hands. Cool. But how did this make us arguably 100 million or more? You decide. Okay. So this is the domain. Next top speaker.
It's happening again. Oh my gosh, we just secured a huge domain. Can't wait to release it and let you guys know on the next big project that we're working on. Let's go.
So that was posted around about early September last year. So not that long ago. And or maybe around June, like around mid to late last year. As soon as I posted that, I got a Voxer within a couple of hours, a Voxer from Russell Brunson. Because in that post, I didn't reveal what it was. I said, oh my gosh, we did it again, spent $44,000 on a domain. Russell Brunson Voxed me, said, hey, Richmond, I saw your post about the domain. What did you just buy? And I Voxed back, said, hey Russell, I hadn't revealed it to anyone. We've been working on this project called Next Top Speaker. It was so hard to get the domain. Long story short, we finally got it. So exciting. We're going to launch it. We're going to release it. Now we've got the domain. Now we've got the trademarking happening. And so like, wow, tell me more about that. Well, it's this. And it's like, wow. That's fascinating. That's brilliant. So much so that he said, when's the date of the first tournament? Can I come and watch? I'm like, sure. Send him the dates of the first tournament. And he watched it while he's on holidays with the kids. And he was on like quiet mode and everything like that. And he's sending pictures with his kids in this like caravan thing they had. And he loved it. He fell in love with it so much. And after I said, how do I get involved with this? He sent me a message afterwards, said, Richmond, I got three things for you right now. And number one, I want to get involved next. So first thing is that I got these 3 ideas for you. Number one, because he knew we signed up a $1 million sponsor for, that was $1 million, what the first $1 million offer was the Next Top Speaker. And he knew that. And he's like, how can I and ClickFunnels be a sponsor too? That's number one. How can we be a sponsor? So he's basically saying, how can I be a $1 million sponsor? I'm like, here's the second option. How can we joint venture somehow where we can have like, you know, kind of do a partnership in this and, you know, have ClickFunnels involved and all that kind of stuff. Number 3, how can we partner in this and make it big together? And then number 4, none of the above. You may hate all these ones there. And I messaged back and I said, well, Russell, clearly it's not number 4. It's probably not number 1 either because we don't want that. And it's not number 2 because I'm a long-term person and I only get into relationships if I see this as a 100-year thing. He's like, me too. Great. So let's do business together. And then Russell Brunson became the official 1/3, 33% owner of Next Top Speaker. He bought into this and you can decide on how much that relationship is worth. All because I posted on what I was buying. If I never posted that domain, that would have never happened. Can you do this? Can you do this? Great. I want to make it easy for you because I also have some prompts too. Cool? You guys up for that? But now you understand the principles. And when you do them, just start with 1. Where are you? Who are you with? What you're doing? And all of you can do a post right now. I'm going to help you create this so you understand the thing behind it, but also you don't have to be a great copywriter to do this, but now you understand what stops people from scrolling. And I'll say it again, if you're in P1 and you have not yet posted that you just dropped 30K, invested in maybe the largest investment of your life, I'd highly suggest you do this because people are watching you and looking at it saying, oh my gosh. Now there'll be some people like, what, I can't believe you did that. I didn't care. Maybe some people will judge it, it does not matter. But if I was afraid to put out these online, I would have not created the opportunity, and I was unintentional. And the post that have performed the best, that has given the most ROI, has always been what I've put my money on. Whether it's been $100, $1,000, a $400 dinner, or a $44,000 domain, or Myron Golden's $350,000 program, you get an immediate ROI when you post about these things. It is crazy. It is wild. But more importantly, the perception that people have of you that you are leveling up, because you are leveling up. You will get leads so much faster because when you do this, people want to work with someone that's leveling up. Is this all making sense? Cool? Excellent. So, to revise this, the GRAB framework is posting where you are, if you can, who you're with, if you can, what you're doing, and even better, what you're buying, where your wallet is going. And that's how you stop the scroll. So question for you, which one is the easiest for you to commit to right now? We don't want to do all of it. It's too overwhelming. But if you had to just pick one that's easy for you to do, and yes, we'll do a variety of them, but if you had to pick one which is easiest for you to do, which one is easiest for you to do right now? And I'll give you a clue. If I was in your shoes, every day you're buying something. Every day you are buying something. Is that true? Show of hands, is that true? Like every day, whether it's on a recurring thing, or you just went to the grocery store, or you went to the cafe, or you bought lunch. Oh my gosh, there's $29 on this burger. Let's see if it was worth it. And you're eating the burger and you're nah, that was garbage. Suddenly you become a food critic. But every day you're buying something. So I think that's what most of you can do. But for you, which one is easiest? Go ahead, type in the chat screen. Which one just unconsciously, yeah, I can do that. Like that's easy, that's easy, that's easy, that's easy, that's easy. Which one is easy for you to do? Go ahead, type in the chat screen.
Mate, we've got activities coming through the chat. We've got buying coming through the chat as well. We've got where and who. This is from Caroline. We've got activities. Yep, geography. Okay, very cool. Linda, I like this. Linda says all of it. Yeah, you know what? All of it's easy. I could do all of it.
All of it. Very cool. Very cool. All right. So now we got that GRAB framework. This is how you get people to stop scrolling when you post things about where you are, who you're with, what you're doing, and or what you're buying, where your wallet's going. But after they stop scrolling, we need to hold their attention because the outcome is really to help you get paying clients. And grabbing their attention is the first science, for sure. If all we did was master that, you're going to get 4 to 5x on your engagement immediately because that does all the heavy lifting. In fact, the scroll stop is the most important, and this is how important it is. So when we run an ad campaign to fill up a masterclass or whatever the case may be, I will shoot at most 2 bodies. So if I'm shooting a 3.5 minute video, the 3 minutes and 20 seconds is the body, right? I'll shoot 2 iterations of that. But you know how many iterations I shoot of the first 10 seconds? Have a guess. Type in the chat screen. Have a guess how many iterations I shoot.
We got 30, 10, 35, 20, 50, 200, 15, 10.
200, you're right. 200. I shoot 20 in one location, and the location in one location, and the hook that performed the best, I shoot that in another 20 locations. And so really when you do the permutations, that's actually 400. Like that's how important this is. But it doesn't convert, but it stops. But that's how important it is. That does most of the heavy lifting for you. And then you've got an easy to remember framework of where, who, what, wallet. Cool? But I want people to stop scrolling and stay on your feed and stay on your posts. And so I want to give you the other part of how to keep people staying on the post, which is in most formats. In the next 2 days, I'm not going to talk about video marketing. because that adds a layer of complexity. I want you to master written content with the postcards, with this. I don't want to go into and dive into reel creations, thumbnails, all that kind of stuff. Is that cool with you guys? If all you did was just master this, we can master the rest. The rest we do in P1 with video marketing, with helping you with tiny challenges, with giving you feedback on your socials, all that kind of stuff. In fact, this Sunday, we have our 6-figure speaker event. And at this Sunday 6-figure speaker event, I'm going to double down on how you can go viral with your reels, but more importantly, how you can create content with your reels in an effortless, easy way. And I've got all these prompts prepared for you so that you can have people in here. Written content, faces, pictures will be here. But when we get into video content, we're going to step into here. People are becoming intentional about your stuff. So we'll do that at 6-figure speaker, but let's master this first. And so, written hooks. So the picture stops people from scrolling. The words are the first thing that keep them there. Okay? So the picture of where you are, who you're with, what you're doing, what you're buying will stop people from scrolling, but the written words will hold them there. So for example, today was about one thing, your chosen people. It's like, oh, who's the chosen people? Add some curiosity there. This is my chosen family. Yesterday we hosted 25 and people were like, wow, now they want to read a bit more. So what you write in the first couple of sentences is ultra important. And that's a wrap. Last night we hosted our very first Ocean's 8 Mastermind in Las Vegas, and like, wow, okay, cool. And this is again, last night we stayed for a long time. We dined underneath the stars. Boom, they're like, wow, where did they dine? Now you can add some curiosity. So you don't have to think about these hooks, but the reason why these hooks perform well is because it created curiosity. So I'm just going to give you the prompt to create the first 3 sentences of every post you do, of how I do the post. Is that fair? I mean, look at the engagement, hundreds of engagements in every single post. And if we go to insights, it'll be probably at least 5,000 to 10,000 views on each post. And I have a very small following. I'll double down on that. And most of these posts are seen by people who are not followers. Cool? So who would like the prompt of creating the opening hook? Show of hands, you like the prompt? Cool. Has this been a valuable training so far? You guys, yeah, cool. I'm going to make it super easy for you. Really, the goal is at the end of these 2 days, I want to give you 0 excuse to blow up your business. And how many of you can already start to see that right now, I kind of got 0 excuses to blow up my business? Who can see that right now? Type in the chat screen 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. If right now you're thinking, holy crap, Richmond is really giving me 0 excuses to blow up my business, like legit 0. Cool, go ahead, blow up the chat screen.
Nia said 0, even if it's not a number. Yep, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. That's very witty, Nia, as you get extra points in the game. That doesn't matter for that comment. That was cool.
That was very cool. You got a great memory, yes, even if it's not a number. So here's the prompt for written posts. Again, put it in the AI that you've been already using. If you've been using Richmond AI, put it in Richmond AI. If you've been using chat, put it in chat. Okay. Act as a top 0.1 social media strategist who understands authority, positioning, personal branding, emotional storytelling, and humble credibility. I have a photo of me. And explain the photo. Cool? Objective. I want the opening line of my caption to stop everyone. And in brackets, if you put everyone, put coaches. Put your avatar, but if you don't know your avatar, just put everyone. Everyone is better than your niche right now. I'd rather everyone see it than just your coaches see it. So you can just put everyone. From scrolling, trigger curiosity without bragging, communicate gratitude and growth, feel grounded and reflective, reinforce credibility without arrogance, constraints, no self-righteous energy. Remember, we are not boasting here. We are being the people's champion. We are being the Rocky Balboa of our content. No generic hype, must feel human and emotionally real. Assume my audience respects me already. I'm not trying to prove myself. I'm sharing a meaningful milestone. Give me 5 opening lines. Explain the psychological trigger behind each one. And here's the context I gave in a post that I did, all written by my own AI. I have a photo of me and Myron Golden. He personally asked me to speak at his in-person Content to Cash event in LA. This is a major milestone for me. I came from nothing, so moments like this mean a lot. So I put that prompt into AI, explain, I have a photo of him, boom, cool. And and this is what it came up with. So give me 5 opening lines, Here are my thoughts. 5 opening lines, because the opening line is the next most important thing. And it gave me 5 options, which are all great. This photo means more to me than most people understand. Gave me the reason why. From not knowing where I fit in to being invited on rooms like this, great opening line. I'm still the kid who came from nothing, just standing on bigger stages. What a great opening line. These are amazing opening lines, right? If you told the younger version of me this would happen, I wouldn't have believed you. Another great opening line. I used to study Marin's talks on 1x speed. Today, he asked me to bring mine. I don't know about you guys. Can we all agree? They're all insanely awesome opening lines. Show of hands, you agree. They're all amazing opening lines. And so I actually picked, I think, the first one. So I built up the post. I picked the first one. Okay, but we're going to build yours. I'm going to show you the end result. But the first thing I want all of you to do is pull out your phone, and you're going to take a photo of you in front of your computer with the 48 people on the screen. If you can't do 48, do 25. So now we're not just a photo on your like office table. It's a photo of where you're at in your office, but who you're with, and it's going to show what you're doing. Cool? Who can, you're showing who you're with. So your photo with you in front of the Zoom screen with 48 and 49 view or 25 view. And right now that image will be like, wow, who are they with? What are they doing? Whatever the case may be. If you want to have me on big screen, it's up to you if you want to have me on big screen, but this is the photo we're going to take. Cool? So get your phone and do it right now. I can see you guys doing it right now. We don't need a song for this or anything like that. It should be very, very quick. Cool? Make some faces. Yeah, actually, you know what would be cool? I don't know if we can do this because you guys got your phone out, but everyone's like doing some fun things like that. Like that would look fun too. But actually, if you got your phone out, everyone do some fun poses and stuff like that. That'll be a fun picture, like a fun pose, like make a face, put your hands up, So cool, so cool. All right, so I'm gonna help you build this post that we're gonna do as I help you build it. Cool? To prove the point of the grab framework. So you got to take a selfie of yourself. Awesome. In front of the computer. Okay, we're going to apply the ultimate hook prompt, and you're going to pick your favorite one. So if we go back to this, okay, that's the prompt there. Don't put in geography, relationship, activity. You actually put in the context. I know some prompts, you guys are so literal. You put in, I have a photo of me at geography and relationship, activity, and buying. Like, don't be an idiot, right? Can I just say that? One of you will do it. Put the context of the photo. I have a photo of me in front of my computer attending this a Leads Now workshop by Richmond Dean. It's been amazing, but whatever. Just add your own context. Cool, cool, cool. Give me a thumbs up if you guys are clear on this. Cool. It should be in the chat screen right now. We're going to put that prompt in because after you get the 5 hooks, I want you to pick one. Just pick one. Cool? Pick one. So, give you guys a song to do this. 3, 2, 1, go.
Wow, that was a great track. We can do that all day. Let's end the day with that. That was sick. That was sick. Okay, type in the chat screen. Which one did you choose? Which one did you choose? Let's hear it. I'm excited about this.
Boom, let's rock and roll. We've got here, growth doesn't always look glamorous. Sometimes it looks like this. This is from Lisbeth. All right, we've got here from Dot. A year ago, I wouldn't have trusted myself to be here. Ooh, I like that. Katrina says here, I didn't join this room to be seen. I joined to be sharpened. Damn. All right, let's go.
So good. Wow. Wow. That's amazing. That is, give it up for you guys. Wow. All right, let's help you write the body. Well, I'll give you the science behind the body, but the body has to be emotive storytelling. What keeps people reading after that first line is your ability to take them through your hero's journey. There has to be some sort of emotive sentiment. And if you read any of my posts where it's long form or where it's like, a couple of paragraphs or long, you'll now see that I take you through this emotional hero's journey through the way I write. And I pride myself in writing these posts. And one of the things that I was like, oh my gosh, now I have to let go of this because I felt like it was an art form, but it was very hard to teach. Because how do you teach someone to write the way you write and put the emotions behind it and be in the state that you're in? Like it's a very difficult skill set that I've managed to be able to do, but it's harder to translate it to help you guys win. Up until AI and prompts. It just is if you know the right prompt because you understand what works in that way so you can be the people's hero. Because the last thing I want you to do is to be that person that is all about you. You're bringing people on this journey with you because as you document your journey and you write posts like this, how many of you can start to see that people are going to just want to follow your journey and cheer you on and champion your dreams? Who can see that now? Because this is the whole flavor and the whole sentiment of you becoming the people's champion. And so you don't even need to be great to start. You just need to start and document the journey. Posts like this and people are like, wow, I'm inspired by that person. And they're going to go far. And so we're going to put in an extra prompt here. And the prompt is this. This is like a pre-prompt to the body of the post, okay? Now, I want to now write the body of the post so that it keeps my audience interested so that they read all the way to the end and can't help but take the time to leave a comment. Before I prompt you to write the post, can you ask me 3 deeper questions about the context of the post so that you can write it for me, so you can write for me the world's best body for the post. So now I'm prompting AI to ask me questions to get more context from the post so I can write a very well pointed post. Is this clear for everyone here? Show of hands if this is clear. So we're going to put this prompt in after you got the 5 hooks there. Put this prompt in right after this one here where now we're layering this. I want to now write the body of the post. So we're going to put in the chat screen right now, copy and paste it, pop it in AI right now, whether you use Richmond AI or chat. And it's going to ask you some questions to get more context about the post. And then I'll give you the prompt for the actual body after it's got context. Cool? So we'll give you guys a song because it's going to ask you a few questions that you need to answer. And did you know Richmond AI, you can use a voice feature as well. So you can just talk to Richmond AI, kind of like you can talk to chat, right? You can just talk. If that's quicker for you, just talk. But otherwise, if you like typing, just type. Whichever way is completely up to you. But we'll give you guys a song to go deep in this and then the body. After this, you guys deserved a well-earned break because we've gone heavy, but also at the same time, easy, simple for you guys to implement so you guys never have to worry about thinking about content creation again. Cool? So we'll come back after a song. 3, 2, 1, go.
more than enough time to get some extra context layer. And it's even if it's got one question, ask you one question, it's got more context to be able to write this post for you. So this is when it asked me, okay, Richmond AI. It asked me, okay, here are my thoughts. Take this post to land a milestone without flexing. I need some specifics. So this is what Richmond AI asked me. It actually asked me, what is the one sentence you'd want a close friend to remember from this post a year from now? Like, wow, okay, that's deep. Which emotion do you want the reader to feel most by the end? Is it quiet pride, renewed belief, or some calm resolve? I forget what I answered. What's one concrete, ordinary detail from that day with Myron that made it real for you? Something small most people would miss. And so I answered those 3 questions in Richmond AI. I want my friend to remember that they can build their dream life. I want the reader to feel inspired, and Myron believed in me before I did. So that's what I wrote. Cool. And this is the next prompt I put in after I gave it context to actually write the body. Cool. So in the same thread, we're going to put in this prompt. This is, now it's got context, so it can write without fluffing. Now, with the additional context I just gave you, can you act as a top 0.1% world-class personal brand strategist and emotional storyteller who specializes in authority positioning without arrogance? The audience I would like this written for is, just put everyone. If you're not sure, just put everyone. If in doubt, put everyone, because everyone is better than someone. Everyone is better than probably your niche. And then the same prompt, objective, write a 100 to 200 word body with well-spaced one-liners and paragraphs that feels humble, grounded, deep, and reflective, that highlights growth without bragging, signals credibility without flexing, reinforces belief in the reader, feels like I'm speaking to one person directly, makes the reader feel proud of me without feeling inferior, and feel inspired rather than feeling less than. Warm belief, the tone is warm belief, quiet confidence, grateful but not dramatic, no hype, and no self-righteousness. Strategic layer, this post should subtly strengthen my authority, deepen emotional connection, encourage comments organically, and feel like a milestone, not a sales post. Because milestones are the holy grail. Is that a world-class prompt? Show of hands. Would you guys agree? Yeah, it is world-class. It's going to be in your chat screen now. Copy and paste it. But before you do that, let me show you the output it produced. It is wild. So this is what it gave me, the whole body. And here are my thoughts. Okay, I used to think this was dream life. So I actually used the opening liner of this photo means more to me than I know. Turned out it's a build, slow, faithful, a little scrappy. Standing with Myron after he invited me to speak felt less of a trophy and more like a mirror. He saw something in me before I did, borrowed belief, carried me until my own belief caught up. That's the part I want my friends to remember. You can do this. Not because it's flashy, but because consistency stacks quietly until it's undeniable. Oh my gosh. I came from nothing, and I'm grateful for that. It taught me rhythm over rush, prayer over panic, and reps when no one clapped. Some of you read this post and commented on it. Does this post sound familiar for some of you in the room right now? Yeah. And you know what? It's me. Because it's got the context of me. Does it make sense? And if I had to write this, I would write something pretty similar to this without wasting an hour doing it. Because it asked me the context. I came from nothing. If you're doubting, I get it. Keep your hands on the bricks. Keep your heart in the work. Your future self is already cheering you from a room once you thought out of reach. And if you need to borrow belief for a while, take mine. It's paid forward from something who loaned it to me first. Remember, keep believing and never settle. And so this is the photo I took and I posted. That's the photo I was talking about. This photo means more to me than most would understand. That's the actual hook that I chose from the top 5. Photo, hook from the prompt. Over 300, this one's got over 400 likes now. This is the body, as is, copied and paste. Done from prompting The whole post, less than 10 minutes. Nearly 10,000 views. 47% were to non-followers. 45% were pushed to people's suggested feed. Isn't that crazy? Where am I? In a car? Who I'm with? Byron Golden? What am I doing? Who can see the grab framework working in play with the opening line, with the body, with the storytelling? And this just went crazy on something that took me less than 10 minutes. And you can do this again and again and again and again. And can you see how now it's positioned as the people's hero? No flex. I'm not here to say I'm better than you, because I'm not. But I'm going on this journey with you, and I want to take you along with me. Who's up for going on the journey together? Show of hands? Yeah, you're all in the right place. So, messy action. We're going to put in that prompt. So let's put in the screen there. And you're going to get the body out. Here it is. And then you're going to post it. You're going to post it. You're going to post the picture. You're going to post the headline that you chose, the body that I wrote for you, and that's it. If you want to tag me, you can. I would suggest you probably do, but that's up to you. I don't want you to promote me or market me or anything like that. I'm just suggesting that that might be a smart idea, because you'll be borrowing my brand equity. Does it make sense? It'll be a smart idea, but I don't want to misunderstand it. I'm trying to get you to promote me or post about me or anything like that. It will give you brand equity because you're spending time with someone who's a well-known brand amongst all the other industry influencers. So up to you though, but at least put this prompt in. Picture of yourself in front of a computer with 25 people or 49 people. What are you doing? Where you're at? Who you're with the opening line, with the opening body, with the body, and the rest is history. So is everyone clear on what we need to do right now? Yep, cool. Anyone stuck? Anyone confused? Oh my gosh, what do we do? I don't get it. What are we doing? I'm lost. Should be pretty simple where we're at right now. We're going to put this prompt in and we're actually going to do the post. So I'll give you 10 minutes at least, like probably 10 minutes to actually put the picture in, write the post, copy paste should be more than enough. Once you're done, just type in the chat screen, done. We'll kind of gauge where we need in the room. If we need a bit more time, great. If we don't need the 10 minutes, equally just great as well. And also probably great opportunity for you guys to go to the bathroom. And actually, you know what? Let's do this post. Let's give you full 15 minutes. So then you can go to the bathroom. You got a few minutes spare. So we'll give the full 15 minutes. That should give you a little bit of a break, but also enough time to do this post whilst you're on the toilet. Cool? All right. So that being said, we'll come back in about 15 minutes time. 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, that's the way we do it. You can go ahead, high five the camera for me. High five the camera. Where's the energy? We have had an absolutely incredible day. You guys getting value from today as well? Yes, if you're getting value from today, type in the chat screen for me, value. If you're taking action, type in the chat screen for me, action as well. We've got value, value. Yes, value big time, loving it. Yes, value, taking action, making it happen. Absolutely sensational. So with that said, let's keep the energy high. Let's get Richmond back out on the main stage and let's keep this moving. Guys, give it up for Richmond Dean. Let's go.
Anyone had lunch yet? It turned out to be no breaks. Some people had lunch. All right, cool. Well, this is how we get things done. All right, type in the chat screen. What are you feeling right now? What's going through your mind, emotions, body? And I get we've been here for long. We've been here for, wow, like, I don't know, 8 hours or whatever at the time may be. I just jumped off a plane to serve this to you guys today. And so what's going through your mind right now? How are you feeling? More importantly, are you more optimistic about your future or less optimistic? Or what's your kind of feelings around your future moving forward now?
Well, I'm going to get it started with Vincent, who said that he had a second lunch at 3 a.m. Yes, boom, that's where it's at. We've got more optimistic, feeling better, more organized too. I love that. Alfonso says that we can do this. Yeah, heck yeah. Roberta says, doing good, fantastic, loving it on all the levels. I'm going to finish up with Dot, who says the action in the group is really motivating. Oh, yeah, it is, Dot. Well done.
Very cool. Nice, 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 nice. You know what? Raise energy for you guys. Let's go. All right, and so if you actually, we still got the P1 masterclass, and then say I'm in the masterclass. We're going to do Q&A. I'm also going to break down what we did today from an event perspective. So if anytime you want to create an immersive event for your clients, whether it be one person, 5 people, 10 people, I'm going to break it down today. How many of you felt like you've been in an immersive event today? Show of hands. Where you kind of lost track of time and you're like, oh my gosh, it's already, for us, 4 p.m. And I'm like, where did time go? That went kind of super fast. Guess what happens when you create this? Then everything becomes easier. Who's getting this right now? And I want you to create that for your own business. So if you're in P1, strap in. If you've got any questions around today's event, more than happy to ask. I'm also going to remember the formula to success. Find out, spend time with the right people because the right people have the map. Figure out what the map is, apply it, take messy action, but then get guided feedback. So I already saw some of your posts come through. Thank you for tagging me. And some of you guys didn't tag me, which is okay as well. I loved it and liked it. That's me going through my social media feed and liking it. That's me, not my VA. That's me doing it. And so in the masterclass, I'm also going to give some guided feedback as well on how you can make it even better. There's some certain nuances and some certain feedback, and that quarter-inch turn or those little shifts that you can make to your content will make it go viral even more, which ultimately means that you get to your goals faster. And what happens when you get to your goals faster? You get to enjoy them longer. Would that be fair? So that's what I'm going to do. So if you still like to be one of the 3 in the masterclass in contention for it, don't be shy. Winners go first. Just put up the hand raise emoji so we can actually have a pool of people to actually pick from. Just put the hand raise emoji so we can have a pool of people to pick from. And if there's only another 3, then that's right. It's you 3, but put up the hand so we're actually cool. All right, very cool. We got it. I can see my screen. Put the hand raise emoji. And crew, give you guys more time. Give you guys some time. Some of you guys are trying to find the hand raise emoji. Crew, once we'll give them another few minutes. And then if we could screenshot this so we know who we can pick from. Because the most embarrassing thing is picking someone who doesn't want to be there. Is that fair? Like, if you pick you and you don't want to be there, and then we're just It's not good on you. It's not good on us. We only pick people who actually want to be there and who's actually in the room. So crew, could we screenshot the people with the hand raised, and we'll be able to pick the other 3 who actually want to be there. So it's a win-win-win for everybody here. And by the way, how many of you have been in a presentation where they try to pitch you something and you're like, I don't even want to sit through this presentation because I know that this is not for me anyway, and it's just a waste of your time. It's a waste of their time because they're pitching to an audience where the audience doesn't want to see it, but also they know that it's not the right next step for them. And then you're sitting for half an hour and you're like, oh my gosh, I wish I could be doing something else right now. How many of you have sat in something like that right now and you're like, oh my gosh, I don't want to sit through it. I'm not going to make you sit through any presentation or any pitch or any sour thing at all. If you feel like you want to actually see what the 0.1 offer is, you can apply to see what the offer is, and that's in your own time. No wallet, no credit card, don't even pull out anything at all. We don't want your money. You can actually apply to see what the offer is. And if you're watching this in the replay, whether you're watching this a week from now or 2 weeks from now or a month from now, and you're like, actually, I do want to actually just see what the offer is, you can apply to see what the offer is, and then we'll decide together whether it's going to be the right next step for you or whether or not you even want to take that right next step, because you're smart enough to decide whether it's for you or not for you. Is that fair for everyone? So then no one has to sit in a presentation they don't want to watch. Is that cool for everyone here? So you're not going to see any 0.1 offer only unless you actually want to actually apply to see it. And it's going to be in the form of actually a one-on-one conversation with one of our head coaches, either Catherine or Cassie. And it might be a 5-minute conversation. It might be a 10-minute conversation. It might be an hour conversation. But the point is, don't have your wallet there because it's just an application to see the actual offer. Is that fair for everyone here? Is that cool? Awesome, 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 awesome. Great. All right. Now, if you're in P1 and you find tech overwhelming, I've done my best to make it as simple as possible for all of you. Oh, thank you. You can raise your hand down now, by the way. This is awesome. I see all your hands up. You can put your hand down. How many of you can see that I've done my best, absolute best, to make it as easy and simple as possible for all of you to, number 1, understand the principles, and number 2, apply it right now. Who can see that right now? But there's also going to be some people who are like, oh my gosh, what is Claude? What is chat? I just used chat yesterday. Oh my gosh, Richmond AI, this whole lock-in thing is so confusing to me. The tech thing, the Zoom thing, all that's overwhelming. Remember, if you are in P1, you have the opportunity to book in a complimentary one-on-one with Quang, which is our tech guy. And Quang is the wizard of helping coaches scale faster through tech, automation, all those things. So if you're in P1 and you have not yet booked in a call with Quang, make sure you book in a call with Quang to make your life a lot easier. And you can scan the QR code. It'll take you to his calendar, only for P1s. Just a reminder for you to do that, because your skill set is building your brand. Your skill set is not in tech. And if anything we can do to make your life easier, we're going to be able to support you there too. Now, video content. Ooh, video content. I won't dig too deep into it, but video content is the part where you tap into this area here. And if we can learn to master that, then sales becomes so much easier. If you're wondering how some people can convert 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10 in the Tiny Challenge, or some people can convert a $5,000 offer and $10,000 offer and $25,000 offer, it's because their clients have been intentional in consuming their stuff, or even been intimate in consuming their stuff way before they jump on a call with them. That's the key. If we can figure out how to help our ideal clients consume more of our stuff before they even jump on a Tiny Challenge with us, it is game over. But doing video marketing is a little bit scary. And you need to probably be ready for it. Who gets this? To be able to do it consistently. Now, all of you can do a Facebook Live here. Yes, we created an environment for you to do Facebook Live. But I said, can you commit to doing that once a week, or once a fortnight, or twice a week, or do some reels? It's like, oh, I don't know, because it requires a bit more effort and the fear of judgment and what if I fumble my words and all. They say that it requires more readiness than everything I've taught you today. Who would agree? It requires more readiness. So you have to be ready for that. And you're putting yourself out there. You really are. And so I'm not going to talk too much about video marketing. I'll leave that for mainly P1. But there's some of you that are already ready to take this to the next level. And so rather than me going through all this prompting and this science behind it and stuff like that too, rather than me doing that because some of you in the room may not even be ready for that level. Hang on a sec, Richmond. I'm just comfortable posting my face online. I don't want to post a video online. I'm just comfortable with my face. If some of you are all ready to level up and you want to master video marketing, I've got a really cool prompt for you to create the openings of your reels. But, only if you're ready to do video marketing. So I'm not going to give it to you if you're not ready for it. I don't want to waste your time. So for those that are ready, you can pull out your phone, find me on Facebook or Instagram and DM me ready, and I'll give you the prompt so you can just copy and paste it. But I'm going to ask you when you DM me saying, are you actually ready to do video marketing? Because if I give you the prompt and I scan your Facebook page the next week and there's no video in there, I'm not going to be very happy with you. Is that fair? Is that fair? Like, I'm going to be watching your stuff. So don't DM me if you're not ready. And I'm okay if you're not ready. You know how long it took me to get ready to do videos? A long time, because I was just an optometrist. So no judgment. No judgment. But if you do want the prompt, just DM me. I'm ready. And I will see if you're actually ready for this, and I'm going to just give you the prompt. And then after I give you the prompt, I'm going to say when I'm going to see that video from you, and you're going to say, probably tomorrow or next week, but no longer than a week. Type in fair if that's fair into the chat screen. Type in fair. Don't DM me if you're not actually ready for this. Very cool. Okay, so now if you have not eaten yet, this is a chance where you can probably eat, because we're gonna do like a, I don't know, this is an opportunity where you can kind of lean back a little bit and just absorb everything and simmer everything. Because before Richmond AI was available, because Richmond AI had only been available the way it is right now, probably the last 6 months. So it's relatively new. We launched it about a year ago, just a bit under a year ago. And, you know, it was okay then, but it's so good now. And we refined it and everything. And before even prompting was a thing, before AI, like Tiny Challenges was invented before this whole AI revolution. So there was none of that. Before I even did this workshop, there is no workshop like what you've just experienced that teaches how to fish and gives you the fish in a way. And by the way, I saw your post. I'm so proud. I'm so proud of the opening lines of your post and even the copy of your post. And I don't know about you, but like, how did you guys feel about the post? Was it maybe one of the best written posts that you've ever done? Like, how did you personally feel about your post? I felt really proud looking at it. It was emotional. It was like, you know, almost like my kids, like you taught them something, they did it, and it turned out so good. You know what I mean? So how did you guys feel about it?
Let's get it in the chat. Elizabeth says, I felt good. Linda says, felt great. I'm so proud of myself. Amazing. Great.
Very cool. Very cool.
Stressed and blessed. I'll leave it there. That's so cool.
Yeah. Okay, so I want to share with you an interview I did with 3 superstar P1s who made the first 5 figures all through Tiny Challenges before I even gave you these prompts. So they did it without prompting. They did it totally messy. They did it without Richmond AI. And if they can do this without these 3 things, then you better believe that it is 100 times easier for you too. And they're going to show you how they did it. It is about a half-an-hour interview. I did one of our former boot camps, but just watch this interview. And if you want to get some food, bring the laptop and eat while you're watching this, you can, or you can just enjoy this, because this is phenomenal. Because not only do they share how they did it, but you'll understand the principles and the thinking, because principles don't change. The how, the prompts may change in the future. The platform may change. It may be a different AI, but the principles don't change. For example, grabbing attention online is always a must. Using the grab framework is always a must. People are always going to be curious as to where you are, who you're with, what you're doing, and what you're buying. Always. That is a principle, but the mechanics of it changes. And so they talk about principles of how some of them made their first 10K, 20K, 30K, 50K. It's going to be an awesome interview. So strap in. It goes for about half an hour. Welcome to the 5-figure Tiny Challenge panel. So Darlene, Christy, Naomi, let's go.
3, 2, 1, go. Are you ready? Are you ready?
All right, let's get you guys unmuted. This is the first time that I've had any of you guys on a panel or at bootcamp speaking, so I'm excited for you guys. First of all, let's start with. I'll go on this screen. This might be easier for me to see you. Okay, cool. Christy, how are you feeling? I see you standing there. Cool. Is that your favorite husband's suit, tie, whatever it is?
It is. This is my husband's tie and suit, so I've got his confidence on, and I am nervous. Not going to lie, it's always nervous talking to you. But it's really good. So,
what are you nervous about?
I've got no idea.
I'm just messing.
Who knows what's going to happen here? That's something. Embrace the unknown.
I got you. How are you feeling, darling? I saw your Facebook Live yesterday. Great live, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
9 years, eh? 9 years as a widow.
I'm nervous too. You have that effect on
making me nervous now. Should I be nervous? I'm nervous and I'm not nervous. Okay, you guys are in the right place, guys. This is the first time that I've asked them to speak at boot camp, and most of the time, like some of the speakers they've spoken before. But know that I've asked you guys to come up here because I have faith in you, and I believe in you, and I believe you have what it takes, and I definitely see something in you that maybe you don't see in yourself right now. Naomi, how are you feeling?
I would be lying if I said I was nervous. I am also a little bit nervous, but I'm excited for this. And I'm just so grateful as well for the opportunity to do this. And I just love everything that you do. I love the community that you've built. And it's a real privilege to be invited into this space to be able to share that really all I've been doing is implementing what you've taught, and it's worked.
It has. Side topic, you're going to have to double your prices very soon, by the way. I'm just going to say, put it out there. Let's take a quick photo. Let's do a quick photo while we're here to celebrate this moment. I don't know if anyone's screenshotting this. I hope someone is. Boom, Shane's got it. And then Naomi, you can send to your husband saying, see, this is why I sacrifice weekends. Very cool. All right, so we got the 5-figure panel. Let's start with just very quickly, how many tiny challenges have you run and how much money have you made from it? Let's look at the stats and then how long have you been in P1 too? So we'll start with Christy. How long have you been in P1?
14 weeks. 14
Wow.
weeks.
Who's
I
counting?
actually signed up at the last, but so about 12, 14 weeks.
Yeah, only like 98 days and 3 hours and 6 minutes. 14 weeks. How many tiny challenges you run?
Roughly around 20.
Cool. How many have you converted?
At least 50%.
Whoa. Okay. Let's take a mental note. Total sales?
Total sales to date is 66,150.
Oh, can we give it up first of all? Oh my gosh. Very cool. Naomi, let's go down Naomi. How long have you been in P1? Very similar time too, isn't it?
Yes. So since around the 29th of May, after the last boot camp I joined.
Yeah, so that's around about 15 weeks-ish, something like that. How many tiny challenges and total sales?
I've done, I think it's 25 tiny challenges, and I just got my 10th conversion through, which brings me to $38,000.
Nice. Give it up for Naomi. All right, Darlene, lucky last.
I've been in P1, I think about 6 months. And I've done about 23 tiny challenges. And I've converted 10 of those.
Nice.
And my sales are at 53,000.
Wow. Give it up for Darlene. So these guys are averaging 10K-ish per month, give or take a bit more, something like that. You guys get like, you just did reverse engineer, right? And they're all in non-tangible niches too. So Widows, we got 2 widows, and then, well, Darlene's a little bit different because he's more later stage, and then life coach for mums, Naomi. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, you cool if I just pick their brain a little bit for you guys to get some heavy duty note taking? Okay. Let's start with Christy, converting 50%. I want to firstly explore what are your beliefs around sales to convert at 50%. But before we start with the belief, what were your limiting beliefs around sales that you had to overcome? And what do you believe now that's made the difference?
My limiting beliefs around sales was I didn't think personally I was good, like that whole internal good enough. And that my beliefs were like, no one would pay somebody who had kids who would be an inconvenience and do all the things. And I suppose money was a real big thing until I realized that money was the limitation itself. If there was ever a time that I was never going to let money stop me. So whenever my limiting belief was I didn't have money. And I literally, when I joined, I joined with no money. Zero. And I realized the limiting belief is money. Because when we don't have it, that in itself is a limiting belief, because it's not the fact that we don't have money. I realized the limiting belief was I wasn't depositing faith and hope and love into my own self and betting on me. I was limited that I was never betting on me. I was always betting on somebody else to try and do it for me. But the moment I realized that I had no money to blame for doing it, it was only myself. And therefore it created an empowering belief with my clients to get me to where to convert this high. Is one of them came from you. I just simply embodied it. Everybody has money. Everybody has time. And I will never let money be the thing that stops them.
Wow. Energetically, what do you think that does when you're delivering a tiny challenge?
My certainty and conviction puts me at such a core strength piece that when because I'm a widow coach, like I help widows process grief after loss. So they come to me suicidal, highly emotional, and not willing to let go of their late husband's money because they are so stuck to it. But I can't spend this because they've got a limited mindset that they have to provide for themselves. And we don't have a way to figure out how to create a lifetime of income. And I know for a fact that we all have a special part inside of us, that if we dig deep enough into it, money's kind of like putting the sunscreen on. You can have it sometimes. And if you go out in the sun and don't put sunscreen on, okay, you might get burnt. But I've got some other beliefs about sunscreen. But if you go outside, put your sunscreen on, protect yourself. When I adopted this mindset that you taught me in P1, I used to think money was the safety net. Money was the thing that was going to help me provide for my family. I thought money was the foundation on where security and protection and all the things came from. But the moment you taught me this in P1, that safety is a mindset, I realized that everything I wanted money to buy, I had to learn to embody first. And by default, no shit, my head right and center, and my clients pay in full.
Wow. Wow, wow. Hey, Darlene, do you want to touch on some of those points? Because you guys are in similar niches, similar, but not really. Like your messaging front end is quite different, in my opinion, anyway, of women who don't want to like spend their late husband's money. Because I know many of you guys are in a situation where it's not so much, you might not even say niche, but it's like you may have a belief yourself, or your clients may have a belief that says, I can't touch these savings. It's taboo if I tap into that account. or I could never go below $20,000 in savings. Otherwise, I'm going to freak out and die. Like, you know, some of those beliefs, like, you know, we're taught that save, or I can't touch it, or, you know what I mean? Like, when my mum my mum passed away and I received not a huge inheritance, but like a tiny one, I had to overcome a lot of guilt of spending her money on myself. Like, it was like, oh, this is my mum's money, you know, and I had to battle that. So, Darlene, do you want to talk about that with your clients and what you think about that?
Yeah, so definitely different in what the limiting beliefs are with my clients and myself versus with Christy. And I think it's like a mirror effect, maybe, you know, with our clients and ourselves. So for me, my limiting belief was that I wasn't good enough. And even though I've been doing this a lot longer, because I've been a widow a lot longer, when I came into your world, Richmond, I honestly felt like, oh my God, how come I didn't find him sooner? The things that I've been doing were not enough. And I didn't feel like I had all the right tools. This is why I invested like over $60,000 on myself before I met you. Because even though I had done the work on myself to heal, I always felt like there was something missing. And so because I felt there was something missing, my widows actually also felt the same thing. But I also, my clients, their limiting belief is that they don't think that they can get out of this dark place. That was my story. In the very beginning, I thought no one or nothing could help me and that I would be sad and lonely for the rest of my life. And that is the limiting belief that my clients have. So even though they come and they do these 5-day challenges with me, most of the time it isn't money. It is, I'm not sure that I'm ready. I'm not sure that I can do this. I'm not sure that I'm worthy of joy and peace and happiness. And again, that was my story, right? So even though Christy and I are both widow coaches, I think we attract also different types of widows that are coming into our program.
Absolutely. And we talked about that yesterday, about modeling. And, you know, with Penny coming on, it's like, hey, like X-Men has 100 characters in X-Men. There's room for another character, and you're your own different character. If X-Men only had one character, it'll be the most boring movie ever. And so there's enough room for another character. Everyone's different. And so there's definitely a space. Naomi, do you want to touch on that too? Because it sounds like there's a theme of, you know, you work on yourself and then you can work on your clients. Life coach for mums, why do you think they're buying you? Why do you think they're paying you money? And you're allowed to talk yourself up because I'm awesome. What do you mean? Who wouldn't pay me?
Because I'm so certain I can help them that I offer a guarantee. And for speaking of clients limiting beliefs in terms of the thing that might hold them back, for them, like I love Christy, what she shared about beliefs about money, because it's not about the money. And since I've been approaching my clients from the attitude of they have money, it's more about, you know, getting past their other hurdle, which is they actually feel deeply broken. They feel as though they've tried a lot of things and it hasn't worked for them. And what makes this different? How, you know, and it's not that they don't believe in me. They don't believe in themselves to be able to get the result that I'm promising. And so, luckily for me, I have some really brilliant before and after videos of other clients that I can show them. And that day that I show them those, that's the day that gives them hope that maybe it is possible for them. Because even in those client videos, those clients say, I didn't think this would be possible for me. When I watched that video, I thought, oh, that might work for her, but it won't work for me. And so I've got this evidence to show them, no matter, you know, and, you know, they come with common problems. So I've always got a video that I can show them of a client that had a really similar problem that now has a completely fresh outlook on that problem and on their lives. And that's the moment where they go, okay, this could work for me. And if I can get them to that place of this could work for me, well, then the money's a bit of a no-brainer, because 9 out of 10 of my clients have paid in full.
Wow.
So
where did you start though, Naomi? Because at the start, maybe your first 3 tiny challenges, you didn't have videos because you need tiny challenges to get videos, and you know what I mean? And probably the certainty is not there. Can you walk us through maybe the first 3 or 4 tiny challenges?
So the first 3 or 4, it was more just really being present with them. And by day 3 or 4 anyway, they've already had such a big aha or some shift that they realize that working with me is really helping them. And they're like, I need more of this. And I also make a point of sharing that for those shifts to become more permanent, this is ongoing work, you know, and that this is something we do together. So it's all built into my challenge, and that we heal with high quality co-regulation with somebody that we feel safe with, that we can show up fully as ourselves with, that has the tools to help us through our problem. We don't heal in isolation. We re-traumatize in isolation. And so this is all built into my challenge because I work on the nervous system, and that's part of my training in the challenge is around the nervous system. So I've learned how to address many of these objections through what I deliver in the challenge, so that when it gets to going further, they know that the best outcome they're going to have is by continuing to work with me.
Wow. How many of you guys feel Naomi's like intent and presence as she's speaking right now? Yeah. And talking about intention, like Christy, when did your late husband pass away?
He passed away November 2022.
Okay, so yeah,
So it's coming up almost 2 years, so about 1.5 years.
How long you been coaching coaching widows for?
Oh, I only started in January.
January, okay. Walk me through, I guess that month in January on your first couple of tiny challenges or people, and I'm guessing it's the first time you coach, and you know, how do you navigate through like, I think I know what I'm doing. I'm not sure. I've never done it before. You know, how do we go through that? And you still close like crazy.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it was any good. Please, you didn't ask for those recordings because I'd burned them. So you'd be like, she did what? And
you got to keep them for your future reference though. I'm lucky I kept my first Facebook Live. Oh God, why did I do that for? Because it was a live. It's still on my feed.
The first ones were pretty shoddy, I'm not going to lie. I was literally one of those people that was like, oh, okay, I only joined in January, like the underdog in January. So I've only been in total like 8 months or something. But when the first tiny challenge I did lasted 3 hours on day 1, I'm like, this is going to kill me. I got 5 more days of this, and I have to do multiple people. My God, my kids aren't going to have a mum. So what I realized was the first one's going to take 6,000 more time, because I was trying to make it worth it, because I was navigating a new system, like the new way that you do things, where it's like the 5 days, half an hour, 45 minutes over 5 days, help them solve a problem. But I'm like that unworthiness, trying to solve that problem for them in 1 day. And I realized the old pattern was trying to prove my worth to them. So I thought if I just made it last longer, it was a guarantee. But that's not the case. Now mine lasts about 30 minutes, 45 tops, because now I'm very strict. I literally tell them, right, we're here for 30 minutes, 45 tops. Here's what, do the structure that you've given.
Wow. Yeah, I think this is a great topic then. Let's go to Darlene and talk about challenge flops and why you didn't give up and what did you make it mean? And then you're still here and succeeding. So
my first three tiny challenges were current clients. So I kind of took the easy way out and had people that already liked and trusted me. And
that's smart. I wouldn't say that's easy. It's smart. Very smart. Yeah.
Well, this was my inspiration to get into Point One. And so if you remember, I joined Underdog Academy and joined Point One 30 days after. And I wanted the best. So I went, okay, well, what do I do to get there? Went to clients that already trusted me and said, hey, I got this new program. Didn't really have anything, didn't know how to do tiny challenges. So it's a flop when you think about the structure, because I didn't have a structure. I was just like, Richmond said to do 5 days. All right, well, I'm going to do 5 days of something. And I did 5 days of something, and they all three signed. All three signed. So flop, no flop, I don't know. It depends on how you look at it.
Why do you think they signed? Like, yeah, of course they knew you, but all three signed. Like, what do you think they really signed? Like, what do you think there's a real deeper reason that I think everyone could take value from?
My excitement for what I have now. Like when I first met you and knowing that you were the key to what I've been missing, I was excited because now I knew that I could give my widows like a 360-degree program. Because at the beginning, it was just like, I'm teaching you how to heal from the loss of your husband. Okay, well, what about the loss of your identity? What about finding purpose? What about all these other things that you lost along the way? Like, I didn't have anything for all of that. With tiny challenges and with the structure of the course creation, I had it now. And even though I hadn't developed it yet, I had a vision and I knew I had a structure and I knew I had support and accountability through point one. So it was my belief, my certainty, my excitement, my energy that, hey, ladies, I got it now. Like, let's do this. Are you ready to find purpose? Are you ready to figure out your identity and find self-love and live this second part of your life thriving, right? Being empowered like you never have before? Like, that was my excitement. And I honestly think that's what it was, because they trusted me. We didn't have a program yet, but I said, you're the first one. Okay, you're the second one. Okay, you're the third one, and we're going to do this together. And they were like, let's do it, Dar. And that's how I was able to get into point one. How
many of you are like, oh my gosh, give me a sign up page, Arlene. I want to sign up to you for it. Like, who's feeling that right now? And you got no idea how much it costs or anything like that. Talking about structure, because Naomi, I know it feels like you've got like a rhythm and a routine and a system behind it. Is that all, like, what does that kind of look like in the background? Is there tech involved, or how do you do it? Are you on phone? Like, what's kind of the logistical aspect of you doing it? And you got kids too, you know, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. So logistically, I've only run one challenge over the phone. The rest is on Zoom. I don't have, so I am not a tech person. I'm good at talking to people. Sometimes I mess that up. But admin and all the rest of it, tech, social media, like creativity and on Canva, like all that kind of stuff, I'm rubbish with. Like I can do basics, but not good. So I don't have a workbook. I don't have like I do sometimes in my challenge share different images with them or things I might have presented on previous workshops that are kind of ready to go, but I don't really have anything I've created specifically for the challenge. So from a tech perspective, it's just Calendly, Zoom links, and Messenger.
Right. There's no like slides or workbook or like, you know what I mean? Like, you're just literally talking on Zoom. That's it.
That's it. And yes, like I said, I do have some visuals that I use to support, but it's really minimal, because I actually, in that 5 days, I really want to work on building the connection with the person, because if they feel safe with me, then anything is possible. And if they don't feel safe, if they don't feel connected, if they don't feel understood and fully seen and heard, then they're not going to move forward with me. And I find that if you, like for me, if I was to add in all this other stuff, it would actually break that connection. And in the beginning, my challenges were really based around what the person needed. So my first 5 challenges was based on really helping them to solve that problem that they said that they had in the chat sequence. And so it's only through doing more challenges that I have decided what parts I want to share with them about my knowledge and trainings that I've learned. It's only through doing the challenges that I've really worked out the right sequence in which to share different things with them. And it's still flexible. And that's the beauty of not having a set structure, is there is some flexibility in it so that I can work with the person that's in front of me instead of to my program, because it's not about me, it's about them. And so I make it as much as I can about them and as about them getting their breakthrough and their improvement, rather than what I need to share with them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. How many yesterday remember the presence exercise, a 2-minute presence exercise? And, and what Pedro said yesterday too, about people they just want a friend. They secretly want a friend. And for the first time in your tiny challenge, if they feel seen, because I guarantee they probably have not felt fully seen for such a long time, and you're that first person to actually see them from within, it's kind of game over. So we're going to wrap this panel up. I've got one final question for each of you is, what's been like the hidden gift or unexpected gift that doing these tiny challenges and achieving your amazing results given you that you didn't expect? Like, for example, I didn't expect that when I became a coach, I didn't know I had to learn to speak. Unfortunately, if I knew, I wouldn't become a coach because I hated speaking. But this hidden gift of learning to speak was that now I get to do the best man speeches and do the MC and speak at my daughter's weddings. And, that's an unseen gift, and it's like really fulfilling. So Christy, any unseen or hidden gifts that's come along the way for you?
This one's quite a big one. The hidden gift is, believe it or not, I can travel. What Pedro was talking about, that location freedom, I've attained it. I can literally take my computer in a backpack and raise my kids myself, independent of being in a job somewhere that keeps me stuck. Right now, I'm literally traveling to the Gold Coast, and I'm in Port Macquarie at the moment, and then Monday I'll be at the Gold Coast. But I've been able to be a better mum, and with kids going through the grieving process, they needed to see me more, so they didn't think we were both missing. So I had to find a way to, I couldn't afford a job because it would take time away from the kids, and then the money from the income I was as a previous hairdresser wasn't going to cover. So the spin-off has been, Shane also taught me that the job couldn't afford me because of the skills I've now learnt. And because of the skills I've now learnt, I can be a mum with my kids here, and they're watching and they're learning as well. But the spin-off is that freedom that I've been searching for as a mum, to make an income, raise my kids, and go anywhere. I'm actually living it. So, and my kids love me more because I'm always here. They may be on the playground right now, and I've locked the doors so they don't interrupt. But the spin-off has been, I've become a better mum to my kids, and showing others that just because I'm a solo mum, it is very difficult. But when you have a support network like you guys, this is a lonely road, especially as a widow and an entrepreneur. But I never miss a call with you guys. I now have brothers and sisters I never had before. And the spin-off is I got the family I wanted and that I'd always dreamed of. And that's priceless, because I've been searching for that my whole life. So thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Darlene, what about yourself?
Question was hidden gift? Is that what it was?
Yeah, hidden gift that this has given you.
Richmond, I think when you first met me, I think you always knew that I had this lack of belief in myself, and you believed in me, so it helped me to believe in me. And that's always been my problem my whole life. And I think being a part of P1 and learning from all of you, I realized that, man, this is a gift that I have to give these widows. And I've always known after my husband died that I'm serving a deeper purpose than myself. And I always tell my widows that. For whatever reason, Frank had to die so that I could be here to serve you. And so that hidden gift was actually knowing that I could do this. I could build my own program without having to get certified by somebody else and do their program, which is what I was doing for a ton of years before I met you. And so I feel like that hidden gift is like, I always had it in me to deliver and to serve. I just didn't have the vehicle, and P1 is that for me. I'm with Christy, this community, the support, the family. I never had that. It was definitely a lonely road because I didn't know what the heck I was doing. I just knew that I needed to go out there and give grief a voice. That's what I kept telling everybody. I didn't have a niche. I was serving everybody because I was like, well, the whole world grieves. So I'm going to help everybody under the sun. And until I niched down coming into P1, oh my God, talk about explosion, uncertainty, right? And knowing that I always had that gift inside of me. So you guys just helped me to bring it out. And I'm just super grateful for that.
Grateful for you too. Naomi.
Yeah, the hidden gift. It's a hard one because I was very conscious and deliberate about my decision to join P1. I've been working at coaching for 5.5 years, and I spent 2 years in burnout, not working at all, but doing more. And so and I knew that I was meant to be doing this. And when I tried so hard before and it wasn't working, it was really devastating and heartbreaking. And so I guess very similar to Darlene, the hidden gift is knowing that through, and that I could see also when I joined the program, the structure, the support, everything was there, that through this vehicle that you've given us with tiny challenges and in P1 and the level of support that we get and the community that we get, I'm succeeding at something I always knew I was meant to do. And that's a really, really great feeling, because it means that I can keep on doing this work. I can keep on doing the personal development. I can be the example and the cycle breaker for my kids that I've wanted to be, and show them what's possible through really believing in yourself and your dream, but also through getting the help and the support that you need to do that, because we're not meant to do this alone. Like Darlene said, it's a very lonely road, and Christy, so to be able to not only have the beautiful structure that tells me, what I need to do, which was where I was a bit stuck before, but for that to yield these amazing results, and to be able to be connecting with my ideal client. That would have to be the hidden gift, is because I was trying so hard before to connect with these women that I was meant to help, and I couldn't. I kept on hitting a brick wall. I'm like, I know these women need my help. I know that there's women out there that felt like I used to. Why aren't they, why aren't we connecting? And the gift for me is now I'm being connected with those women that I'm meant to help. And that's through this amazing program that you've delivered to help all of us succeed if we just follow the system. So that for me would be the hidden gift, is just the amazing connections I've made, not just with clients, but with everyone in P1 and throughout this journey. Like, it has just been really, really amazing. So thank you.
Thank you. Guys, you guys love this panel? Yeah, amazing, guys. Give it up for Christy, Darlene, and Naomi. All right, give it up for the 5-figure panel one more time. All right, so we've got a little bit more to go. I'm going to announce the masterclass winners as well, but I want to put all this in an easy to follow and implementable, actionable calendar for you. And I want to kind of start that process. Tomorrow, we're going to build upon that calendar to make it work for you. The key is I need to help you build something that works for you. Whether you're a single mom or a widow coach, you're a sole responsibility of your kids, or maybe you're balancing multiple responsibilities. The point is, if you follow exactly my prescription, I mean, of course, that's the gold standard, but really the gold standard is having something that you can work. Having something that works in your circumstance, in your situation. And we've got the level 1 calendar, we've got the level 2 calendar, which will take you 10 minutes to action. And if you've got a VA, they can do it for you. But then we've got a level 3 and 4. But then ultimately, we want to put all this in a sequential order where it's like, I can do this, that's easy for me. It gives me energy, it doesn't drain me, and doesn't cost me too much time. But more important, it's effective and it's something that I can be consistent on, because the key is consistency. That's the key. You're not going to grow your business from one post, and you're definitely not going to grow your business from one post that got 1 like and you get discouraged and you're going to give up. The algorithm will reward you on consistency, and it will test you, say, whoa, look at you do the whole geography, relationship, activity, buying post. Look at you do that. Oh, let's see if you can do this more. Oh, look at you do a milestone. Let's see, and it'll test you. It'll see how consistent you are. And so we're going to help build that calendar for you, and I'll just give you some ideas and build it out so you'll walk out of here by tomorrow with something that you, and I mean you, can action. And I get we're all busy, we're over. I'm going to give you a framework tomorrow as well on actually how to manage your time so you can actually do this and grow your business, because then you're going to have to run tiny challenges. How do we fit it in? Obviously, we had single mums fitting it in, Naomi doing it for Life Coach for Mums and all those kind of things. How do we actually do this on a realistic level? Because that's where your results are going to go. So would it be okay if I share with you on how to actually do that, give you something implementable for where you're at too? Now, I want to end today with the final thing that I kind of started on, which is the most important principle of success. It is the formula for success, and it's the 8th one. That's who you spend time with. And not many of you know this, but in case you watch that, they were referring to Pedro a lot. In case you don't know who Pedro is, Pedro Adao is referred to as the challenge guy who helped people grow group challenges. So in case you don't know who he is, like, he's the guy that helped build like Russell Brunson's challenge, Dean Graziosi, Tony Robbins. Like, he ran really large scale challenges. Now, this is who he is in case you don't know who he is. That's Pedro Adao. Now, him and I met in Russell's Inner Circle. So I joined Russell's Inner Circle. I was at an event. I felt like a complete imposter. And in Russell's Inner Circle, would it be fair to say there's a lot of high level people there, and then there was me. There was like, cool, because I invested a lot to get there. There's a minimum criteria. You got to be on 7 figures, all that kind of stuff. And he was one of the first people I met in his inner circle. So there was no way I could have got access to him or even created a relationship if we weren't in the same program. Kind of like the P1s, how they become best friends with each other because they're in the same family now. And that's the connection they built through P1 and the culture we created in P1. And so I became friends with Pedro. And I remember this time I went over his house. He invited me, Richmond, come over his house. And the reason why that happened was, funnily enough, serendipitous, because my flight back to Sydney was delayed and cancelled. And I was stuck in Orange County or LA for a day. And I put a post up on social media saying I'm stuck here for a day. I was in the hotel, did the whole grab framework, and then he messaged me saying, you're stuck here for a day, you should come over. Because I was just documenting my life, saying, stuck here overseas for a day. Oh, well, who knows? Time to make some lemonade out of this lemon of a situation. That was the exact post. Who can start to see the power of just documenting your life? He messaged me, Rich, I see you're stuck in LA. You want to come over? And we came over. This conversation. And I told him about what I do, and I knew what he did, but it's like, so Richmond, like you're kind of in the same space, you help people with challenges too. I said, yeah, I do, Pedro. But we teach a little bit of group challenges, but really the first step we kind of teach him is a one-on-one challenge. And he's like, say that again. Yeah, like it's challenge done one-on-one. He's like, you mean like you and one person? One-on-one? I said, yeah. 5 days? Yeah, 5 days. And he paused and he looked at me. He had never heard of it before. It's like, I'm guessing they're getting killer results, aren't they? This was about 4 years ago. I said, yeah, it's crazy because you don't have to worry about tech. You don't have to have a big audience. You can do it anytime. You don't have to do a launch. You don't have to worry about no one showing up. The reciprocity is huge. People give you so much intimate time before they give you their money, and they're closing at ridiculous rates without even knowing how to sell because of this principle here. And it's like, I know. I can see that. I can't even believe I did anything about myself. That's so brilliant. And then what, you do like homework, like a group challenge? Yeah, and we'll hold them accountable. It's crazy. It's like, what do you call it, Richmond? What do you call it? I was called a one-on-one challenge. It's like, no, you can't call it that. It's like, does anyone know about this? And no, you're the first person I told outside our community. Like, do you even market it? No one knows we're teaching this until they come in and we say, okay, your first step is this, because it's kind of a little bit embarrassing. It's like, embarrassing? No way. This needs to go on your front end. You don't understand how powerful this is. This is the most brilliant, most powerful, simplest framework I've ever heard of, and I've been doing this for a long time. First of all, let's figure out a name together. And I said, okay, really? It's just a one-on-one challenge. Get your first few clients, get your first 10, 15, 25K, and then do something more scalable. It's like, no, you don't understand, Richmond. This solves everything. You know how many of my students need this because they're struggling with going big too fast, too soon? I'm like, wow, okay. You need to have this front end. This needs to be your thing. But the first thing is we need to figure out a name for it. Okay. So we sat down. It's like mini challenge, micro challenge, petite challenge, one-on-one challenge. And I said to him, tiny challenge, tiny. Say that again, tiny challenge, tiny. Looked up the domain. Oh, it's for sale. Didn't know how much it was cost. Didn't know I'll be set back $33,000 later on for the domain. It's like, you got to buy the domain. So I made an inquiry. Okay, before you tell anyone about this, here's my trademark guy, top lawyer in the States, does trademarks. Get this trademark because you're onto something big. And I'm there thinking, wow, really? Really? We've been sitting on this for at least a year before he found out about it. At least a year, maybe 18 months. And I didn't think it was anything special. I just thought it was easy way to get started, and that's it. Like, there's nothing sexy about it, nothing fancy about it, just one-on-one challenge. Like, Richmond, you don't understand. Don't tell anyone about this conversation. I'm going to help protect it for you. We're calling it Tiny Challenge. Okay, cool. We're going to get trademark. You're going to buy the domain, and when you're ready, get a book out. I'm like, wow, this guy really believes in me so much and believes in this framework so much. It's crazy. I could not believe it. I could not fathom what it is. And then we did all the right things and it blew up like he said it would. $10 million last year, and we became the category 1 in our space because I was in the right room. And he saw something in me that I could not see in myself. He saw something that I had that was so genius that I thought was just normal that I just brushed off. It was crazy. And so I attribute the success of Tiny Challenge because he saw that first. Because I was in the right room. Who's following this right now? Right. But it builds from there because being in that room, also in Russell's inner circle, is this man named Myron Golden. And so at Russell's Inner Circle, it's a mastermind. And how a true mastermind works in that level is like you come to these masterminds and you share a 20-minute presentation on what's working best in your business. So the rest of the room gets value out of it. But also you have a constraint in your business and you ask the room, hey, this is my constraint at the moment. Someone in the room has probably solved it or knows the hack or can give you a resource that can solve it yourself because you're in the right room. Remember, if you're in the right room, they have the most updated map. And you're stuck because maybe your map is old or maybe you don't even have the map. And in this one mastermind, that's me standing up, sharing my thing. And I said to the room, okay, the constraint I have right now is filling up our events. Like, I'm not an event guy, like to fill up the events. Like, I'm the tiny challenge guy now. That's cool. But filling up events, getting people to show up, getting like all that kind of stuff. Like, this is an event, right? I've never done an event with over 1,000 people in the same Zoom room. But yet people in the room are doing events at scale like that. I'm like, how do you do that? We can happily get 100, 200, 500, 600 people. The max we had is about 700 people in the Zoom room. And I think that's pretty good. And it's intimate, it's awesome, it's crazy good, it's crazy fun, it's very immersive. But then I like, how do I go bigger in events like that? And then Myron was there and he looked at me and he said to me, Richmond, draw me out your value ladder. And I drew him out the value ladder. Okay, there's our value ladder. We've got Underdog Academy. Then we got our Inner Circle Point 1, which at the time was $25,000. But then the price went up. And then he looked at it. He's like, okay. I'm like, thinking, why is he even asking me this? So he said, Richmond, where's your 100K offer? And I looked back and I said, well, I didn't really say it directly. I said it indirectly. I was thinking, how is this even relevant to filling up events? Because that's my constraint. And he's trying to help me. And I'm thinking, I don't have a 100K offer. I'm not even sure how it's relevant. I just want help filling up my events. And I was like, no, you don't understand, Richmond. How come you don't have a 100K offer? I was like, and I'm literally standing in front of Russell and everyone. I was like, maybe because I don't feel good enough to have a 100K offer. And he said, Richmond, you are one of the smartest, most brilliant entrepreneurs I know. And I'm confused that you don't have a 100K offer because what you have and what you're doing in industry is a game changer. I don't know if you realize that. And for you to not have that goes against your brand. I'm like, whoa. Wow. Now Myron sees something in me and I couldn't fathom it. But basically I just said on stage, I said, maybe because I don't think I'm good enough. Bottom line, I wasn't good enough for it. That night we had dinner and I'm sitting next to Russell, next to Myron on the dinner table. And then Myron looked at me and said, Richmond, how are you feeling about what I mentioned today? It's like, I still don't get it. Nah, I can't do it. It's just too much for me. I just can't fathom how anyone can charge 100K. I can't fathom how you can even form this 100K offer. I can't even, and if I did a 100K offer, then I have to sell my soul. And I have to cook them breakfast and make their bed and be their best friend for the rest of their life for 100K. And he's like, Richmond, you don't get it. You don't sell the pieces, you sell the payoff. It's the payoff that you'll be selling. Can you help someone make $1 million? I've helped them many times before. How certain are you of doing that? That's the payoff. And he put out this game and he played this game with me to really illustrate this to me to see if it would land. I'm going to play a video of the game he played with me at dinner. This is recorded on the phone. It's a bit noisy in the background at a restaurant. And you'll see if I won the game or not. So this is the video of the exact game that he played with me to really illustrate this to me of how much belief he had in me.
I'm coaching Richmond right now.
Okay, so that's good. You don't have it, right? You don't have any U.S. currency. So here's what I'm going to do. Somebody start a timer. All right. I'm going to sell you a $100 bill for $10.
This is what happens in the Inner Circle, in case you're wondering.
You don't have $10. What are you going to do? You got 60 seconds. Start the timer. Okay. What are you going to do?
Yeah, give you 20.
I don't want that. $10 US. You don't have it. I'm going to sell you this $100 for $10. What are you going to do?
Give it to me and I'll pay you back 20.
No.
Go ask people.
I don't. Wait.
How much time you got left? Bro, you got 40 seconds.
Let's go split.
I got five. I want half of the back.
Is that all you have in there?
Which one?
Cliff, here's well.
You can't give me $2. Remember that was
$10.
Oh, you can't be smart.
$10.
How much time is left? How much time?
I don't want 20. I want 10. I'm not going to give you the 10.
I can't remember that was given to me last night. Remember for the kids. $2. I got $11.
Time. You didn't get time now.
Okay. So now. So here's the problem. Now, did you want that deal? You wanted that deal, didn't you? I was going to give it to you.
I'm not bad enough, though, but
right. But here's the problem. You had a mental block that kept you from thinking about borrowing the $10. It took you 20 seconds to figure out you needed to borrow the money. Well, guess what? If that thought's not in your head for you, it's also not in your head for your clients. right? So, but let's say we did the deal, even though we didn't. Let's say we did the deal. But it's okay. It wasn't an epic fail because you learned a more valuable lesson by not being able to get the money than you would have learned if you would have gotten it. Okay? So watch this. Let's say you did the deal for 100, and I said, okay, now the deal's off the table, but let's say it was on the table, and I said, you give me 100, I'm going to give you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm going to give you 1,000. You give me 100. Do you want that deal?
Yes.
Are you sure? Do you have to think about it? Do you need to talk to your wife? Do you need to sleep on it? Do you need to talk to your business partner? No. You don't need to do any of that. Okay, so you give me 100, I give you 1,000. Yep. Right? Okay, cool. So what if I said you give me 1,000, I give you 100,000? You give me $1,000, I give you 100,000. Do you want that deal?
Yes.
Okay, you give me 100,000, I'll give you $1 million. Do you want that deal?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I'm only going to do one of them. Which one do you want?
$1 million.
So you're going to give me 100,000. That's the deal you want the most.
Yes.
That's the offer.
Yeah.
You're selling people the payoff. You're not selling the pieces. You're not selling the product. You're not selling your person. How much time do you have to put into it? That has nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
Nothing. You're selling the payoff. And when they understand clearly that the payoff is worth 10 times more than the price, they will pay you the $100,000. And if they have $100,000 to pay you, one thing they're not going to do is give you a headache. Now all these $25 clients, they won't give you a headache.
All right, there you are, Myron Golden. Let's go.
All right, so that's the game that I lost. Who got the lesson there? Well, definitely I got the lesson there. Who got the lesson? Show of hands. And so I was quite embarrassed because, I mean, my mentors are there on the table with me. And to the point where that night I got the lesson I needed, and I got back to my hotel room and I messaged Kaylee. I said to Kaylee, I have a 100K offer for you, like I showed you this morning in the DM, because I know that Kaylee and I had spent a lot of intimate time together. And so I just DM'd her because I could. I didn't know what was going to be in the offer, but I knew the payoff would be at least $1 million. And you could see in the DM, it was literally, I didn't even know what was going to be in it because it didn't even matter. And then she said, yes, pay the deposit. And that was the first 100K offer. And that day I realized something important is that you will never form the belief first. It only comes when someone sees it in you first. Always. And that is why spending time with the eighth wonder is ultra important. And here's the cool thing about borrowing belief. It's a debt that you never ever have to pay back. And so I was so excited. Kaylee said yes. I said, Myron, oh my gosh, Kaylee said yes. Can you shoot a video? Can you shoot a video to thank her? To congratulate her. I'm going to show you the whole video now because in the morning I only showed you half, but this is the whole video.
Kaylee, I'm here with Myron.
Hey Kaylee, how you doing? Proud of you, girl.
Oh yeah, congratulations on the 100K offer.
Yeah, congratulations on being the first.
The first.
Because here's what happens. People sell like they buy, and this 100K offer with Richmond, for you, is going to be your rite of passage to your 100K offer to your clients. I'm looking forward to hearing that story.
And as a special part of the offer, I know she believes in proximity, and so I'm going to give you a personal introduction to Myron, and then whatever you do with that is up to you, but Kaylee's a cool girl. You'll love it.
Is she in Australia?
She's in Australia.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make Richmond an offer. I'm going to make him a 100K offer. He gets to come to Tampa and spend a day with me on my yacht, and if he says yes, I'm going to let him bring you with him.
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay,
yes.
Cool. Say less.
Oh my gosh.
We'll spend the whole day together, and I'm going to teach y'all how to create a premium value offer experience.
So really, you just paid Myron 100K?
No,
you through me to you.
No. It actually didn't. What's going to happen is I'm going to show both of you how to turn that 100K offer into millions for the rest of your life. Millions, like crazy millions. It's insane.
All right.
When are you leaving?
tonight.
Oh man, that's too bad. Because since you're taking me up on the 100K offer, I was going to let you fly back on my private jet to Tampa with me. So I don't know if you can I don't know if you can rearrange your schedule or not. But if you can, you can fly back and mastermind in the sky with us.
Oh my gosh.
So there you have it.
Okay, I'm gonna see. I'm gonna chase some logistics.
Fly out of Tampa tomorrow night. Change your flight to fly out of Tampa tomorrow night.
This is all moving too fast, Murray.
No, it's no.
I'm just kidding.
No.
I'm just
Wealth
kidding.
has a need for speed.
I love it. I love it.
So anyway,
All right.
congratulations, Kayla.
Haley, congratulations.
Haley, congratulations.
All right.
All right, can you see how nervous I was? I literally wanted to vomit. I'm like, I'd never dropped 100K before. That was the first investment I made. And albeit, yeah, he did put me on the spot, but I'm grateful for that because since then, $3 million offers later, 1,100K offers later, because he saw something in me that I never saw in myself. And he's like, Richmond, where is your 100K offer? And little did I know that there was a hidden gift that I could give to the world that he saw first. And I share that story with you because all of you right now have more in you. You just need someone else to see it first. Who's getting this right now? And then that led me to the 350K offer. Then we became great friends, and I mean great friends. I've spent so much time with Myron, and it led to this. All because you are who you spend time with, period. Who's getting this right now? How many can see that that would have not happened? Tiny challenges, no go. 100K offers, no go. $1 million offers, no go. Untapped potential, no go, if I was not around the right people. Who's following this right now? If I did not push through that feeling of being the smallest fish in the room. This would change everything in your life. And because of that, I had no idea that this would happen. But then this happened. A $100 million business partnership. This is for our P1s. A clip that you haven't seen before because we've never released it. But our last P1 event, our 6-figure speaker event, in-person one, it's a P1 only event. Enjoy.
Well, let me begin with gratitude.
Thank you for changing my life. Every single one of you in this room can be living a wildly different life if you just have the courage to take the opportunities that are put in front of you.
To be able to take your message out into the world, to cast as much light into the darkness as possible. We need power.
This is just you transforming, and you are worthy of being here. All of us are.
The value of his mindset and beliefs enriched and empowered me so much, it leveled me up.
One of the most important days of our life is the moment we stop waiting and allow ourselves to remember who we are.
Now make the most noise you can if you're here to make the most money you've ever made in your entire life. Give yourselves a hand, very good.
Every single story I share opens up with a C, there's a struggle, there's an aha moment, then there's a solution, and then the point of the story is this.
Because leadership is not about carrying more. It's about carrying what matters most without losing yourself.
The content's the thing that we get caught up in. Instead, what we should be doing is thinking to ourselves, okay, great, I'm going to be doing a bunch of dirty reps right now. Why? Because I'm going to become a framework expert.
Who you spend time with will dictate your future more than anything on the planet.
Who can see that this one principle will change everything in your life? Yeah. You know the crazy thing about when someone sees something in you before you do? When you finally meet that person, you'll realize that you were the last person to meet them. So for those of you that want to apply to see the offer, it's only for those that actually want to see the offer. I don't want to waste your time if you actually want to see the 0.1 offer. This is not for you to pull out your credit card. It's not for you to buy anything, but actually see the actual 0.1 offer through a one-on-one phone conversation. It could be a 5-minute thing. We're like, great, awesome. It could be a 10-minute conversation. It could be a 20-minute conversation for you to actually see what the offer is, so you can decide whether or not this is right for you or whether it's not right for you, but at least you have that peace of mind saying, okay, great, this is the right next step for me, this is the right offer for me, or it's not. And then after you make that decision, if it's right for you or not right for you, then everything becomes easier. Tomorrow, we're gonna have an awesome day. I'm gonna take it to the next level around a little bit about video, but more importantly, now we've got these frameworks to create content. How do we ascend them? How do we bring them into tiny challenges? And so we can crush it with tiny challenges. But for now though, for those of you that actually want to see what the offer is, including those watching in the replay or the encore version, your next step is really simple. It's go to p1interview.com. We'll put the link in the chat screen, and it's going to take you through a series of questions, and you're going to book in a call to see whether the offer is right for you or not. Again, it's not for you to buy anything. It's just so you can actually see it, so we don't have to waste everyone else's time by taking them through a 30-minute presentation, which they don't want to see. So we'll come back in 3 minutes time. We'll give you guys a song to do this. 3, 2, 1, go.
Windows down on the highway, laughter loud in the night air. We're alive in the fast lane, every heartbeat a fanfare. Got the crew in the backseat, shouting out every word we know. If tomorrow is daylight, tonight we steal the show. All the doubt in the rear view fading, all the fear on the floor, we're racing. Turn it up till the world is echo. We're the ones in control. like home. If this ride is all we get, we're not wasting one regret. Every voice, one flame, every shout, our name. Point one side by side, we're infinite tonight. Keep believing, never settle, say it out, push the pedal. This is our forever now. This is our forever now. Keep believing, never settle, turn it up, break the level. Point one in our hearts, so loud. Point one in our hearts, right now. Keep believing, never settle, as the sky starts turning gold. Point one, we're together, and this moment won't get
All right, welcome back. Yes, you officially heard it. The world's first. You are right. And it's all credit to TK for creating that. My music brain, I've got two left arms when it comes to music, but wow. You officially heard our P1 anthem. That's our original song, no copyright. So thank you, TK, and all of you, because you heard it for the very first time. And some of you are like, what? What is this? Yeah, it was it. Has this been an amazing day so far? I'm going to bow tie everything for you guys. We've got the P1 Masterclass and announce the winners as well. But first things first, Stephanie Gretha. Are you here, Stephanie Gretha? If you're here, let's see if your camera's on and let's see if we can spotlight you. Stephanie Gretha. All right. Hey, Stephanie, how are you going?
Well, a little excited and surprised.
A little excited.
Yeah.
Where are you from? What time is it?
It's 7:15. I'm from Germany.
Wow. Wow. How come you didn't catch this on Team Replay?
Sorry, what did you say? On replay,
How,
yeah.
how come you
well,
didn't catch this? Yeah.
I even slept in. Can you believe it? I put the alarm clock for it would have been 11 a.m. at night, and then I woke up at 1:30. I'm like, what? And I was so mad at myself at first, and I thought,
Oh,
like,
no.
it's no use. Da, da, da. And no. But then I kicked in again, and so I joined in late, but here I am.
Oh, good, good. Well, was it worth waking up, even joining late for, rather than just
Yeah,
watching the whole
it
thing
sure
on
was.
replay?
It sure was.
Yeah, very good. Very good. Well, congratulations. I see you made an application you put in to see what the offer is and see if it's going to be right for you or not. But that's up to you. Like, only you will know whether it's right for you or not. That's only you will know that. Cool. But I just want to congratulate you for taking the next step and ask you what made you take that next step.
Yeah, that feeling that so many people out there see something in me, and something is still holding me back.
Okay. Well done. We're done for taking that leap of faith anyway. Well, on that note, I'd like to help you out. Would you like to attend our P1 Masterclass? I know it's another hour for you.
Cool, yeah. Wow.
All right, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations. I'm sure you're one of those people that are surrounded by others that see a lot in you that you maybe one day need to accept within yourself. True?
Thank you.
Very cool. How many feel her spirit and her energy, by the way, just out of curiosity, or is it just me? Yeah, very cool. Yeah,
I'm
just
shaking all over right
just-
now. So, yeah.
you're most welcome. Are you okay? We raise the energy for you.
Okay.
Okay. All right, we're going to pick our other two winners very soon, but I want to bow tie this all for you in something easy, implementable, to give you some direction to finish off today so you're clear, and then we'll go to the P1 Masterclass. But we talked about the calendar before. Like, this is the minimum viable. All of you can do this in 10 minutes. Like 10 minutes a week. Because the prompts there, you already have the answers to this. You just got to post it and just put it in your calendar and post it. Cool? So this is the minimum viable. Everybody here, there is zero excuse as to why you cannot implement this. Cool? Give me a thumbs up. Are you guys okay with that? Excellent. Cool. But we want to take it to the next level because we want to hit our goals faster so we can enjoy our life longer. Now, the next level is level 2. This is a kind of like the first leap of faith where you're like, oh, it's going to get a bit scary now. I'm going to do a hand-raising post. What if I get crickets? Oh, no. Well, you will notice that 99% of the people that jump into your tiny challenge is not from a hand-raising post. So rest assured, you're in the right place. I'm going to share with you tomorrow on how to convert any engagement into a tiny challenge registration the right way. The right way. And you don't need a lot of engagement. But that's the next level up. And I would highly suggest this is kind of the minimum viable. You all can do this. And this is only an extra couple of minutes a week. It's not that much. You're not taking any photos. You're not posting any geography, where you're at, who you're with, what you're doing, or what you're buying. Nothing like that. But this is pretty simple. And I understand that you guys are hungry and high achievers and want to take it to the next level. So who wants to take this to the next level? Show of hands. You guys want to take it to the next level because this is going to help you get there faster. The next level looks something like this. So if you're done with dabbling and you want to really take it to the next level, that's what it looks like. But it really looks like this. We're going to really do a buying one. The buying one has been the game changer for us. Whether or not you're paying for petrol, guess how much petrol costs today? Oh my gosh, cost of oil went up. Because you have to buy something every day anyway. And I put it on Saturday because most of the time people are out on Saturdays actually going out and physically buying things and tapping. Take a video of what you're buying. It'll be very interesting. You'll be so surprised on the engagement you're going to get. It's crazy. And the comments. I want to do one where I'm going to do the cost of shopping for a family of 5. And you may be thinking that that's unrelated to coaching. But what if it was? What if the cost of shopping for a weekly grocery for a family of 5 is now $425 when 3 years ago it used to be $280? It's more of the reason for you to start your own business, and even if you want to do a side hustle in coaching, do a tiny challenge to pay for your groceries. If all you did was one tiny challenge a month and converted them, you'll pay for all your grocery bills right now. If you want to learn the fastest, quickest, easiest way to make income so you don't have to worry about paying for this weekly bill, then this next step is for you. How many can see now that's related to a tiny challenge? Show of hands. But you can do it for anything. With anything. Just need to know how. But even if you didn't do it, it doesn't matter because that's going to get so much reach and so much engagement that your ideal client will start to see it anyway, and then they'll see your hand-raising post when you do a hand-raising post. But Richmond, how is that related to anything? It's related to everything because you do enough of these, they're going to start to see all your stuff, and the moment you do a hand-raising post or the moment you do a client testimonial post, they're like, oh my gosh, that is me. I'm going to raise my hand for this because I saw you do all these other things leading up to it. Who can see this starting to form out now? Show of hands, you can see this now. Cool. And then on Sunday, you're going to do activities. That's easy to do. Or who you're with. Usually Sundays, people go out, they're with their family, they're with their friends, with someone, or they're doing something. So on Sunday, you want to do a picture of you doing something with someone, or with someone doing something, or somewhere. First of all, is this simple? Is this easy? Can you do this? If you can, type in I can, I can, I can, I can, I can. Go ahead, type in I can. Because most of the time, Saturday, you're out buying something, buying lunch, buying groceries, buying whatever it is. And Sundays, you're off there doing something with someone, brunch, dinner, da-da-da-da-da. These are going to be your go-to grab framework posts. Very, very cool. So that is no more dabbling. Level 3, you're not dabbling anymore. You're going to start to show your face online. And how are you going to write the post? Well, you're just going to put in the prompt. And the prompt is going to write the post for you in under 10 minutes or less. It's going to ask for some context. And you got this awesome, well-written post. You got the picture. And then you got the post done in 10 minutes or less. And so even these 2 posts that are done on the weekend will take you no less than half an hour combined. Who can do this? Show of hands, who can do this? Show of hands if you can do this. Less than half an hour combined. But it's going to be super effective. And then if you want to take it to the really next level and you're serious about this, then we're going to do this. And if you're ultra like serious, you know what? I'm going to work on myself harder than anybody else because that's my duty. That was an important sentence. And so I do a milestone. I'll just force myself to post a milestone. I'll commit to doing a milestone post every week. I'll just commit to it. A proper milestone. A proper milestone every week. But Richmond, it's not my birthday this week. We'll make a milestone. First time going live for 5 days straight. Milestone. Finally hit 10K month. Milestone. I put a deadline on when I'm going to quit work. Milestone. I handed in my resignation. Milestone. First vision board. Milestone after milestone. Push yourself to do this. This will change the game because people will live vicariously through you and see you as a champion. So that's if you're serious. But again, everyone's in a different situation. Tomorrow, I'm going to help you design a calendar that works for you. This is recommended, but it's not mandatory. And we're going to help you design something that works for you. Is that cool for everyone here? Show of hands, is that cool? With that tomorrow. And I'm going to give you a lead magnet prompt as well and how to ascend them all into your tiny challenges.
All right, well, I trust that was super valuable for you. If all of that felt quite overwhelming, or maybe you're looking for more customized and personalized support to get to full-time status a lot faster, I'd like to invite you for the opportunity to book a one-on-one tiny roadmap call with my head coach to see how else we can help you. This is with a real person, not with AI. And so we see there's limited spots on the calendar there. So if this makes sense to you, if you feel like you want to get there quicker, if you're looking for more support, then I encourage you to book in a one-on-one conversation with my team. It's not a hard sales pitch. It's not even going to be a pitch. We're going to ask you some questions to see if or not we can help you. But more importantly, you're going to walk out with a roadmap that's personalized to you. And if you want our help after that conversation, we can talk about that. But from what you've seen in this 8-hour training, we don't use pushy sales tactics, and that's not our style. We just trust that you're smart enough to know which option is best for you, and we kind of leave it at that. So if you'd like to book in a call and speak to a real person to see how else you can get support and build a customized map, I'll drop the link in the first comment of this video here below. Just click the link and find a time that works best for you. For now, I trust that this has been useful and appreciate you for watching this far. Keep believing and never settle.